Itachi, my son, you are the most precious gift heaven has bestowed upon me. My father's voice was low and gentle. I struggled to open my eyes, yet all I could see was a blur of light and shadow. Wait, father. Son. Where am I? Mikoto looked at his eyes. Another slightly sharp female voice sounded, accompanied by the rustle of movement. Are those the Sharingan? Just born and already. Sharingan. Uchiha. My mind felt as if it exploded, countless fragments of memory piecing themselves together. Uchiha Itachi, a shuden from the 21st century, had actually crossed into the world of Naruto and become a newborn infant. I tried hard to move, yet discovered that my limbs were powerless. I could only live like a real baby, doing nothing but drink milk and sleep. As days passed, my body gradually grew. I could clearly see everything around me and slowly came to understand the environment I now lived in. My father Uchiha Fugaku was the head of Konoha's police force, a stern and imposing man. My mother Uchiha Mikoto was gentle and virtuous, showering me with boundless affection. Of course, I knew that in the future the Uchiha clan would face annihilation, and that I would become the sinner who carried all the blame. No, I refused such a fate. I clenched my tiny fists. Since heaven had granted me another life, I would never allow the tragedy to repeat itself. I would change destiny, protect my family, and become the strongest shinobi. I began secretly training my body. Even as a baby, I forced myself to crawl faster and climb higher than anyone else. I also used every opportunity to eavesdrop on the adults' conversations, learning whatever I could about shinobi knowledge and techniques. I discovered that this world was not entirely identical to the Naruto world I remembered. Though the basic concepts of chakra ninjutsu and kekkei genkai were the same, many details differed greatly. For instance, the ninjutsu I was familiar with seemed to have vanished from this world. I once tried to form hand signs and unleash the Great Fireball technique, but nearly ended up roasting myself like a suckling pig. Itachi, what are you doing? My mother's voice came from outside the door. I hurriedly stopped practicing and pretended nothing had happened. She stepped in, saw me drenched in sweat, and asked worriedly, Itachi, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? I shook my head and answered in a childish voice, I'm fine, I was just playing. That's good. My mother stroked my head and said gently, You've been more sensible than Sasuke since you were little. You really put my mind at ease. I laughed bitterly in my heart. Sensible. If I could truly live carefree like an ordinary child, that would be the greatest tragedy of all. Itachi, come here for a moment. My father's voice suddenly rang out, stern and cold. A chill ran through my heart. I knew he was about to begin another round of elite education. I followed him into the courtyard. Pointing at a row of wooden posts on the ground, he said coldly, From today on I will teach you how to control chakra. In the courtyard the sunlight was harsh. I squinted at the row of wooden posts before me and groaned inwardly. Chakra control. I'm still a child. Hands clasped behind his back, my father spoke sternly. Itachi, a shinobi's strength ultimately lies in chakra control. Remember that well. I nodded, putting on an expression of earnest attention. Yet inwardly I was muttering, these theories were already etched into my mind. What I lacked now was practical experience. Watch. My father gave a low shout and pressed one hand onto a wooden post. Before my very eyes, cracks spread rapidly across its surface until it shattered with a thunderous crash. I deliberately widened my eyes in exaggerated surprise. Wow, father, you're amazing. My father nodded in satisfaction, clearly enjoying my worshipful gaze. The most basic method of controlling chakra is refinement and release. Gather the chakra in your body to a single point, then let it erupt. You can unleash tremendous destructive force. I secretly curled my lip. It sounded easy when he said it, but only I knew how difficult it truly was. Chakra could neither be seen nor touched. Controlling it was another matter entirely. In the days that followed, I began monotonous chakra training. Before dawn each morning, my father would drag me out of my warm bed in the name of winning at the starting line. Wearing a bitter expression, I attempted to refine chakra again and again. Yet no matter how hard I tried, I could not sense its existence at all. Focus. Do not let your mind wander. My father's harsh voice rang in my ears. Helpless, I could only grit my teeth and continue training. But irritation kept building inside me. This body, after all, was only a small child's. Lasting this long was already no small feat. Arg, this is so annoying. I finally shouted, venting my frustration with a kick at the wooden post beside me. My father's brows knitted as his gaze fell on the post I had kicked. A fine crack had appeared on its surface. Itachi, you? His voice carried disbelief. Did you feel it? I froze and looked down at my small foot. Could it be that I had unconsciously refined chakra? Do it again, my father said, his voice brimming with expectation. I drew a deep breath, carefully recalling the sensation from moments ago. Focusing all my attention into my palm, I suddenly struck the wooden post. Boom! With a resounding crash, the post snapped cleanly in two beneath my palm. I stared dumbfounded at the result of my strike, an indescribable thrill surging within me. Uchiha Itachi had finally stepped onto the path of the strong. Yet before I could savor the joy, darkness flooded my vision. My body turned to jelly and I collapsed to the ground. Itachi! My father hurriedly scooped me up, calling out anxiously, "What's wrong?" I forced my eyes open, but everything was a blur. Only my father's frantic voice echoed by my ear. "Go call the clan medic quickly." When I woke again, I was already lying in my own room. "Itachi, you're finally awake." My mother sat at my bedside, looking down at me with a face full of worry. I struggled to sit up, only to feel aching weakness throughout my body. "Don't move. You've just exhausted your chakra and must rest properly," my mother said, gently pressing me back down. I lay obediently, though my heart was full of confusion. "Mother, what happened to me?" My mother sighed. "Itachi, you're too impatient. Your body is still far too frail to withstand such a violent surge of chakra." Only then did I remember that this body was that of a 4-year-old child. Forcing chakra cultivation on it would inevitably place a heavy burden on my health. "But," I said with some reluctance, "I want to become strong as soon as possible to protect you and father and Sasuke as well." My mother was stunned for a moment, her eyes turning slightly red. She pulled me into her arms and said softly, "Silly child, you're still so young. These burdens are not yours to bear." I fell silent. Indeed, I was only 4 years old. No matter how hard I tried, I could not become a powerhouse overnight. However, my mother suddenly changed the subject. "You need not worry too much. Your father has decided that once you are a bit older, he will teach you the Uchiha clan's secret method of chakra control." I instantly perked up. "What method?" My mother smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out when you're older. For now, resting well and growing up healthy is the greatest comfort you can give us." I nodded as if I understood, though my heart brimmed with anticipation. What kind of secret method did the Uchiha clan possess? In the days that followed, I suppressed my urge to train, obediently followed my mother's instructions to heal, and quietly observed everything around me. I discovered that although this world appeared peaceful and tranquil on the surface, many unknown secrets lurked in the shadows. And I, it seemed, had unwittingly been drawn into an immense whirlpool. Sunlight filtered through the lattice window, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow across the floor. I feigned sleep, yet kept my ears pricked, carefully listening to my parents talking in their room. "Fugaku Itachi is truly remarkable. At 4 years old he can already refine chakra, and he almost..." My mother's voice was very low, yet I still heard the words she left unsaid. "Fortunately, we discovered it in time, otherwise. Yes, Itachi's talent is indeed astounding. He has even surpassed that brat Shursui back then." My father's voice carried a hint of relief. Only what? Only he is still a child after all. His mind is not yet mature. I am worried." My father's voice was full of concern. "I fear he will be unable to control his overwhelming power and may ultimately harm himself instead." I sneered inwardly. His mind not mature. I carry a seasoned soul from the 21st century. How could I possibly be compared to these natives? On the surface, however, I continued to play the innocent child, turning over once before, falling asleep again. Only after my parents left the room did I secretly open my eyes, a sharp glint flashing through them. It seemed I would have to be even more cautious and meticulous, never allowing anyone to discover my secret. In the days that followed, I hid my power and my true thoughts with even greater care. By day, I acted like an ordinary child, learning simple lessons from my mother and roughhousing with Sasuke. At night, I would secretly slip out of my room and practice basic taijutsu in the courtyard. Huff ha! I did push-ups while silently counting. 98, 9, editing 100. Finally, I finished 100. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I could feel that although my body was still small and weak, with constant training my strength and endurance were steadily increasing. "Itachi, what are you doing?" A clear, crisp voice suddenly rang out behind me. Startled, I hurriedly turned around to see a little girl in a red kimono studying me with open curiosity. Izumi. I recognized her at once. She was Uchiha Izumi, daughter of the clan head of the Uchiha, and one of my few playmates. "Why are you here?" I asked. "I saw you sneaking around, so I came to take a look," Uchiha Izumi said with a mischievous grin. "You still haven't told me what you're doing." I was practicing running," I lied without thinking. "Running?" Uchiha Izumi looked at me with open suspicion. "Then why were you lying flat on the ground?" I was doing warm-up exercises," I blurted out in desperation. "Oh." Uchiha Izumi nodded as if half understanding, then suddenly pointed at my forehead. Itachi, why is your head covered in sweat? I reached up to touch my forehead and indeed found it slick with sweat. Haha, you're so silly. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but burst into laughter. You'll never run fast like this. Come on, I'll teach you. With that, Uchiha Izumi grabbed me and started running around the courtyard. I had no choice but to run along with her, inwardly crying out in misery. This girl was truly inexhaustible. After fooling around with Uchiha Izumi for a while, I finally found an excuse and slipped back to my own room. Sitting on my bed, I reached under my pillow and pulled out a tattered old book. I had stumbled upon it a few days ago in the clan's archive. Its pages were yellowed and its cover badly damaged, yet the contents had utterly amazed me. It was actually an ancient text recording a long-lost method of chakra cultivation. As though I had obtained a priceless treasure, I turned the pages with extreme care, afraid that a single careless move might damage it. The contents were abstruse and difficult to grasp, yet by relying on the memories and comprehension of my previous life, I slowly began to decipher the secrets hidden within. So that's how it is, I murmured, studying the text while attempting to cultivate according to the method described within. Time slipped by second after second, and I was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting myself entirely. Suddenly I felt a powerful energy surging through my body as though it were about to tear me apart from within. This is bad. My heart lurched, and I hastily tried to stop cultivating, but it was already too late. A deafening boom erupted within my room. The walls collapsed with a thunderous crash, smoke billowed, and rubble flew in all directions. The young Itachi was flung away by the force of the shockwaves, slamming heavily into a corner of the room. He let out a muffled groan, feeling as if every bone in his body had been shattered. The rampaging energy within him still rampaged unchecked, leaving him in unbearable agony. Itachi! Sasuke! My mother Mikoto's panicked voice came from afar, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Itachi clenched his teeth, forcing himself to endure the searing pain as he struggled to climb to his feet. He could not let his parents see him like this, and he absolutely could not allow them to learn that he had been cultivating chakra. In barely the blink of an eye, his parents and several clan elders rushed into the room. Itachi! Are you alright? His father Fugaku immediately saw his soot-covered son in the corner, and hurried over, eyes filled with worry. I'm fine, father, Itachi said, lowering his head to hide the fleeting pain and panic in his eyes. What on earth happened here? An elder surveyed the devastated room with a deep frown. How could an explosion suddenly occur? I don't know either, Itachi said, timidly feigning a frightened expression. I was just playing in the room, and then suddenly. Mikoto pulled him into her embrace, patting his back gently and soothing him in a soft voice. It's all right now, it's all right, Itachi, don't be afraid. Fugaku carefully examined Itachi's body, and only after confirming that he had suffered no serious injuries did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, when his hand brushed against Itachi's shoulder, he sensed something unusual. Itachi, your chakra. Fugaku's tone grew serious. Have you been secretly cultivating chakra recently? Itachi's body went rigid, a trace of panic flashing through his eyes, but he quickly composed himself, raising his head with feigned innocence to look at Fugaku. Chakra. What is that, father? Fugaku looked at Itachi's deliberately innocent expression and could not help but find it slightly amusing. This son of his had been preternaturally intelligent since childhood, far surpassing his peers. To hide one's thoughts from him was no simple matter. Itachi, Fugaku said in a gentle tone, there is no need to hide things from me. I know you are extraordinarily gifted, but cultivating chakra is not a game. The slightest mistake can cause your power to run wild and even cost you your life. Itachi knew he could no longer conceal the truth. He lowered his head and said softly, Father, I was wrong. I only wanted to become stronger. You wish to become stronger? Fugaku looked at Itachi, a complex light flickering in his eyes. But why do you seek strength? Itachi fell silent for a moment, then slowly lifted his head. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve as he enunciated each word. To protect mother, to protect Sasuke, to protect the Uchiha clan, to protect everything I hold dear. Fugaku was slightly shaken by the steadfastness in Itachi's eyes. In that moment he seemed to glimpse a reflection of his own younger self, likewise yearning for strength and determined to protect everything. Good. Fugaku suddenly laughed aloud, giving Itachi's shoulder a firm pat. As expected of my son, such ambition. Itachi stared at Fugaku in surprise, not understanding why his father had suddenly become so pleased. Itachi, Fugaku said, looking at him with eyes full of affection and expectation. From today onward I will teach you the true secret arts of the Uchiha clan. I will guide you in mastering the mighty chakra within you and help you become a true powerhouse. Itachi gazed at Fugaku, excitement shimmering in his eyes, and nodded vigorously. He knew that a brand new world was opening its doors to him. Late at night, Itachi went alone to a secluded training ground in the back mountain. Dense forest encircled the area, isolating it from all outside disturbance. This was where generations of Uchiha clan heads had come to train in their secret arts. Itachi, are you ready? Fugaku stood opposite him, expression stern. I am ready, father. Itachi answered, taking a deep breath to steady his excitement. Very good. Fugaku nodded and swiftly formed hand seals. Next I will teach you the most powerful secret art of the Uchiha clan, fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal pillar of flame erupted from Fugaku's mouth, piercing straight into the sky. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply at the sight, his heart filled with awe and fear. The enormous flame towered into the night, staining Itachi's young face crimson. The searing heat washed over him. Even after he subconsciously stepped back a few paces, he could still feel the dreadful force that seemed capable of devouring everything. He had never witnessed such a powerful jutsu before. Beyond shock, he felt a faint, uncontrollable fear. So this is Great Fire Annihilation. Itachi muttered to himself, his gaze following the flaming pillar until it slowly dissipated into the night sky. Yes. This is the fire release secret art that the Uchiha clan takes pride in, Great Fire Annihilation. Fugaku looked at Itachi with undisguised pride. One day you two will be able to unleash power this formidable. Itachi took a deep breath, calmed his throbbing emotions, and nodded solemnly. To master Great Fire Annihilation, you must first learn to refine chakra. As he spoke, Fugaku moved to Itachi's side and formed hand seals. A visible blue energy slowly flowed in his palm. Chakra is the foundation of all jutsu. It resides in every cell of our bodies. Patiently, Fugaku explained the nature of chakra and how to refine and control it. Itachi listened with exceptional attentiveness, afraid of missing even the smallest detail. He etched Fugaku's words into his heart and tried to refine his own chakra bit by bit according to his father's guidance. Time slipped away second by second. Beads of sweat appeared on Itachi's forehead, yet he did not notice them at all, completely absorbed in his cultivation. Excellent, just like that. Fugaku watched him, eyes filled with approval. Remember this feeling and merge it into every breath you take and every heartbeat. Under Fugaku's meticulous guidance, Itachi progressed with astounding speed. Soon he had grasped the basic technique of refining chakra and began to attempt simple chakra control training. Next I will teach you the hand seal sequence for Great Fire Annihilation. As he spoke, Fugaku's hands shifted through a dazzling series of gestures. Remember, each seal must be executed with absolute precision. Any mistake will cause the jutsu to fail and may even rebound upon you. Itachi stared fixedly at Fugaku's hands, terrified of missing a single movement. Again and again he imitated Fugaku's movements until each seal was deeply engraved in his mind. The final and most crucial step is to transform your chakra into flame and release it. As he spoke, Fugaku took a deep breath and rapidly formed seals. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Once more a tremendous pillar of fire soared into the sky, illuminating the entire training ground. Itachi stared unblinkingly, his heart brimming with longing. He could hardly wait to try releasing all the power slumbering within his body. Come Itachi, let me see what you can do, Fugaku encouraged. Itachi took a deep breath, carefully recalling everything his father had taught him, then began to form seals. Fire. Fire release. Itachi's hands trembled slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. He could feel his chakra rampaging through his body, difficult to control. Do not rush. Take it slowly, Fugaku said softly from the side. Focus your mind and feel the flame within you. Itachi closed his eyes, striving to calm himself. He pictured a blazing inferno burning within his body and himself as the master of that fire. Great fire. Itachi's voice grew steadier. Annihilation. With a soft puff, a tiny flicker of flame spurted from Itachi's mouth, wavering in the air a few times before going out. Though this little flame was negligible compared to Fugaku's roaring pillar of fire, it was already an enormous step forward for the young Itachi. He opened his eyes and looked at his own hands, excitement spreading across his face. Ha! Good, very good. Fugaku laughed heartily, patting Itachi's shoulder. Though it is only a small spark, it is an excellent beginning. I believe that one day you two will unleash a world-shattering Great Fire Annihilation like mine. Father and son exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with expectation and hope. Yet neither of them knew that within the nearby trees a pair of cold, sinister eyes was watching their every move. Heh, so this is the genius of the Uchiha clan. How amusing. A chilling voice echoed through the forest. But geniuses are often the easiest to snuff out early. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the streets of Konoha, casting a long shadow of Itachi's small figure. The exhaustion from training was overshadowed by the excitement of his newly awakened chakra, and he reminisced about his father's words filled with aspirations for the future. Someday I will be as strong as my father. Itachi clenched his fist, determination shimmering in his eyes. However, Itachi was unaware that a hunched figure was quietly following him from the shadows of the trees. Cold light flickered in the murky old eyes. What astounding talent. It's a pity. Shimura Danzō murmured to himself watching Itachi's retreating figure. It's a pity you belong to the Uchiha clan. Danzō harbored deep wariness and hostility toward the Uchiha clan. Itachi's displayed talent only strengthened his resolve to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Let me test the caliber of this genius. A cold smile curled at the corners of Danzō's mouth as he spoke to the empty space beside him. Come out and test that little brat. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 root ninjas clad in black and wearing animal masks silently appeared behind Danzō as if born from the shadows. Remember, do not kill him. I want to test his strength and will. Danzō commanded in a chilling tone. Understood. The 2 root ninjas accepted the order and quickly vanished into the woods, heading towards Itachi's direction. Unaware that he was being targeted, Itachi hummed a cheerful tune, skipping along the path home. As he passed the secluded alley, 2 shadows suddenly descended from above, blocking his path. Itachi immediately sensed danger, halting his steps and cautiously observing the 2 figures in black. Who are you? Itachi's youthful voice carried a hint of unease. The 2 root ninjas remained silent, coldly staring at Itachi, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. One of them slowly raised his right hand, a flash of cold light revealing a sharp kunai in his grasp. If you don't want to get hurt, come with us obediently. Itachi's heart sank. He realized he was in danger. Though still a child, his past life as a special force soldier told him that these people were not to be trifled with. I will not go with you. Itachi resolutely refused, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Fire style. Overestimating yourself. One of the root ninjas sneered, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared in front of Itachi, thrusting the kunai towards his throat. Itachi was startled and quickly dodged to the side. The kunai narrowly grazed his nose, leaving a cold glimmer in the air. So fast. Itachi thought to himself, realizing these people's strength exceeded his expectations. Stop dawdling, finish him quickly, urged the other root ninja impatiently as he formed hand seals. Wind-style wind cutter. A howling wind swept in, forming sharp wind blades that rushed towards Itachi. Not daring to be careless, Itachi quickly summoned the newly awakened chakra within him, slamming his hands on the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose up, blocking the attack of the wind blades. Not bad, but this is where it ends. The root ninja wielding the kunai launched another attack, his form flickering like a ghost, the kunai transforming into streaks of cold light, relentlessly striking at Itachi's vital points. Itachi dodged left and right, perilously close to danger. Although he barely avoided a few attacks using the combat skills from his past life, the speed and strength of his opponents were far beyond his own, and he gradually felt himself growing weary. Damn it, this isn't working. Itachi thought anxiously. He needed to find a way out of this predicament. Just then a sudden flash of inspiration hit him as he remembered the chakra control techniques his father had taught him. They'll go for it. Itachi took a deep breath, determination flickering in his eyes. No longer dodging, he charged forward to meet the root ninja's attack. Seeking death. The root ninja's face twisted into a cruel smile as he mercilessly thrust the kunai towards Itachi's chest. At the critical moment, Itachi's body suddenly twisted, oddly disappearing from the attack's trajectory of the kunai. What? The root ninja was taken aback, and before he could react, a tremendous force suddenly struck from behind, sending him flying. Bang! The root ninja crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood and unable to rise for a long time. What just happened? The other root ninja was also stunned by the scene before him, incredulously watching the unharmed Itachi, filled with shock and confusion. Who are you? Itachi ignored his questions, slowly standing up, brushing off the dust from his clothes and revealing a cold smile. You want to know who I am? Then go ask the King of Hell. Cough cough. The defeated root ninja painfully spat out blood, staring in horror at the 6-year-old child before him. He never imagined that a mere child would defeat a seasoned elite of the root. Itachi paid no mind to his shock, casting a cold glance at him before shifting his gaze towards the direction where the other fleeing root ninja had disappeared. You ran away quickly. Itachi murmured to himself, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He knew that in his current state pursuing would be futile. What he needed to clarify now was why the root ninjas had suddenly attacked him. Itachi returned to the previous battlefield and examined the area carefully. No traces left. Itachi frowned slightly. These root ninjas were indeed meticulous in their operations. Recalling the battle earlier, he felt an unsettling suspicion in his heart. Though the two rude ninjas had attacked ruthlessly aiming for his life, it seemed they didn't truly intend to kill him. Could it be? Itachi's mind suddenly flashed with a terrifying thought that they merely wanted to capture him. As soon as this thought emerged, it spread like wild grass in his mind. I must leave here quickly. Itachi's heart raced with alarm as he realized his current situation was extremely dangerous. After confirming that there were no other people around, he immediately turned and ran towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, Itachi contemplated the reason behind his attack. Was it because of my bloodline? He couldn't help but recall the memories of the original owner of this body. The Uchiha clan, one of the most powerful families in Konoha village, possessed a bloodline limit known as the Sharingan, but because of it they had also faced the village's jealousy and exclusion. Could it be that the village has started targeting the Uchiha clan? Itachi's heart sank. If that were the case, things would be troublesome. He quickened his pace. He needed to return to the clan as soon as possible and inform his father of this matter. As night fell, the Uchiha clan's territory was brightly lit. Itachi stealthily returned to his room. To avoid causing unnecessary panic, he did not tell anyone, including his parents, about what had happened today. Huff. Itachi let out a long breath, his tensed nerves finally relaxing. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, replaying the events of the day in his mind. Why? Why did they attack me? Was it merely because I am a descendant of the Uchiha clan? Itachi's heart was filled with questions and unease. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. No, I can't just sit here and wait. Itachi suddenly sat up, determination gleaming in his eyes. I must uncover the truth. He got up and approached his desk, lighting an oil lamp. The dim light illuminated a series of scrolls on the desk, all containing the Uchiha clan's secret techniques and historical records. Itachi picked up one of the scrolls and began to read it carefully. As time passed, his brows tightened further. Indeed. He put down the scroll in his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Things were far more complex than he had imagined. Just then a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Itachi's heart raced, and he quickly extinguished the oil lamp, then quietly approached the door, peeking through the crack. He saw a figure dressed in black, wearing a mask, standing outside his room, wielding a sharp kunai, the moonlight casting a cold glimmer. Who are you? Itachi was startled, gripping his kunai tightly. He held his breath, his muscles tense like a leopard poised to pounce. He couldn't see the person's face outside the door, only a pair of cold eyes glimmering with a chilling light in the moonlight. It was a gaze devoid of emotion, as if Itachi were merely a target rather than a living being. Who sent you? Itachi asked in a low voice, his right hand subtly tightening around the kunai's handle. However, the figure did not answer, merely letting out a cold laugh before violently kicking open the door. Wood splintered everywhere. Itachi was prepared, executing a nimble backflip to evade the attack while throwing his kunai at the intruder. The kunai sliced through the air with a sharp sound, but the figure did not dodge, merely tilting slightly to let the kunai pass by his ear. In an instant the figure closed in with astonishing speed, the cold light flashing in his hand as the kunai aimed straight for Itachi's throat. Itachi's heart raced. This person's speed and strength far surpassed that of an average chunin, even rivaling that of a jonin. Not daring to delay, he immediately unleashed the family's secret martial arts, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, engaging in a fierce battle. The room was filled with flashes of blades and shadows, and every collision sparked blinding sparks. Utilizing his prior knowledge of the Naruto storyline and his innate combat talent, Itachi surprisingly managed to hold his own against the mysterious figure. Who are you? Itachi seized an opportunity to ask again, but the figure remained silent, attacking with increasing ferocity, each strike aiming for vital points. Itachi's anger flared. This was clearly an attempt to kill him. He no longer held back, his Sharingan spinning rapidly in his eyes as he tried to discern the figure's vulnerabilities. However, the figure's movements were as swift as lightning and his techniques were unpredictable, leaving Itachi unable to find any openings. After a prolonged battle, Itachi gradually became exhausted while the figure seemed to recognize the need to disengage. Seizing an opening, he kicked Itachi in the chest, causing him to stagger back, then shattered the window and disappeared into the vast night. Damn it! Itachi clutched his chest, coughing violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to reach the window, gazing at the empty street filled with confusion and anger. Who wanted to kill me? Was it Danzō? Or? Itachi's mind raced with names, yet he could not determine the identity of his assailant. He returned to his room, igniting the oil lamp to meticulously inspect, discovering no clues left behind aside from the signs of a struggle. It seems the enemy came prepared. Itachi's brow furrowed tightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This attack made him realize that his current situation was even more perilous than he had imagined. He must uncover the truth quickly, otherwise he would forever live in the shadows. At that moment he suddenly noticed a piece of paper seemingly pressed beneath a scroll on his desk. He walked over, picked up the note, and in the dim light read a line that said, "To know the truth, come to the Nanha Shrine." Itachi's pupils constricted. The Nanha Shrine was a forbidden area for the Uchiha clan, said to harbor the clan's greatest secrets. What could it mean for someone to leave such a note? Itachi held the note that read, "If you want to know the truth, come to the Nain Shrine." His brow furrowed in concentration. The Nain Shrine, a forbidden place guarded by the Uchiha clan for generations, was rumored to conceal the secret to unlocking the final form of the Sharingan. Could it be that my attacker wants to use me to uncover the shrine's secrets? Itachi thought to himself, a feeling of being used surged within him, filling him with displeasure. Damn it, whoever it is they want, use me. A cold glint flashed in Itachi's eyes. Since they wanted him to go to the Nain Shrine, he was determined to find out who was pulling the strings. He knew that the Nain Shrine was heavily guarded, and ordinary clan members could hardly approach it. But who was he? A distinguished traveler, how could such a trivial matter stump him? In his past life as a seasoned fan of Naruto, he was well acquainted with the secret techniques of the Uchiha clan. In the dead of night, Itachi quietly slipped out of his room, utilizing the clan's secret stealth technique to evade the patrolling clan members, and silently arrived at the outskirts of the Nain Shrine. The towering torii gate, ancient stone lanterns, and the solemn atmosphere in the air all made Itachi feel an invisible pressure. Is this the Nain Shrine? Truly extraordinary. Itachi took a deep breath, lowered his posture, and moved like a phantom through the trees. With the memories of his past life, Itachi avoided all visible and hidden sentries and finally reached deep inside the shrine. In an open area, a massive stone tablet stood there, appearing particularly mysterious under the moonlight. This is it. Itachi's heart leaped with joy as he quickly walked up to the stone tablet, carefully observing it in the faint moonlight. The stone tablet was inscribed with a dense array of ancient characters. Itachi did not recognize a single word, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if these characters held some kind of powerful force. Sharingan, activate! Itachi activated his Sharingan, attempting to decipher the secrets of the stone tablet. With the flow of chakra, the characters on the tablet seemed to come alive, dancing before his eyes as if trying to convey something to him. So that's how it is. Itachi's breath quickened as he finally understood the meaning of these characters and revealed the secret of the final form of the Sharingan. Ha ha, truly divine assistance! Itachi couldn't help but burst into laughter, filled with excitement and exhilaration. With this secret in hand, he could become the strongest existence in the ninja world, no longer fearing any threats. What are you so happy about? A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind Itachi like a whisper from the depths of hell, causing his hair to stand on end. Itachi swiftly turned around, only to see a figure shrouded in a black robe had appeared behind him, with icy eyes glinting ominously in the darkness, reminiscent of a venomous snake that sent chills down his spine. Is it you? Itachi's pupils constricted as he recognized the person before him, the mysterious individual who had attacked him earlier. We meet again, Itachi. Who are you? Itachi demanded, his voice edged with tension. The robed figure did not answer his question but merely smiled coldly, saying, I am here for the same purpose as you, it's all for that. Saying this, he pointed at the stone tablet behind Itachi. You wish to obtain the secret inscribed on the tablet. Itachi's heart raced. He had already learned from the tablet that only those with a special bloodline could unlock the final form of the Sharingan. Could it be? Are you also a member of the Uchiha clan? Itachi looked in disbelief at the robed figure before him. He had never seen this person, and the aura was completely unfamiliar, not resembling that of a clan member at all. The robed figure did not deny it, but slowly removed his hood, revealing his true face. It was a face that bore some resemblance to Itachi's but was more mature and colder. Long time no see, brother. Itachi's mind went blank. He even forgot to breathe, staring dazedly at this man who resembled him. Shursui, a name that existed only in family rumors and occasionally mentioned by his father, now stood before him, so vividly claiming to be his brother. You really are brother Shursui? Itachi's voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief and a glimmer of hope. Shursui looked at Itachi, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He reached out as if to stroke Itachi's head but halted midway, forcing a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Itachi, for making you bear all this alone over the years. I did not intend to hide it from you. Itachi shook his head, forcing himself to calm down, and asked, Brother, what is going on? You are not. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Shursui completed Itachi's unspoken words, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. That was merely a ruse, a deception to protect myself and to protect you. Shursui walked to the stone tablet, gazing deeply at the ancient characters inscribed upon it, and slowly said, Itachi, you should already know that this tablet records the secret to unlocking the final form of the Sharingan. And I have been searching for a way to unlock it for these years, yet I have never been able to find the answer. He turned around, his gaze fixed on Itachi, and said, I believe you are the key to unlocking this secret, Itachi. If we brothers join forces, we can surely unravel the secrets of the tablet, and change the fate of the Uchiha clan and even the entire ninja world. Itachi looked into Shijui's determined eyes and a storm of emotions surged within him. He had thought he understood enough about the family's secrets, yet he found that the truth was far more complex and brutal than he had imagined. Brother, why are you telling me all this? Itachi asked, staring intently into Shijui's eyes, hoping to find the answer within them. Shui remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, Because I need your help, Itachi. I cannot fight against those enemies lurking in the shadows alone. Only by us brothers joining forces can we protect the Uchiha clan and safeguard what we wish to protect. Enemies. Who are they? Itachi pressed, keenly sensing the implications in Shijui's words. A glint of cold light flashed in Shijui's eyes as he spoke coldly. It's Danzō, its root, the schemers who seek to control Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi's heart sank heavily. He recalled the rumors his father had once mentioned, the irreconcilable conflicts between the Konoha higher-ups and the Uchiha clan, the bloodshed and darkness buried in the dust of history. Brother, what do you intend to do? Itachi asked. His voice was unusually calm, but deep inside a tempest of emotions had already risen. Shui took a deep breath and said solemnly, I want to expose their schemes to Konoha and the entire ninja world. I want those sacrificed clan members and the deceived masses to understand the truth. Itachi looked at Shui, seeing determination, fury, and a deep sadness in his eyes. He understood what Shijui's choice meant. Brother, Itachi wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Itachi, I know what you are worried about. Shui interrupted Itachi's words, stepping in front of him and patting his shoulder, saying, You don't need to decide right now, think it over. I believe you will make the right choice. After finishing his words, Shui turned and walked towards the shrine's exit, his silhouette appearing especially desolate and lonely under the moonlight. Wait, brother. Itachi suddenly called out, watching Shijui's back as his gaze gradually grew resolute. I will go with you. Shui stopped, turned to look at Itachi, and a smile of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. Just like my brother. Just then a chilling voice suddenly echoed from all directions, as eerie as a ghost. He's such a moving display of brotherly love, but unfortunately you won't have the chance. Accompanied by this cold laughter, dozens of figures cloaked in black emerged from the darkness surrounding Itachi and Shui. These figures wielded sharp shuriken, their faces bearing a cold, murderous intent, clearly trained assassins. Who are you? Why are you blocking us? Itachi looked at these intruders with a hint of caution in his eyes. Little brat, you are not worthy of knowing our identities. One of the cloaked figures sneered and said, Just come along with us, someone wants to see you. If you want to take my brother away, you must first ask my blade if it agrees. Shui shielded Itachi behind him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he slowly drew the short blade from his back, the blade gleaming with a chilling light. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Shijui's figure moved like a streak of black lightning, weaving through the black-clad assailants. The crimson Sharingan appeared particularly otherworldly under the moonlight, as if it could see through all attacks. Every swing of the short blade brought forth a gust of blood, accompanied by the painful grunts of the black-clad figures as they fell. Damn it! How can this little brat be so fast? One of the black-clad figures clutched his injured arm, cursing fiercely. Itachi also activated his Sharingan, but being still young, his chakra was limited and he could barely keep up with the movements of the black-clad figures, let alone attack as effortlessly as Shui. Itachi, don't get caught up in a fight, look for an opportunity to break through. Shui called out to Itachi while fending off the attacks of the black-clad figures. But brother, you. Itachi anxiously watched Shui being besieged by the black-clad figures, worry filling his heart. Don't worry about me, I have my ways to escape. Shui growled, the short blade in his hand transforming into a flurry of afterimages, forcing the surrounding black-clad figures back. Shui knew that fighting Heiden would only lead to mutual destruction. He had to escape from the current predicament quickly. He seized a gap, his figure flashing, and instantly appeared beside Itachi, grabbing his arm and urgently commanding, Come with me. With that, Shui took Itachi and activated the body flicker technique, darting like a streak of black light toward the shrine's perimeter. Want to run? Not so easy. The leader of the black-clad figures saw this, and roared, his figure like a ghost swiftly pursuing, moving with speed that was not inferior to Shui. Damn it! Shui cursed inwardly, realizing he had been entangled. Itachi, go ahead, I'll hold him off. Shui suddenly pushed Itachi away and turned to confront the leader of the black-clad figures. Brother! Itachi stumbled forward from the push, nearly falling to the ground. He turned back to see Shui entangled with the leader of the black-clad figures, his heart filled with anxiety. Hurry and go. Don't look back. Shui shouted fiercely, his crimson Sharingan fixed intently on the leader of the black-clad figures, his eyes filled with determination. Itachi gritted his teeth. He knew this was not the time to be stubborn. If he stayed, he would only become a burden to his brother. He took a deep look at Shui and turned to run into the distance. Want to leave? In your dreams? The leader of the black-clad figure sneered and was about to pursue when he was blocked by Shui. Your opponent is me. Shui growled, his chakra erupting like a raging wind sweeping the surroundings. If you don't know when to give up. The leader of the black-clad figure sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he suddenly struck out with a palm. A powerful force surged toward Shui. Shui did not dare to slacken, quickly raising his blade to defend. With a loud bang, Shui was knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Brother! In the distance, Itachi heard the loud noise and his heart sank. He couldn't help but stop, turning back to see Shui being sent flying. Damn it! Itachi wanted to rush back without thinking, but was stopped by a cold voice. Little brat, you better come with me obediently or else. A black-clad figure blocked Itachi's path, the glinting shuriken pressed against his neck, his tone filled with menace. Itachi's heart sank to the bottom. He knew he had no way to escape now. He slowly turned around, his crimson Sharingan fiercely fixed on the enemy before him, his eyes filled with the fire of hatred. Hee, what a fearful gaze. Too bad you're just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered right now. The black-clad figure looked at Itachi with amusement instead of fear. Just then an unexpected change occurred. A mysterious force erupted from Itachi's body and the crimson Sharingan spun wildly, finally settling into a bizarre three-dimensional pattern. The surrounding air seemed to freeze and a violent wave of chakra surged forth like a tsunami, flinging the nearby cloaked figures away. The leader of the cloaked figures felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. He had never encountered such powerful ocular prowess, as if it were a gaze from the depths of hell. Itachi slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes devoid of any emotion, radiating only a chilling murderous intent. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan awakened in the midst of extreme anger and sorrow, granting him power beyond that of ordinary men, but also dragging him into endless darkness. Brother! Itachi whispered softly, the image of Shizui's injury flashing repeatedly in his mind, igniting the raging fire of anger within him. Retreat! The leader of the cloaked figures decisively commanded, realizing that the boy before him was no longer someone they could handle. However, Itachi would not allow them to escape so easily. Tsukuyomi! The crimson ocular power transformed into an invisible vortex, engulfing the leader of the cloaked figures. In the next moment, the leader found himself in a blood-red space with piles of corpses beneath his feet, and the air thick with the nauseating smell of blood. What kind of hell is this? The leader of the cloaked figures looked around in terror, only to find himself unable to move. Welcome to my world, feel the endless pain. Itachi's cold voice echoed in the space like the pronouncement of death. Time lost its meaning in its Tsukuyomi space as the leader endured countless deaths, each accompanied by unimaginable agony. His will was shattered time and again, yet restored only to be tortured once more. Stop. Please. Kill me. The leader's voice was hoarse and desperate. He had completely broken down, wanting only to escape this hell. Death is too easy for you. Itachi's icy voice was like that of a being from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. After an unknown amount of time, the Tsukuyomi space finally dissipated. The leader collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow and lifeless, his spirit utterly crushed, turned into a living corpse. Itachi withdrew his gaze and turned to fly towards the shrine with only one thought in his mind: to find Shui. Inside the shrine, Shui was struck in the chest by the leader of the cloaked figures, flying back and crashing into a thick wooden pillar. He struggled to stand but found that his bones were shattered and even breathing had become incredibly difficult. Cough, cough. Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision fading in and out. What a tenacious guy. The leader of the cloaked figures slowly approached, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. But your struggles end here. Is that so? A cold voice suddenly rang out. The leader of the cloaked figures turned around sharply to see Itachi standing not far away, his crimson Sharingan emanating a chilling murderous intent. You! How is this possible? The leader of the cloaked figures widened his eyes in terror. He clearly thought. What did you do to my brother? Itachi's voice was like that from the depths of hell, making one shiver. Before the leader could respond, Itachi had already launched his attack. In an instant he appeared before the leader, his kunai transforming into a beam of cold light aimed straight at the opponent's throat. Stop! Stop! The leader of the cloaked figures tried to evade in terror but found his body seemingly frozen in place, unable to move. Die! The kunai sliced through the air, trailing a blinding cold light. The kunai pierced through the leader's throat without a moment's hesitation, swiftly and cleanly, as if slicing through a block of tofu. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe that this boy possessed such immense power. He futilely opened his mouth, only able to emit wheezing sounds before finally collapsing weakly. Itachi did not even glance at him, his crimson Sharingan showing no signs of emotion, as if he had merely crushed an ant. He quickly ran to Shizui's side, anxiously checking Shizui's injuries. Shizui's chest was deeply concave, blood staining his clothing, his breathing so weak it was barely detectable. Shui. Itachi's voice trembled as he formed hand seals, a glowing green chakra enveloping Shui. Although the medical ninjutsu could not fully heal Shizui's injuries, it at least stabilized his vital signs. Shui slowly opened his eyes, seeing Itachi's anxious face, and managed to force a smile. Itachi. You came. Don't speak, Shui, I will take you back for treatment right away. Itachi said as he prepared to lift Shui. It's useless. Cough cough. Shui grasped Itachi's hand weakly, saying, I know my injuries. Itachi, I don't have much time left. Itachi's body trembled, tears brimming in his eyes. He struggled to suppress the pain in his heart, and asked, Who hurt you like this? It was Danzō. Shui took a deep breath, speaking in a fragmented manner. I had long suspected. He has been plotting something in the dark. Cough cough. He wants to take my eyes. Don't let him. Itachi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, and his crimson Sharingan flickered with a dangerous light. Danzō. Itachi. Promise me. Shui gripped Itachi's hand with all his might. You must protect the village. Do not let hatred blind your eyes. Saying this, Shui took out a small box stained with blood from his pocket and handed it to Itachi. This is my left eye. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands. I hope you can use it to protect the peace of the village. Itachi trembled as he took the box, tears finally slipping down his cheeks. He understood this was Shizui's final wish, a hope bought with his life. Shui gazed at Itachi, his eyes gradually losing focus, yet his lips still held a trace of a comforting smile. Itachi, I believe in you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shizui's hand fell limply, and he closed his eyes forever. Shui. Itachi held Shizui's lifeless body, tears silently streaming down his crimson Sharingan appearing even more eerie, as if burning with endless rage and sorrow. Under the night sky, the ruins of the shrine lay in complete silence, only the rustling of leaves and the wind mourned for the lost lives. Itachi knelt there for a long time, holding Shizui's body motionless. The words of Shui echoed in his mind, filling him with pain and confusion. Protect the village. Do not let hatred blind your eyes. Itachi looked up at the pitch-black night sky, the stars reflecting in his crimson Sharingan. He did not know what he should do to protect the peace that Shui had earned with his life. Suddenly, hurried footsteps from afar shattered the night's tranquility. Itachi stood alert, gently placing Shizui's body on the ground, then turned to face the newcomer. The newcomers were several masked Anbu ninjas dressed in black tight-fitting clothing, wielding sharp ninja blades exuding an icy, murderous aura. Uchiha Itachi, you are suspected of murdering Uchiha Shui. Come with us, said the leading Anbu ninja coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. Itachi looked at these Anbu ninjas, his crimson Sharingan narrowing slightly. He knew these people were sent by Danzō, and their goal was not to investigate the truth but to silence him. If you want to take me, let's see if you have the ability to do so, Itachi said coldly, his eyes flashing with icy, murderous intent. Get ready. With the leader's command, several Anbu ninjas simultaneously drew their ninja blades and charged towards Itachi. Itachi let out a cold laugh, his figure flickering and vanishing from the spot. Itachi's figure darted through the night like a ghost, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, capturing every movement of the Anbu. He was small in stature but exceptionally agile, always managing to evade deadly attacks at the last moment. Ha! One Anbu ninja roared, swinging his kunai towards Itachi. Itachi sidestepped his kunai, striking out like a venomous snake, precisely hitting the opponent's throat. Too slow, Itachi said coldly, his crimson Sharingan showing no fluctuation. He threw several explosive tags and a deafening explosion echoed in the night sky. Taking advantage of the smoke from the explosion, Itachi quickly approached another Anbu ninja, his kunai slicing through the air, pinning the opponent to the ground. Damn! This little brat! One Anbu ninja gritted his teeth, his eyes full of caution. Don't let your guard down, attack together! The leading Anbu ninja shouted, and several of them began forming hand seals, various ninjutsu launching towards Itachi like a torrential downpour. Itachi dared not take it heed and could only keep dodging. He knew that with his current strength he was not enough to contend against so many experienced Anbu ninjas. I must end this quickly, Itachi thought to himself. His eyes glimmered with cold light as he quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Fire-style Great Fireball technique! A massive fireball erupted from Itachi's mouth, forcing back several Anbu ninjas. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Itachi formed seals again, preparing to cast an illusion technique. Want to escape? Not so easy. The leading Anbu ninja saw through Itachi's intentions, swiftly forming hand seals and shouting, "Earth-style Earth Spear Jutsu!" The ground shook violently and sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, sealing off all of Itachi's escape routes. This is bad, Itachi thought, realizing the danger and bracing himself for a confrontation. He quickly formed hand seals, shouting, "Sharingan Jinjutsu Tsukuyami!" In his crimson Sharingan, the three tomos spun rapidly, releasing a powerful spiritual force that enveloped the surrounding Anbu ninjas. What is this? The Anbu ninjas felt their vision blur and fell into a blood-red world. In this realm, time and space lost all meaning, only endless pain and despair remained. They seemed to be in hell, engulfed in flames, pierced by blades, but unable to escape, unable to free themselves. Ah! The Anbu ninjas cried out in agony, clutching their heads and writhing on the ground. Itachi ignored the Anbu ninjas trapped in the illusion, using the opportunity to turn and vanish into the night like a flash of black lightning. He did not know how long he had been running nor where he was. All he knew was that he had to find a safe place as soon as possible to evade the Anbu's pursuit. At this moment he suddenly felt a powerful chakra fluctuation coming from afar, sending a shock through his heart. Who is it? Itachi thought to himself as he quickly hid behind a large tree, vigilantly observing his surroundings. In the distance, a figure clad in a black cloak slowly approached, each step seeming to tread upon Itachi's heart, bringing a breathless sense of pressure. Could it be Danzō? Itachi's heart tightened as he gripped the kunai tightly. The cloaked figure drew closer, the overwhelming chakra pressure almost suffocating Itachi, as if his body were gripped by an invisible hand, making even breathing difficult. He struggled to remain calm, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, attempting to see through the person's true identity. However, the cloak seemed like a bottomless pit, swallowing all of Itachi's vision and preventing him from gleaning any information. Could it be that Danzō is chasing me? Itachi speculated, feeling cold sweat on his palms. The cloaked figure stopped just a few steps away from Itachi, slowly removing the hood. An elderly yet dignified face appeared before Itachi, and those deep-set eyes seemed to see through everything in the world. Third Hokage. Itachi's heart surged with waves of shock. He never expected the highest leader of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to appear here. Itachi, what are you doing here so late? The third Hokage asked gravely, his sharp gaze scanning Itachi as if to see through him. Itachi's mind raced as he realized this was an opportunity to escape his predicament. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. Hokage-sama. Itachi paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then continued. I discovered some secret actions of the Anbu. They want to kill and silence people, and I had to escape. Secret actions? The third Hokage's brows furrowed tightly. What exactly is happening? Itachi recounted how he discovered the Anbu secretly gathering outside the village, how he tracked them here, and how he was discovered and pursued by the Anbu in detail. Of course, he cleverly concealed the fact that he had infiltrated the Nanga shrine and activated his Sharingan. He only mentioned that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the Anbu's actions and hinted that they might be engaging in activities against the village's interests. Who sent you? The third Hokage pressed his tone, harboring a hint of barely concealed anger. Itachi lowered his head, remaining silent. He knew that if he spoke Danzō's name, it would mean directly tearing apart the relationship with the Root Organization. With his current strength, he was simply unable to contend with the Root Organization. Was it Danzō? The third Hokage's voice was deep and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of his throat. Itachi jerked his head up, looking at the third Hokage in surprise. He did not expect the third Hokage to be so perceptive, deducing the mastermind behind the scenes merely from his few words. Hokage-sama. Itachi wanted to explain but did not know what to say. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling Itachi to stop. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and released a dense cloud of smoke, obscuring his features and making it difficult to discern his expression. Itachi. After a long pause, the third Hokage spoke again, his tone filled with exhaustion and helplessness. I know you are very talented, but some matters are beyond your scope. Itachi remained silent, knowing what the third Hokage meant. The dark side of Konoha was far deeper than he had imagined, and with his current strength, he was unable to shake it. Go back, Itachi. The third Hokage patted Itachi's shoulder. I will handle this matter. Itachi opened his mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing. He glanced deeply at the third Hokage, then turned and vanished into the night. The third Hokage watched Itachi's departing figure, his eyes filled with a complex expression. He certainly knew that Itachi had concealed part of the truth, but he did not expose him. Danzō, what exactly are you trying to do? The third Hokage murmured softly, his tone filled with worry and confusion. Itachi ran wildly until he was sure that no one was tailing him, then stopped, leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath. Tonight's encounter made him deeply aware of his own weakness and the darkness hidden within Konoha. It seems I still have a long way to go. Itachi looked up at the pitch-black night sky, a determined light flickering in his eyes. He had to become strong enough to protect everything he wished to safeguard. Suddenly a faint sound of footsteps came from not far away, startling Itachi, who quickly entered a defensive stance. "Who is it?" Itachi asked in a low voice. A petite figure stepped out from the woods, moonlight cascading upon her, illuminating a delicate face. It was none other than the genius girl of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumi. "Itachi, brother, what are you doing here?" Izumi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Itachi rushing towards him. Itachi looked at the innocent and carefree girl before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He did not know how to explain the events of the night to Izumi, nor how to face her. Itachi began to speak, but suddenly felt a powerful killing intent coming from behind Izumi. His pupils constricted as he shouted loudly, "Izumi, be careful!" Itachi knelt on the cold damp earth, the blood of Quan soaking his pant leg, the vivid red appearing particularly striking under the moonlight. His trembling hands gently laid Quan's body flat, her once vibrant face now pale like winter snow. "Quan!" Itachi's voice was hoarse, a low growl akin to that of a wounded beast. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, the crimson Sharingan swirling wildly in its sockets, trying to capture any trace of the fleeing assailant. Yet apart from the swaying shadows of the trees and the cold night breeze, he found nothing. Itachi took a deep breath, striving to suppress the surging waves of sorrow and rage within him. He reached out a trembling hand to check Quan's breath, the cold sensation piercing his heart like a blade. "No. It can't be," Itachi murmured to himself, unwilling to accept the grim reality before him. He lifted Quan's clothing, revealing a gruesome wound glaringly visible on her chest, the blood already congealed, staining the surrounding fabric. "Damn it!" Itachi slammed his fist into the ground, letting out a roar of fury. He vowed that whoever was responsible would pay the price. Once he calmed down, Itachi began to meticulously examine Quan's wound and the surrounding environment. He discovered that the attacker had acted swiftly and cleanly, leaving no trace behind. Apart from the scattered concealed weapons around Quan, only a faint metallic smell of blood and a peculiar fragrance lingered in the air. It was a scent Itachi had never encountered before, unfamiliar and dangerous. Danzō. A name flashed through Itachi's mind. He recalled the words of the third Hokage and the greedy, lustful gaze Danzō had cast upon Quan. Itachi was almost certain that Danzō was behind this. But why would he do this? Was it merely to obtain the Sharingan? No, it was likely not that simple. A sudden ominous premonition rose within Itachi as he remembered the recent unusual actions of the clan elders and the rumors targeting the Uchiha clan circulating through the village. Could it be? Itachi dared not think further. He picked up Quan's cold body and vanished into the night. He had to uncover the truth quickly, or the Uchiha clan might face total annihilation. The night was as dark as ink, the base of the root organization hidden deep beneath Konoha village, shrouded in darkness and humidity, permeated by a nauseating stench of blood. Itachi stealthily infiltrated the base, avoiding patrolling Anbu ninjas. Relying on his familiarity with the structure of the root organization, he smoothly arrived at the entrance of Danzō's secret chamber. "Lord Danzō, the task has been completed." A deep voice emerged from the chamber. "Excellent." Danzō's voice sounded somewhat hoarse but couldn't hide a hint of smugness. That little girl was indeed a nuisance, but fortunately I was prepared. "But want this." "Be quiet," Danzō snapped. "Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. As long as we can obtain the Sharingan, sacrificing a little Uchiha girl means nothing." Itachi hid in the shadows, clenching his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. He restrained the urge to burst in and kill Danzō, continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation. "I have arranged for personnel to make Quan's death appear as an accident. Even if Uchiha Itachi suspects something, he will find no evidence. As for the Uchiha clan," Danzō sneered, "I have already planted the seeds of hatred within them. Once I add fuel to the fire, they will self-destruct." "Lord Danzō is brilliant." Itachi's pupils constricted sharply. He finally understood Danzō's true intentions. He actually wanted to. Suddenly the door of the chamber swung open and a short figure emerged, unmistakably Danzō's right-hand man, Yamanaka Kurigane. "Who goes there?" Yamanaka Kurigane seemed to sense something, abruptly turning around, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Itachi silently cursed his luck he hadn't had time to evade before Kurigane spotted him. "Uchiha Itachi." Yamanaka Kurigane's voice was filled with surprise and wariness. "What are you doing here?" Itachi said nothing, merely gazing coldly at Yamanaka Kurigane, the crimson Sharingan flickering with a chilling light in the darkness like a messenger from hell. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, a battle on the brink of eruption. Itachi ignored Kurigane's question, his Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing every movement Kurigane made. He had long been aware of the abilities of the Yamanaka clan and understood that Kurigane, a ruthless individual, would never let him off easily. Stop pretending, Kurigane. Itachi's voice was icy. Did you do something to Quan? Yamanaka Kurigane was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Itachi to be so direct. But he quickly regained his composure, a hint of mockery in his tone. I don't know what you're talking about. Uchiha brat, this is not a place for you, get out. I'm still stubborn until the end. A flash of cold light flickered in Itachi's eyes as he transformed into a blur, instantly appearing before Kurigane, delivering a swift knife hand strike toward his neck. Kurigane had long been prepared. He slightly tilted his body, dodging Itachi's attack while forming hand seals with both hands, shouting, Parasitic insect, insect wall. Countless black poisonous insects surged from his sleeves, forming a thick wall of insects blocking Itachi's path. These poisonous insects were extremely toxic. Even a slight touch would cause complete paralysis, leaving one at the mercy of others. But Itachi was fully aware of Kurigane's techniques. He chuckled coldly as his Sharingan spun again, unleashing a powerful mental force that instantly blew away all the surrounding poisonous insects. What? Kurigane was astonished, not expecting Itachi's mental strength to be so formidable, capable of easily breaking his insect technique. Do you think I am still the same Uchiha Itachi as before? A glint of cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes as he disappeared again, reappearing behind Kurigane. Genjutsu, Narakazai. Kurigane felt a flash before his eyes and then found himself trapped in a blood-red illusion. He saw countless poisonous insects surging toward him, devouring him completely, while Itachi's icy voice echoed in his ears. This is the fate of betraying the Uchiha. No. This isn't real. Kurigane struggled within the illusion but could not escape. Just as Itachi was about to deliver a fatal blow to Kurigane, an old ominous voice suddenly rang out. Stop, Itachi! Itachi abruptly turned around, seeing Danzō walking out of the chamber leaning on his cane. His single eye glimmered with a chilling light, a strange smile gracing his face. Lord Danzō! Kurigane exclaimed upon seeing Danzō. As if seizing a lifeline, he hurriedly called out. Save me! Danzō ignored Kurigane and shifted his gaze to Itachi, a hint of persuasion in his tone. Itachi, you should know that the Uchiha clan is standing at the edge of a cliff. Only I can save you all. Itachi said nothing, merely looking coldly at Danzō, his eyes filled with vigilance and suspicion. He knew Danzō had always harbored ill intentions toward the Uchiha, and that his sudden appearance definitely wasn't for their benefit. I know what you're thinking. Danzō seemed to read Itachi's mind, continuing. Do you think Quan's death was my doing? You're wrong. The true culprits are the higher-ups of Konoha. They have long harbored suspicions against the Uchiha, and want to eliminate you completely. What are you saying? Itachi's heart shook, a surge of fury rising within him. I know you don't believe me. Danzō chuckled coldly. But this is the truth. They have already devised plans to strike against the Uchiha clan in the near future. Do you think your father and the clan's compromises could bring peace? They are too naive. You're talking nonsense. Itachi roared, but a storm surged within him. Danzō's words shattered the last sliver of hope in his heart. He recalled the recent unusual actions of the clan elders, the rumors targeting the Uchiha circulating in the village, and the meaningful gaze of the third Hokage. Could it be that all of this was true? Itachi, you're a smart kid. Danzō's voice was like a devil's whisper echoing in Itachi's ear. You should know how to choose. Will you continue to believe those hypocritical lies, or join me and together overthrow this decaying Konoha? Itachi clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, blood flowing through his fingers. He stared at Danzō before him, then at Kurigane, who was struggling in pain on the ground, his heart plunged into an unprecedented conflict. He didn't know whom to trust, nor did he know how to protect everything he cherished. Itachi coldly stared at Danzō, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as if trying to see through the deepest secrets of his heart. You say that the higher-ups of Konoha want to strike against the Uchiha clan. Where is your evidence? Expecting me to believe you on empty words is too naive. Danzō smiled coldly as if he had anticipated Itachi's response. Do you think I would come to you unprepared? Tomorrow night at the secret chamber beneath Hokage Rock you will see for yourself. The secret chamber beneath Hokage Rock. Itachi repeated softly, knowing it was Konoha's most tightly guarded secret place, heavily fortified. Even he couldn't easily infiltrate. What's the matter, scared? Danzō provocatively looked at Itachi. Or have you already come to believe those hypocritical lies, preparing to walk toward destruction with your clan? I will verify it myself. Itachi replied coldly, not letting Danzō provoke him. But if I find out you're lying to me, I will make you pay the price. After saying this, Itachi turned to leave but was stopped by Danzō. Wait, Itachi. Danzō's tone carried a hint of amusement. Don't forget you're now at odds with all of Konoha. If you choose to believe me, I can guarantee the safety of you and your brother. Itachi paused, not turning back, only coldly replying. I will protect my brother myself. Danzō watched Itachi's departing figure, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew Itachi would indeed verify the truth and that he would hear those unsettling revelations. The following night, as darkness fell, the entire Konoha village was enveloped in a tranquil shroud of night. Itachi, clad in black stealth attire, silently traversed the quiet streets heading toward Hokage Rock. He evaded all patrolling Anbu ninjas, using his powerful sensory abilities and exquisite genjutsu to finally arrive at the entrance of the secret chamber beneath Hokage Rock. At the entrance of the chamber stood 2 Anbu ninjas. Itachi did not alert them but instead used genjutsu to stealthily slip into the interior of the chamber. Inside the chamber the lights were bright, and several high-ranking officials of Konoha were gathered around a round table whispering about something. Itachi found a hidden corner to hide, holding his breath as he listened intently to their conversation. The Uchiha clan is becoming increasingly arrogant. If this continues, they will surely become a disaster for Konoha, spoke an elderly man with graying hair, his tone filled with anger and apprehension. Exactly, their Sharingan is far too dangerous. We can no longer sit idly by. Another middle-aged ninja agreed. But the Uchiha clan is one of the founding families of Konoha. Do we really have to go that far? A stout ninja hesitantly interjected. Soft-heartedness. The elderly man rebuked angrily. If we allow them to develop unchecked, Konoha will inevitably be destroyed by them. We must act decisively and eliminate them completely before they fully grow. But what about Itachi? The stout ninja asked worriedly. He is our pawn within the Uchiha clan. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. As long as we can eradicate the Uchiha clan, sacrificing one Itachi is of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Itachi's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood trickling down his fingers. He could hardly believe that the village he had loyally protected all along would want to exterminate his own kin, even sacrificing him there. Pawn! Anger, sorrow, despair. A torrent of negative emotions surged within him, nearly drowning him. The beliefs he had steadfastly upheld collapsed in that moment, as if the entire world had turned a shade of gray. Ha! Itachi could no longer suppress the raging fury within his heart. Those words pierced his chest like sharpened daggers, tearing mercilessly at his soul. He surged to his feet, overturning the nearby scroll rack with a thunderous crash. The sudden violent sound startled the Konoha elders seated around the conference table, who instantly turned their heads toward its source. Who goes there? Barked the elderly man with silver-streaked hair, his eyes flashing cold, lethal light. Itachi ignored their demands. He ripped off his Anbu mask, revealing a youthful face twisted by seething wrath. Itachi! Several elders recognized him at once, their faces flooding with shock. You damned bastards! He ground his teeth, voice thick with anguish and fury. I have bled and fought for this village without hesitation, yet this is how you treat my clan. Itachi, hear me out, pleaded the short, stout shinobi, only to be cut off violently. What more is there to say? Itachi roared, voice raw with betrayal. You intend to eradicate the Uchiha clan, down to the last child, and even I, your designated pawn, am to be discarded. You are nothing but heartless executioners. Without another glance at the stunned elders, he whirled and bolted from the chamber. He sprinted blindly through the night, the words he just heard echoing like thunderclaps in his mind, his grief and rage erupting like a volcano, unstoppable, uncontainable. He could not accept that the village he had served with unwavering loyalty now sought to slaughter his entire kin. Nor could he bear the truth that he had been kept in utter darkness, manipulated as a mere piece on a board, betrayed by those he trusted most. He ran until he had left the Hokage Rock far behind, collapsing at last in a secluded forest grove. Kneeling helplessly, he buried his face in trembling hands as tears streamed silently between his fingers. Itachi! A weathered voice murmured from behind. He jerked upright, to find the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing nearby, his expression etched with sorrow and resignation. Hokage-sama. His voice was hoarse, fractured with confusion and pain. Why? Why would you do this? The third Hokage sighed deeply, stepping forward to rest a hand upon Itachi's shoulder. I know this is unbearable, but things are not as they seem. Not as I see them. Itachi let out a hollow, self-mocking laugh. Could what I heard with my own ears possibly be false? You heard only fragments of truth, the Hokage replied gravely. The reality runs far deeper than you imagine. Deeper? Itachi's laugh turned icy. Is there anything more complex than the annihilation of an entire clan? Itachi, calm yourself, the Hokage said, firmly gripping his shoulder. The Uchiha clan was conspiring rebellion. Their resentment had festered beyond endurance, threatening imminent eruption. Rebellion. Resentment. Itachi stared incredulous. How could that be? We bled for Konoha. We earned glory in countless wars. Why would we rise against it? Because they believed the village owed them restitution, the Hokage said, weary. After the Nine Tails assault, suspicion hardened into surveillance, then into ostracism, even suppression. That bred deep bitter fury. For that. Itachi whispered, disbelief raw in his voice. Is that truly reason enough to rebel? Itachi, you still do not understand. The Hokage sighed. Power and hatred blind even the wisest eyes, twisting judgment beyond reason. So you chose extermination. Itachi shot to his feet, pointing a shaking finger at the Hokage. Is this your solution? The third Hokage fell silent, unable to deny the truth. This decision had been made by Konoha's highest council. Itachi. The Hokage lifted his gaze, meeting Itachi's eyes with solemn sincerity. I know this shatters you, but believe me, every choice I made was for the village, for Konoha's future. For the village. Itachi's laugh was brittle, scathing. And what of my kin? Are their lives worth less? Itachi. Enough. He turned his back on the Hokage, voice glacial, devoid of warmth. I will not allow you to harm my clan, not ever. Itachi, you, if you truly wish me well, withdraw from this matter entirely. Itachi said, tone utterly void of emotion. Otherwise, do not blame me when I sever all ties. With that he vanished into the forest's depths, leaving the third Hokage standing alone, his face heavy with helplessness and dread. Beneath the starless night, Itachi moved like a shadow through the trees, his heart torn between irreconcilable loyalties. He could not watch his kin perish, yet neither could he betray the village he had sworn to protect. What should I do? He murmured, voice trembling with desolation and despair. Then, a colossal surge of chakra erupted in the distance. Itachi froze, head snapping upward toward its origin. Who is there? He darted through the undergrowth, the oppressive wave of chakra pressing down on him like a mountain of dread. The air reeked of blood, and faintly of charred flesh, deepening his foreboding. At last he found its source, an open clearing at the edge of the Uchiha compound. There stood a masked figure wearing a swirling spiral helm bathed in firelight, his crimson Sharingan gleaming with eerie malevolence through the eye slits. Who are you? Itachi demanded sharply, activating his own Sharingan, the three tomos spinning wildly. Heh. So you are Uchiha, Itachi. Perfect timing, I won't need to hunt you down after all. The masked man chuckled low and mocking. I've come to grant your clan liberation. Liberation? What do you mean? Alarm flared in Itachi's chest, a cold premonition tightening his throat. Haven't you already guessed? The figure's voice dropped to a venomous whisper. Konoha's leadership has moved against your clan. Tonight they die. With a flick of his wrist he hurled a kunai straight at Itachi. Itachi twisted aside, the blade thudded dully into the trunk behind him. Only then did he see it. The masked man's Sharingan bore an impossible spiraling pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Who are you? Itachi snarled, stunned and terrified. The Mangekyo, awakened only through unbearable trauma and soul-shattering despair, was legend incarnate. Who was this man? I am Madara Uchiha. Slowly the figure removed his mask, revealing a ravaged face, his crimson eyes burning with ancient hatred. I watched as the Uchiha were betrayed by Konoha, and abandoned by the world. Now, I shall have my vengeance. Madara Uchiha. Impossible. He perished decades ago. Itachi shook his head, refusing to believe the myth stood before him. Humph. Did you truly think I'd reveal the truth to you? Obito sneered, and struck again. A maelstrom of chakra surged forth. Itachi braced himself, unleashing every technique he possessed. Yet against an opponent wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi's strength proved tragically insufficient. Again and again he was hurled backward, wounds blooming across his body like dark blossoms. Surrender, Itachi. You cannot stop me. Obito loomed over him, voice glacial. The Uchiha have no future, only oblivion awaits them. No, I refuse to believe it. Itachi staggered upright, eyes blazing with defiance and fury. There must be another way, there has to be. Stop dreaming, Itachi. Obito cut him off, his tone laced with pity. Tell me, why did Konoha decide to annihilate your clan? Was it truly only for this so-called rebellion? Let me tell you, the truth is infinitely darker than you dare imagine. With that, Obito drew a scroll from his robes and tossed it at Itachi's feet, smirking. Read it yourself, that is Konoha's secret decree for the Uchiha's eradication. Hands trembling, Itachi unrolled it, and recoiled as if struck. Everything he had believed, everything he had lived for, shattered in an instant. Impossible. This cannot be real. He whispered, eyes wide with shattered certainty. Do you still trust Konoha? Obito's voice slithered into his ear like a serpent's hiss. Itachi raised his gaze, to the man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha, and then down to the chilling scroll in his grasp. His spirit teetered on the precipice of irreversible collapse. He stared at the scroll as though willing it to burn away beneath his furious, unblinking gaze. He could neither believe nor accept that Konoha, The village he loved with his whole being, could order the massacre of his clan. Those childhood companions, those gentle elders, would they truly become cold corpses before dawn? Impossible. This cannot be real, he whispered again, voice cracking under the weight of agony and despair. Obito watched in silence, his scarlet Sharingan glinting ominously from behind the mask. He knew the scroll's revelation was a crushing blow. For a boy of only 7, it was a burden capable of breaking a soul. Yet it was essential to his design to force Itachi to witness the world's rot, to shatter his final illusions, and then draw him irrevocably into his own darkness. Seconds bled into minutes. Itachi's expression shifted, from shock to fury and finally to a terrifying absolute stillness. He lifted his head slowly, fixing Obito with eyes no longer clouded by doubt or fear, but blazing with a resolve that chilled the marrow. "What do you want me to do?" His voice was low, guttural, like gravel dragged from the deepest pit of hell. A faint smile curved Obito's lips. The moment had arrived. "Join me. Together we will forge a world without war, without suffering, where every soul knows true peace." Itachi said nothing, only gazed at Obito as if seeking the truth hidden beneath the mask. "Do you realize this scroll contains only Konoha's version of events?" Obito paused meaningfully. "Have you ever asked why the Uchiha were driven to this brink?" Itachi's brow furrowed. He was no fool, he sensed the weight behind Obito's words. "The truth is, this Konoha's leadership feared the Uchiha's power, and sought to erase us utterly." Obito's voice rose, charged with fervor. "They trembled at our strength, the threat it posed to their rule, so they fabricated lies of rebellion to justify our total annihilation." A tempest raged within Itachi's heart. He could not discern truth from deception, but he knew with absolute certainty that reality was far more intricate than surface appearances suggested. "How do you intend to build this world you describe?" Itachi asked, voice barely steady. "The Eye of the Moon plan." Obito spoke the name with reverent intensity. "With my power I will draw all humanity into a shared illusion, a world where peace reigns eternal, where no soul endures pain or loss." Itachi fell silent. The vision was seductive, yet beneath its beauty pulsed something unnerving, something dangerously unhinged. "I know what troubles you, Itachi," Obito murmured, his tone softening perceptibly. "You fear I'll become like Konoha's leaders, willing to sacrifice anything, anyone for my ends. Am I right?" Itachi remained mute, but his rigid posture answered for him. "I swear to you, every act I undertake serves one purpose, to birth a better world. No innocent life shall fall by my hand." Obito extended a hand toward the scroll in Itachi's grip. "This decree orders the slaughter of every Uchiha, elders, children, infants, all erased without mercy." Itachi's pupils contracted violently, rage and killing intent erupting from him like wildfire. "And I can help you prevent this tragedy." Obito's voice descended to a serpentine whisper. "I will assist you in carrying out the massacre, but I will minimize the bloodshed. And I will give you one chance, to save your brother Sasuke with your own hands." Itachi's body jolted. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Obito, as if trying to pierce the very fabric of his being. "Why help me?" His voice was ragged, scraped raw from his throat. "Because I saw your eyes, Itachi." Obito's voice deepened, resonant and magnetic. "They hold sorrow, unbearable pain. You hunger for power. You yearn to reshape this broken world. And I can give you that power." Itachi fell silent, drowning in torment. Before him lay two loves, his beloved brother and his sacred clan. How could he choose? "Time is slipping away, Itachi," Obito reminded him, voice urgent. "Konoha's forces are already moving. Decide now." Itachi lifted his head, his eyes blazing with inner conflict, raw and agonized. He looked down at the damning scroll, then up at Obito, and made his choice. Itachi took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and slowly said, "I promise you." A glimmer of light flashed in Obito's eyes, but it was quickly concealed as he nodded. "Very well, Itachi, you have made the right choice. I will help you become a hero of this ninja world." "Hero?" Itachi smiled bitterly. "Does a hero have to bear sins?" "No, I just want to protect those I wish to protect. You will understand, Itachi, one day you will realize my intentions," Obito said meaningfully before he began to explain his plan to Itachi in detail. "On the night of the massacre I will use the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails and attack Konoha, causing great chaos, giving you the opportunity to act." Obito paused and continued. "I will assist you from the shadows, but remember to minimize casualties, especially among the children." Itachi's fists clenched tightly. He understood Obito's meaning, which was to give him the leeway to protect some innocent lives. "I will." Itachi's voice was low yet firm. "Good." Obito nodded in satisfaction. As for Sasuke, I will take him to a safe place, allowing him to witness everything firsthand, thus maximizing his potential. Hearing this, Itachi suddenly raised his head, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. You must guarantee his safety, this is my only condition. Obito gazed deeply at Itachi and slowly said, I promise you Sasuke will not be harmed. I will train him to be a powerful ninja, one who can stand alongside you. I hope you can keep your promise. Itachi said no more. He believed Obito understood the consequences of breaking a promise. In the following days, Itachi locked himself in his room, carefully studying the scroll Obito had given him, which detailed the deployment of Konoha's defense forces and the terrain map of the Uchiha clan. He needed to devise a meticulous plan to complete the massacre while minimizing casualties. At night, Itachi stealthily infiltrated the clan's territory, avoiding patrolling clan members, and arrived at a secluded corner. He pulled out a kunai from his pocket, which gleamed coldly under the moonlight. It's time. Itachi took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute as he gripped the kunai tightly, moving toward the dark corner ahead. Meanwhile, Obito had already brought Sasuke to a hidden rooftop. Brother. The young Sasuke looked at the brightly lit Uchiha clan territory in the distance, his eyes filled with confusion and unease. Sure. Obito placed a finger on his lips, signaling Sasuke to remain quiet. Next you will witness something very interesting. Sasuke nodded, somewhat understanding, not knowing what was about to happen, but he could feel that tonight would be a sleepless night. Suddenly a deafening roar echoed from afar, followed by a massive fireball shooting into the sky, illuminating the entire night. What is that? Sasuke exclaimed in terror, pointing at the blazing fire in the distance. That is the Nine-Tails, a tailed beast with destructive power. Obito explained calmly, as if narrating something unrelated to him. The Nine-Tails. Sasuke's eyes filled with fear and curiosity. He didn't know what the Nine-Tails was, but he could feel that the immense power was capable of destroying everything. Next you will witness something even more interesting. Obito ignored Sasuke's question, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Uchiha clan, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. The night fell and Konoha was shrouded in eerie silence. Itachi's figure darted like a phantom between the rooftops of the Uchiha clan, the moonlight reflecting a cold glimmer in his crimson Sharingan. The chakra in his hand fluctuated slightly, each strike was precise and lethal without any hesitation. I'm sorry. With every swing of the kunai, Itachi's heart bled, but he had no choice. He knew this was the only way to protect Sasuke and Konoha, even if this sin would forever weigh on his shoulders. Bang! Itachi kicked open the door of a civilian house. A couple inside looked at him in terror, trembling as they asked. Itachi. What? What are you doing? I'm sorry, Uncle Aunt. Itachi closed his eyes. 2 streams of blood tears slid down from the corners of his eyes, and the kunai in his hand turned into a streak of cold light. He tried to free every clan member in the shortest time possible, without pain, without struggle. However, as Itachi delved deep into the clan, a powerful chakra fluctuation alerted him. Who goes there? Itachi shouted, instantly appearing before a secret chamber, and forcefully pushed the door open. Inside the chamber, several radical Uchiha members were gathered around a table discussing something fiercely. Itachi. One person saw Itachi and immediately changed color. What are you doing here? Itachi coldly asked, his Sharingan quickly scanning the room, discovering a Konoha map spread out on the table with various markings. Humph, Itachi, you came just in time. A middle-aged man stood up, his eyes gleaming with madness. We are preparing to launch a revolution to overthrow the Hokage. The Uchiha clan will rule Konoha. Itachi's heart sank. He never expected such a crazy plan existed within the clan. Stop. What you are doing will only bring disaster upon the Uchiha clan. Disaster? Ha! The middle-aged man laughed wildly. Itachi, you are too naive. Konoha has long been wary of our Uchiha clan. We will eventually be exterminated. Rather than waiting for death, we should fight back. Itachi clenched his fists. He knew these people had been blinded by hatred and would not listen to any advice. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Itachi activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomos spinning wildly, and a powerful killing intent instantly enveloped the entire room. Charge! Kill him! The middle-aged man commanded, and several radical members drew their weapons, attacking Itachi. The secret chamber was suddenly filled with flashes of knives and swords, chakra surging. Itachi fought against many, yet he showed no signs of losing. His movements were as swift as lightning. Each attack was precise and ruthless, like a reaper wielding a scythe harvesting lives. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Water-style water dragon jutsu. The intense battle alerted Obito from afar. He stood on a high branch, quietly watching it all, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Obito murmured, his evaluation of Itachi rising a few notches. On the other side, the young Sasuke was brought to a hidden rooftop by Obito, witnessing the blazing fire erupting from the Uchiha clan territory and the terrifying figure of the Ninetales rampaging through the village filled with fear and confusion. "Brother! Where are you?" Sasuke cried helplessly but received no response. At that moment Itachi was locked in a fierce battle with the radical members. He knew he had to wrap things up quickly, otherwise more innocent clan members would be drawn in. "Susanoo!" Itachi roared. A massive chakra erupted from him and a gigantic red skeletal figure rose from the ground, casting its shadow over the entire chamber. The red Susanoo skeleton erupted behind Itachi. Its powerful chakra fluctuation caused the entire chamber to tremble. The radical members turned pale, fear filling their eyes, but the instinct to survive drove them to wildly attack Itachi. Fire style Great Fire Annihilation. Earth style Earth Spike. Colorful ninjutsu illuminated the secret chamber as Itachi's Susanoo, although powerful, had only just entered its initial form, gradually showing cracks under the dense attacks. "Itachi, are you crazy? To harm your own clan for Konoha?" An Uchiha elder shouted angrily. The kunai in his hand turned into a cold light, stabbing toward Itachi's chest. Itachi did not dodge. He allowed the kunai to pierce his left shoulder. However, his Sharingan caught the gap behind the elder, and his right hand thrust the kunai like a venomous snake, instantly piercing his heart. Cough cough. The elder spat blood, looking at Itachi in disbelief. I'm sorry, elder." Itachi closed his eyes, pulled out the kunai, and the elder's body fell weakly to the ground. "Damn. Everyone attack together, kill him." The remaining radical members turned ready. Abandoning their defense, they poured all their chakra into the attack like moths to a flame, launching a final charge at Itachi. Itachi took a deep breath. He knew he could no longer delay and must finish this quickly. He formed hand seals and the Susanoo's skeletal frame gradually covered itself with flesh, a gigantic samurai sword appearing in its hand. Susanoo Ten-Fist Sword. The enormous samurai sword slashed down with earth-shattering momentum, instantly collapsing the chamber walls, and the intense shockwaves sent several radical members flying, crashing against the walls, their fates unknown. Itachi withdrew his Susanoo. The fierce chakra consumption left him pale, his body swaying. Just then a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Well done, Itachi." Itachi turned sharply, seeing Obito appearing behind him, his crimson Sharingan flickering with strange light beneath the mask. How did you get here?" Itachi asked in surprise. I've been watching you from the shadows." Obito chuckled lightly. "I'm quite pleased with your performance. You truly are a genius of the Uchiha clan." Itachi ignored his flattery and asked solemnly, "What are you doing here?" "Of course I am here to help you complete the task." Obito said, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Leave those rebels to me." Before his words fell, Obito's figure vanished from the spot. In the next second he appeared behind a fleeing Uchiha member, his right hand darting out like lightning, penetrating his chest. The Uchiha member let out a scream, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. "Damn! Who are you?" The remaining radical members shouted in terror. "I am the one here to end this," Obito said coldly, the Sharingan spinning rapidly, the surrounding space beginning to distort. "Kamui!" The radical members felt a blur before their eyes, their bodies uncontrollably being sucked into a black vortex. "It's over." Obito clapped his hands as if he had completed a trivial task. Itachi silently watched this scene, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had personally killed his own clan members, yet he had to watch others die at Obito's hands. "Let's go, Itachi." Obito walked to his side, patting his shoulder. "We have more important things to do." Itachi took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his heart, and followed Obito out of the bloody chamber. Night enveloped Konoha. The streets were empty, only the blazing flames lit up half the sky. The Uchiha clan's territory had turned into ruins, and the strong scent of blood lingered in the air. Itachi and Obito stood on a hillside outside the village, quietly observing it all. "Have you really made your decision, Itachi?" Obito asked. "Yes." Itachi's voice was hoarse yet resolute. "This is my only choice. Even if it means bearing the sin of the massacre, you still wish to protect Konoha and Sasuke. This is my destiny." Itachi raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on the distance. "I will not regret it." "All right." Obito did not persuade him further. He extended his hand, offering Itachi a mask. "Put it on. From today onward you are a member of Akatsuki. The Uchiha Itachi is dead." Itachi took the mask and slowly placed it on his face, the crimson Sharingan flickering with cold light through the holes of the mask. "Then let's go." Obito turned and walked toward the distance. "Our organization needs your strength." Itachi took one last look at Konoha behind him, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, then resolutely followed. "Brother." In the shadow of a distant tree, the young Sasuke witnessed all of this, tears blurring his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. The intense pain could not conceal the hatred and anger in his heart. "Brother, why did you do this? Why did you abandon me? Sasuke shouted to the sky, his voice filled with sadness and despair. Sasuke felt darkness enveloping him as he fainted beneath the tree. The night breeze swept through and the leaves rustled softly as if mourning for the sorrowful night. Itachi's figure vanished into the darkness, but he had not gone far. He stood behind a tree in the distance, his Sharingan flickering slightly as it captured the scene of Sasuke's fainting. What's wrong, Itachi? Obito's voice rang out from behind him. What are you hesitating for? Itachi did not turn around but calmly replied, it's nothing. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Obito snorted coldly. Are you still thinking about that little brat? Don't forget you were the one who destroyed the Uchiha clan with your own hands. You have no way out now. Itachi's body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained control of his emotions. He turned around and looked at Obito with icy eyes. My matters are none of your concern. He truly cold-hearted Itachi. Obito was not angered, merely chuckling lightly. But rest assured, I won't tell anyone your secret. Because I know that only you can complete that plan. Itachi ignored him and turned toward the Akatsuki base. The Akatsuki base was located in a secret cave within the land of rain, constantly washed by rain, dark and damp, filled with the scent of death. Itachi and Obito entered the cave and a decaying smell assaulted their senses. Yo, isn't that Itachi? Long time no see. A lazy voice came from deep within the cave, followed by a man in a black coat with spiky yellow hair emerging. He was one of the members of Akatsuki, Deidara. Deidara, long time no see. Itachi replied indifferently. I heard you wiped out the entire Uchiha clan, truly impressive. Deidara looked at Itachi with admiration. No wonder you're my idol. That was just an accident, Itachi said calmly. I didn't intend to kill them. Hypocrite. Another cold voice rang out. A short man with red hair wrapped entirely in bandages except for his piercing eyes stepped out of the shadows. He was another member of Akatsuki, Sasori. Sasori, you haven't changed at all. Itachi glanced at him and said indifferently. Fun like you who betrayed your own kin for an illusory reason. Sasori snorted. People like you don't deserve to be ninjas. Enough, Sasori. Obito's voice echoed in the cave. Itachi is our companion, no more of this. Sasori wanted to say something more but ultimately closed his mouth. At this moment a deep voice came from the depths of the cave. Itachi, you've arrived. Itachi looked up to see a tall man in a black robe with red clouds seated on a stone chair. He wore a conical hat and a swirling mask revealing only one crimson Sharingan. He was the leader of Akatsuki, Pain. Leader. Itachi nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work, Itachi. Pain's voice was devoid of emotion. You completed your task excellently. That is what I should do, Itachi said calmly. Very well. Pain nodded. Now let me introduce you to the goals of Akatsuki. Pain began to slowly outline Akatsuki's plans while Itachi listened quietly, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. In order to integrate into the organization as quickly as possible, Itachi proactively offered to undertake the first mission. Very well. Pain nodded. In that case you shall go. Before Pain could finish, a sudden explosion erupted outside the cave, shaking the entire structure. What happened? The faces of everyone changed and they rushed out of the cave. They saw a gigantic figure standing outside exuding a terrifying chakra. That is. Itachi's pupils constricted sharply, filled with shock and disbelief. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, a golden figure appeared before them amidst violent chakra fluctuations. The golden chakra blazed like flames, evaporating the surrounding rain into mist, illuminating a youthful yet resolute face. The Nine Tails. Sasori muttered, his crimson eyes flashing with excitement, as if he had seen an interesting toy. Deidara gazed at Naruto with great interest, licking his lips. Is this the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Truly a perfect piece of art. Itachi's pupils shrank sharply, his heart feeling as though it was gripped by an invisible hand, causing an indescribable pain. Standing there was none other than his younger brother Uzumaki Naruto, whom he had always wanted to protect. Naruto's resolute gaze swept over the crowd before locking onto Itachi, and a fierce blaze of anger ignited in his golden pupils. Uchiha Itachi! You are still alive! Naruto gritted his teeth, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. You are the murderer of our clan. I will defeat you and avenge my clan. Naruto. Itachi closed his eyes in pain, knowing that everything he had done was an unforgivable sin in Naruto's eyes. However, he could not explain nor could he escape, only silently endure this pain and hatred. What's wrong? No words to say. Naruto roared and the Nine Tails chakra surged uncontrollably, enveloping him in a golden glow. Then let me see just how strong you, the murderer of my clan, truly are. Before he finished speaking, Naruto transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, charging toward Itachi with overwhelming momentum. Naruto, stop. Itachi's heart ached terribly, yet he could only brace himself for the fight. His Sharingan quickly activated, reflecting Naruto's swift figure in his crimson pupils. He swiftly dodged Naruto's attack, and at the same time his right hand lunged out like a venomous snake, grasping for Naruto's wrist. However, Naruto's speed was beyond imagination, and Itachi's attack missed, instead getting struck by a spinning kick from Naruto to the chest, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Itachi! Obito exclaimed, wanting to rush to help, but Pain's voice stopped him. Stop, Obito! Pain's voice remained calm as always, as if this battle was merely an inconsequential game to him. This is Itachi's fated battle, we shall not interfere. But... Obito wanted to say something, but seeing Pain's icy gaze, he ultimately chose silence. Meanwhile, upon seeing Itachi fall, Naruto's fury intensified. He shouted and charged once again at Itachi. Rasengan! The golden chakra condensed in Naruto's hand into a rapidly spinning energy sphere carrying a destructive aura as it smashed toward Itachi's chest. Itachi's expression grew serious, knowing that in his current state he could not withstand Naruto's attack. Amaterasu! In a critical moment, Itachi's left eye suddenly opened wide and black flames instantly engulfed Naruto. Naruto let out a scream, the golden chakra violently fluctuating as he tried to evade. However, the flames of Amaterasu were not so easily extinguished. The black flames grew stronger, seemingly determined to completely consume Naruto. Damn it! What the hell is this? Naruto struggled in agony, but it was all in vain. Naruto! From a distance, Kakashi, watching the battle, felt his heart nearly burst with rage and rushed over without hesitation. Raikiri! The blinding lightning cut through the rain, aiming straight for Itachi, attempting to force him back and save Naruto. Sensing Kakashi's attack, Itachi had no choice but to abandon his attempt to continue attacking Naruto. He dodged the Raikiri, but Kakashi's assault was like a torrential storm, striking one after another, forcing Itachi to retreat with no chance to catch his breath. Damn it! This guy! Itachi cursed inwardly, realizing that Kakashi's strength far exceeded his expectations, compounded by the fact that Naruto possessed the Nine-Tails chakra. This battle was practically a hellish difficulty for him. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A strange chakra fluctuation emanated from afar, cold and evil as if it came from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. What is that? Deidara frowned, sensing the chakra fluctuation, a hint of unease rising in his heart. Not good. It is. Itachi's expression changed drastically. Before he could finish, a figure in a black cloak appeared out of thin air before them. Long time no see, Itachi. The figure in the black robe slowly lifted his head, revealing a pale and eerie face, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. Orochimaru. The arrival of Orochimaru was like a stone cast into calm water, stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone present was shaken by the cold and powerful chakra emanating from him, as if the air itself had solidified. Orochimaru. Kakashi growled lowly, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, lightning flickering in his hand as he warily stared at this uninvited guest. He knew Orochimaru all too well. This man was mad, dangerous, and unpredictable, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike with lethal force at any moment. Yet Orochimaru paid no heed to Kakashi's hostility. His golden snake-like eyes passed over Kakashi and focused on Naruto, trapped by the black flames of Amaterasu, his gaze flickering with a near-greedy light, as if admiring a rare treasure. What astonishing power, the Nine-Tails! Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, his tone tinged with obsession. With such formidable power, you can only struggle like a trapped beast. It's such a pity. What do you want, Orochimaru? Kakashi shouted sternly, leaning slightly forward, ready for battle. Kakashi, long time no see. Orochimaru ignored Kakashi's question, instead turning to him with a playful smile on his pale face. Your Sharingan has become more adept. It seems you haven't been idle these years. Cut the crap, Orochimaru. Kakashi's tone was filled with disgust. You are not welcome here. Get out of Konoha immediately. Konoha. Hee hee. Orochimaru let out a disdainful cold laugh. I am no longer a part of Konoha, Kakashi. You should know that well. I know, but so what? Kakashi stood his ground. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you harm my students. Your students? Orochimaru's gaze fell on Naruto again, a strange grin pulling at his lips. No, he will eventually be mine. Not if I can help it. Kakashi shouted angrily, unleashing a surge of lightning toward Orochimaru. Raikiri. A mere trick. Orochimaru snorted coldly, not dodging or evading, allowing the lightning to strike him. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The lightning passed straight through Orochimaru's body as if he were just an illusion. What? Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, an ominous premonition swelling in his heart. In the next moment, Orochimaru's figure appeared behind Naruto, his pale hand reaching out, fingers like hooks aiming for Naruto's heart. Stop! Itachi, who had been watching the fight from the sidelines, could no longer remain silent. He flickered in front of Naruto, his Sharingan suddenly activating, the crimson pupils spinning rapidly, releasing a powerful ocular force. Tsukuyomi. Not good. Orochimaru was taken aback, and before he could react, darkness enveloped him, plunging him into a blood-red illusion. Seeing Orochimaru controlled by Tsukuyomi, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief, but he understood that it was only temporary. With Orochimaru's mental strength, he would likely break free from Tsukuyomi soon. Itachi, let's work together, Kakashi decisively said to Itachi. We must not let Orochimaru succeed. I understand. Itachi's voice was low and resolute, his crimson Sharingan fixated on Orochimaru trapped in Tsukuyomi. He knew this would be an exceptionally challenging battle. The rain continued to fall, washing over the blood-stained ground, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, heralding an even greater storm to come. The blood-red moon dripped blood in the pitch-black sky, and the twisted trees resembled clawing demons. Orochimaru found himself in a space filled with oppression and fear. He tried to move his body, only to discover he was shackled to a cold crucifix, his limbs firmly locked by thick iron chains, unable to move. This is... Orochimaru glanced around, his Sharingan flickering with an eerie light in the darkness. The world of Tsukuyomi. Welcome to my world, Orochimaru. A cold voice echoed from all directions, carrying a hint of mockery and sarcasm. Orochimaru suddenly raised his head, seeing a young man in a black trench coat standing before him, his Sharingan glowing like two burning coals, emitting a chilling light. Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, recognizing the young man before him as the vessel he had once coveted. Surprised, are we? Itachi's lips curled into a cold arc. I bet you didn't expect me to host you this way, did you? Humph, a trivial trick. Orochimaru snorted coldly, trying to channel his chakra, but found his body felt as if it had been hollowed out, unable to summon any strength. It's useless, Orochimaru. Itachi's voice whispered like a ghost in his ears. In this world I am the master. Everything about you is under my control. Is that so? A fierce glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Suddenly he opened his mouth and a massive python surged out, lunging fiercely at Itachi. However, before the python could reach Itachi, it was engulfed by suddenly appearing black flames, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Amaterasu. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, a deep fear welling up within him. He never expected that Itachi could use Amaterasu in the world of Tsukuyomi. It was simply unbelievable. Give up, Orochimaru. Itachi's voice resonated like a judgment from hell. You cannot escape my control. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Orochimaru found himself surrounded by countless venomous snakes, their crimson tongues flicking as they hissed with a bone-chilling sound, their cold slit eyes filled with greed and cruelty, as if they were about to tear him apart at any moment. Orochimaru suppressed the fear within him. He knew that all of this was an illusion, and as long as he could find a flaw, he could escape from Tsukuyomi. However, Itachi had clearly seen through his thoughts, a playful arc appearing at the corner of his mouth as he formed hand seals and whispered, Ninjutsu Nightmare Serpent. As soon as he spoke, the snakes seemed to come alive, opening their gaping mouths and lunging at Orochimaru, their sharp fangs piercing his skin, injecting lethal venom. Orochimaru let out a sharp cry of agony, feeling as if his body were being burned by fierce flames, the intense pain nearly driving him to madness. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the real world, the battle between Itachi and Kakashi had also reached a boiling point. Kakashi's Raikiri clashed violently with Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, producing a piercing metallic screech, sparks flying, illuminating the faces of both men in the rainy night. Your speed has slowed down, Kakashi. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and cold, as if it had come from the depths of hell. It seems your Sharingan is nearing its limit, isn't it? Cut the chatter. Kakashi snorted coldly, the light of his Raikiri intensifying. It's not over yet. Is that so? Then let's see this. Suddenly Orochimaru opened his mouth and a stream of venomous snakes surged forth, flooding towards Kakashi like a tidal wave. Kakashi's expression changed. He knew how dangerous these snakes were and dared not confront them, hidden, only able to dodge aside. Humph, coward! Orochimaru sneered, seizing the opportunity while Kakashi was dodging, extending his Kusanagi sword like a venomous snake, aiming for Kakashi's chest. Not good. Kakashi's heart raced with alarm, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Kakashi! Itachi, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw this and his expression changed dramatically. He vanished in a flash, positioning himself in front of Kakashi, his kunai accurately blocking Orochimaru's attack. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out, sparks flying as both Itachi and Kakashi were jolted back. Itachi! Kakashi clutched his chest, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips as he looked up at Itachi, worry etched across his face. Your complexion. I'm fine. Itachi shook his head, signaling Kakashi not to worry, but his face was terrifyingly pale and his Sharingan had lost some of its luster. It seems your chakra is also running low, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru sneered. Now let me send you both on your way. Just as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. Watch out. Itachi's expression changed as he sensed a dangerous aura rapidly approaching. In the next moment, Orochimaru's figure appeared behind Kakashi, his Kusanagi sword turning into a streak of cold light stabbing towards Kakashi's back. Kakashi! Itachi was alarmed, wanting to intervene but realized it was too late. The cold light of the Kusanagi sword magnified infinitely in Kakashi's eyes as the shadow of death loomed over him. He could not dodge, only able to watch helplessly as the lethal attack approached. At that moment, Kakashi's vision suddenly blurred. The torrential rain of the night vanished, replaced by a blood-red sky. The ground cracked, magma churned as if he had descended into the depths of hell. Where is this place? Kakashi's heart raced, and before he could react he saw Orochimaru in the distance, suddenly clutching his head and letting out a piercing scream. Ah! Orochimaru writhed in agony on the ground, feeling as if his consciousness were being torn apart, countless horrific illusions flashing through his mind, each one a manifestation of his deepest fears. Tsukuyomi. Kakashi recognized this technique. He had experienced it once during a brief skirmish with Itachi, and the soul-wrenching pain still lingered in his memory. You are still able to activate Tsukuyomi. Kakashi watched Itachi in disbelief. He knew Itachi's current condition was dire, with chakra nearly depleted. In such a state, for Itachi to unleash such a powerful ocular technique was simply astonishing. Itachi ignored Kakashi's astonishment, his crimson Sharingan fixated on the writhing Orochimaru, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. In this world I am God. I can manipulate time and space that will allow you to experience endless cycles of torment until you completely collapse. Itachi's voice was cold and merciless, reminiscent of a judgment from the abyss, causing Kakashi to shiver involuntarily. Damn it. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, attempting to break free from the confines of Tsukuyomi, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape this blood-red hell. It's useless, Orochimaru. Give up. You cannot defeat me. Itachi's voice echoed in Orochimaru's ears like a demonic whisper, eroding his will. Ah! Orochimaru let out a roar of unwilling anger, desperately trying to stand up, but his body felt as if bound by countless invisible threads, unable to move. It's over, Orochimaru. Itachi slowly raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, pointing at Orochimaru's forehead. Amaterasu. A ball of pitch-black flames appeared out of nowhere at Orochimaru's forehead, instantly engulfing him. No. Orochimaru let out a despairing scream, his body burned to ashes by Amaterasu, leaving only a charred mark on the ground. Huff. Itachi let out a long breath, dispelling Tsukuyomi. The surrounding scenery returned to normal instantly, the rain still pouring down as if nothing had happened. Is it over? Kakashi looked at the empty street before him, struggling to believe that everything was real. Not yet. Itachi's voice was soft, yet it tightened Kakashi's heart. What? Before Kakashi could react, he felt a darkness envelop him as Itachi's body suddenly fell backwards. Itachi. Kakashi hurriedly reached out to catch Itachi, only to find his body alarmingly hot, his face pale with no hint of color, and his Sharingan dimmed. Are you okay? Kakashi asked anxiously. I'm fine. Itachi shook his head, trying to force a smile, but the movement exacerbated his internal injuries, causing him to cough up blood. You say you're fine, yet you're bleeding. Kakashi exclaimed, quickly rummaging through his ninja tool pouch for medical supplies to treat Itachi's wounds, but suddenly felt a powerful surge of chakra emanating from Itachi. Be careful. Itachi pushed Kakashi aside, then formed hand seals and whispered. Susanoo. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a massive chakra skeleton rose from the ground, enveloping Itachi and Kakashi within. What? What is this? Kakashi stared in shock at the towering skeleton that stood several dozen meters tall, awe filling his eyes. This is my Susanoo. Itachi's voice was weak, yet he endured the intense pain of his body controlling Susanoo to shield both himself and Kakashi. Your chakra. Kakashi looked at Itachi's pale face, worry flooding his heart. He knew that Itachi's current condition could not sustain the consumption of Susanoo. Don't worry, I can hold on. Itachi shook his head, his gaze drifting to the distance where a familiar figure slowly emerged. Orochimaru. Kakashi gritted his teeth, glaring at the figure in the distance, anger burning in his eyes. Looks like you're not done yet, Orochimaru. Itachi's voice was cold and merciless, reminiscent of a judgment from the abyss. But do you really think you can defeat me? Uchiha Itachi, you are indeed strong, but I Orochimaru am not so easily defeated. Orochimaru licked his lips, a crazed glint in his eyes. I admit your Tsukuyami and Susanoo are indeed impressive, but don't forget my recovery ability is unparalleled. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body began to change. His skin turned an eerie grayish-white, his face covered in black scales, his hands transforming into sharp claws. He looked like a monster crawling out from the depths of hell. What is this? Kakashi watched in horror, as he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression wash over him, nearly choking him. Senjutsu chakra. Itachi's expression grew grave. He knew that Orochimaru was truly going all out this time. In the cold, rainy night, Orochimaru's gray-white skin appeared particularly grotesque under the glow of Susanoo, the black scales seemingly breathing as they expanded and contracted, and a chilling light flickering in his serpentine eyes. This is terrifying, Itachi. Kakashi couldn't help but swallow, his voice trembling slightly. This monster-like chakra. Itachi remained silent, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his crimson Sharingan fixated on Orochimaru, as if trying to see through him. He knew that he was now at his limit and Susanoo could not be maintained for much longer, but he had to hold on to buy Kakashi time to escape. Jia. Orochimaru let out a teeth-gritting laugh. So Uchiha Itachi, is this your limit? What a disappointment, I thought you would be stronger. Without finishing his words, Orochimaru's figure transformed into an afterimage, charging towards Itachi at an astonishing speed. His sharp claws tore through the air, producing a piercing sound aimed directly at Itachi's throat. Boom! Susanoo's massive skeletal arms swung, blocking Orochimaru's attack. However, Orochimaru's strength exceeded expectations. The immense impact caused Susanoo to tremble, and Itachi's body was jolted, blood surging in his throat. Cough, cough. Itachi grunted, enduring the pain, controlling Susanoo to launch a counterattack. However, his movements were now slow and his attack power had significantly diminished, completely falling into a disadvantage. Useless Uchiha Itachi. You cannot stop me. Orochimaru laughed maniacally as he relentlessly attacked Susanoo, his tone filled with mockery and derision. Your struggles will only make your death more painful. Kakashi watched anxiously from the side, wanting to help but finding no way to intervene. He understood that with his current strength he could not interfere in a battle of this level. Recklessly charging in would only burden Itachi. Damn. Is there really no other way? Kakashi clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, yet he felt nothing. At that moment, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from afar, sweeping through like a storm, instantly dissipating some of Orochimaru's oppressive aura. What is that? Kakashi suddenly raised his head, looking towards the source of the chakra, hope filling his eyes. Who is it? Orochimaru also sensed this powerful chakra, halting his attack, warily glancing into the distance. A figure was seen flying over at an astonishing speed, silver-white hair fluttering in the night wind, his aged face filled with determination and resolution. Lord Jiraiya! Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Yo, looks like I haven't arrived too late. Jiraiya landed steadily in front of Itachi and Kakashi, glancing over the scene before him, his brows slightly furrowed. Orochimaru, you are becoming increasingly outrageous, even attacking your own comrades. Jiraiya, stop pretending to be kind here. Orochimaru replied coldly. I am no longer your comrade. Is that so? It seems you are truly stubborn. Jiraiya sighed, disappointment flashing in his eyes. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. The howling wind roared and the torrential rain poured down as the clash of chakra stirred up waves of air, uprooting the surrounding trees. Jiraiya formed hand seals, his white hair standing on end, the red eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes becoming more pronounced, resembling a war god from Myaboka Mountain. Sage mode, huh? Jiraiya, you really think highly of me. Orochimaru hissed, his voice cold yet tinged with excitement. But this makes things interesting. He slammed his hands onto the ground, letting out a low rumbling roar. Summoning jutsu. A massive purple snake head burst forth from the ground, opening its gaping maw, the stench overwhelming. Jiraiya snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals. Sage art, 1,000 white needles. Countless white chakra needles erupted from his mouth, shooting towards Orochimaru like a torrential storm. Orochimaru controlled the giant snake to defend, but the chakra needles penetrated its defenses like a parasite, leaving deep gashes on his body. Damn it! Orochimaru gritted his teeth, but he had to admit that in Sage mode Jiraiya's power had risen to an entirely different level. While dodging Jiraiya's attacks, he searched for an opportunity to counter. Kakashi, take Itachi and go! Jiraiya shouted, his gaze never leaving Orochimaru. But! Kakashi looked at Jiraiya anxiously, then at the unconscious Itachi, filled with inner turmoil. This is an order. Enough, Orochimaru, stop it. Jiraiya said sternly. I can still turn this around. Kakashi gritted his teeth, ultimately choosing to obey the order. He picked up the injured Itachi and quickly retreated. Want to leave? Not so easy. Orochimaru sneered, just about to chase but was blocked by Jiraiya. Orochimaru, why are you doing this? Why betray Konoha? Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru, filled with disappointment and heartache. Betrayal. Orochimaru laughed sharply as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Jiraiya, you are so naive. In this world only power is eternal. I will stop at nothing to obtain it. You're wrong, Jiraiya yelled. True power doesn't come from the desire for power but from protection. To protect what you cherish is the true strength. Ridiculous, Orochimaru scoffed. What can you protect? Can you even protect yourself? That's enough, Orochimaru, stand down, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. You can still turn back now. Turn back. I have no way back. A flicker of determination flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he formed hand seals and murmured incantations. Forbidden Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. With a wave of ominous chakra, 2 coffins burst forth from the ground, hovering in midair. That is. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as an ominous premonition surged within him. The coffins slowly opened and 2 figures emerged from within. Lord First Hokage. Lord Second Hokage. Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. Jiraiya, it seems today you will meet your end here. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with madness. Jiraiya pressed his hands together, white chakra swirling around him like a boiling hot spring. Come on, Orochimaru, let me see just how powerful you and your impure world reincarnation really are. The first Hokage Hashirama's eyes flickered with confusion, but it was quickly replaced by the instinct to fight. He formed hand seals and wood-style chakra surged forth. Wood-style advent of a world of trees. The earth began to tremble violently as towering trees erupted from the ground, devouring everything around them. The second Hokage Tobirama was not to be outdone, quickly forming hand seals. Water-style water break wave. A massive water blade sliced through the air, sweeping towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya snorted coldly, pressing his hands against the ground. Sage Art 5 right gate. A gigantic fire toad fell from the sky, opening its mouth to spew forth scorching flames, colliding with the water blade, producing a deafening explosion. Meanwhile, Kakashi was weaving through the dense forest, carrying Uchiha Itachi on his back, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Damn it, why are these guys so fast? Kakashi-senpai, just hand that little brat over to us. The voice of Doi came from behind, laced with mockery. Carrying him will only be a burden to you. Shut up. Kakashi gritted his teeth, increasing his speed. If you won't get a drink without eating a punishment. Jirobo snorted coldly, his massive body crashing towards Kakashi like a cannonball. Kakashi couldn't dodge in time, and was knocked away by Jirobo, crashing heavily to the ground. Just as he tried to get up, he found his left leg trapped under a boulder, unable to move. Oh no! Kakashi felt a sinking feeling in his heart, realizing that today he was likely facing a dire fate. Kakashi-senpai, it seems you have nowhere to run. The voice of Gozo echoed in Kakashi's ear, filled with coldness and triumph. Die! Left and right both struck simultaneously, their sharp chakra blades aimed at Kakashi's chest. At that critical moment, Uchiha Itachi behind Kakashi suddenly moved. What happened? Gozo was startled, sensing a powerful chakra surge erupting from Itachi. Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan flickering with an eerie light in the dim forest. Who are you all? Itachi, you're awake! Kakashi exclaimed, surprised, but quickly realized something was off. Your eyes. My eyes. Uchiha Itachi murmured softly, countless fragmented images flashing through his mind, filled with pain and despair. The night of the massacre. Uchiha. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi cried out in agony, clutching his head as a powerful chakra wave erupted, uprooting the surrounding trees. Oh no, his chakra is out of control. Gozo's face changed dramatically, wanting to retreat, but it was already too late. Uchiha Itachi abruptly lifted his head, his crimson Sharingan reflecting Gozo's terrified face, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What are you going to do? Gozo's voice trembled as he felt an unprecedented fear rising from deep within. Without answering, Uchiha Itachi slowly extended his finger, pointing at Gozo. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted like a greedy beast, instantly engulfing Gozo. He didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before his body was burned to ashes by the hellfire, leaving behind only a wisp of green smoke, filling the air with a nauseating burn odor. Gozo! Jirobo screamed in terror, having never witnessed such a horrifying sight, the black flames seeming to possess life, exuding a chilling aura. Left and right turned pale with fear, instinctively wanting to combine, but their bodies were unresponsive, trembling, and unable to move. Run! Jirobo, being a seasoned ninja, fought through his fear, grabbing left and right and turning to flee. Want to escape? Uchiha Itachi's voice was cold and merciless like the Grim Reaper announcing their fate. The crimson Sharingan rotated slightly and black flames surged forth from his fingertips chasing after Jirobo, and the others like a parasite. Kakashi watched all of this unfold, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. He had seen Itachi activate his Sharingan, and witnessed its power, but compared to the scene before him it was like a mere child before a titan. Is this really the 7-year-old child? This terrifying power, these cold merciless eyes were like Ashura returning from hell. Kakashi-senpai. Just then Itachi's voice pulled Kakashi back from his shock. He turned to look at Itachi only to find him closing his eyes, his body swaying as if about to collapse. Itachi. Kakashi was startled and rushed forward to support Itachi's body. Are you alright? I'm fine. Itachi weakly shook his head. Just exhausted chakra. Damn it, what is going on? Kakashi gritted his teeth, filled with anger and worry. He didn't know what had happened to Itachi, but he knew that everything was definitely not normal. How could a 7-year-old child possess such terrifying power? Kakashi-senpai. Itachi's voice grew weaker. Take me away from here. Alright. Kakashi no longer hesitated. He picked up Itachi and swiftly left this place of danger. In the land of fire at Konoha hidden village. On Hokage Rock, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze looked grimly at the intelligence scroll in his hand. Itachi activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and killed the 4 sound ninja who came to hunt him down. What? Nara Shikaku exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? He is only 7 years old. It seems that the situation with the Uchiha clan is more complicated than we imagined. Minato sighed, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kakashi returned to Konoha hidden village with Itachi. He settled Itachi in his home before rushing to the Hokage building to report the situation to Minato. I understand, Kakashi, you can go back now. I will handle this matter. After listening to Kakashi's report, Minato frowned and waved his hand, signaling Kakashi to leave. Despite being filled with doubt and worry, Kakashi knew it wasn't the time to ask questions. He bowed and turned to leave the Hokage building. Returning home, he found Itachi still unconscious. He sat by the bed quietly watching Itachi's pale face, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that Itachi bore a heavy secret, one that was likely related to the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. Itachi, what have you gone through? Kakashi murmured, worry and pity filling his eyes. Just then Itachi's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. Kakashi-senpai. Itachi's voice was hoarse and weak, but he struggled to sit up. Don't move, you're seriously injured. Kakashi quickly pressed down on Itachi's shoulder to prevent him from getting up. I'm fine. Itachi shook his head, his gaze falling on Kakashi's face, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Kakashi-senpai. He seemed to want to say something but suddenly stopped, his expression becoming dazed. Kakashi. Itachi's voice suddenly turned unfamiliar, speaking in a language Kakashi had never heard before. Itachi, what's wrong? Kakashi felt a sinking feeling in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition rising. Itachi did not answer, he just stared blankly ahead, his eyes filled with confusion and fear as if seeing something terrifying. No. Suddenly Itachi screamed in terror, sitting up abruptly and grabbing Kakashi's collar, his eyes filled with pleading. Save me. Kakashi-senpai. Save me. Itachi's voice grew weaker, yet it carried a sense of despair completely different from before. Kakashi was startled by Itachi's sudden fear and unfamiliar language, but he quickly calmed down, trying to soothe Itachi's emotions. He knew that the most important thing now was to help Itachi calm down. Itachi, it's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. Kakashi tried to keep his tone calm and reassuring, extending his hand to gently stroke Itachi's hair, just like he had comforted Sasuke when they were younger. However, Itachi's reaction became even more intense. He flailed his arms violently as if trying to escape some terrifying nightmare. His Sharingan began to spin uncontrollably, emitting an eerie glow. Kakashi's heart sank. He realized that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. He immediately released chakra, attempting to probe Itachi's condition. A strange chakra surged into Kakashi's senses, cold and evil, filled with a destructive aura completely different from the originally gentle chakra within Itachi. This chakra was rampaging within Itachi's body, crashing against his meridians, as if trying to rip him apart. Damn it! Kakashi cursed under his breath, quickly channeling his own chakra to suppress the strange power. However, that power was exceptionally stubborn, clinging to Itachi's chakra like a parasite. As time passed, the speed of Itachi's spinning Sharingan increased, the originally bright red color gradually turning blood red, the 3 tomos spinning frantically as if trying to absorb one's soul. Kakashi's heart grew heavier. He knew that if he didn't find a way to stop this, Itachi could very well be completely consumed by this strange power. He made a quick decision to immediately take Itachi to seek the Hokage's help. But just as he prepared to pick Itachi up, Itachi's body suddenly began to tremble violently. Ah! Itachi let out a piercing scream, suddenly opening his eyes wide, filled with pain and struggle. Kakashi-senpai. Please. Save me. Itachi spoke in that language Kakashi couldn't understand, his voice filled with despair and pleading. Then an even more powerful force erupted from within Itachi, and Kakashi was knocked away by this force before he could react. Kakashi-senpai. Itachi cried out in pain, but he could no longer control his own body. His eyes turned blood red, the three tomos spinning wildly, eventually merging into a strange pattern, one Kakashi had never seen before, filled with an evil and ominous aura. Kakashi was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing heavily against the tree trunk behind him. A metallic sweet taste surged in his throat as he let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Itachi, he struggled to rise, yet his gaze remained fixed on the figure before him. The crimson Sharingan spun wildly as if it intended to devour everything. The once innocent child was now enveloped by a chilling darkness. Damn it! What is this chakra? Kakashi's heart was filled with anxiety and concern. He had never encountered such a bizarre chakra, cold, malevolent, brimming with a desire for destruction, clashing violently with Itachi's original chakra while forcefully asserting dominance. He strained to suppress the surging blood within him, propping himself up with one hand against the tree trunk. He knew that this was not the time for hesitation. He had to stop Itachi quickly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Itachi. Look at me. Do you still recognize me? I am Kakashi. Kakashi attempted to awaken Itachi's consciousness, yet the only response was the cold, unfeeling, blood-red eyes. Kakashi-senpai, Itachi's voice was hoarse and unfamiliar, laced with a chilling aura. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Kakashi, a sinister curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Stop me. Just with you. Before his words fell, Itachi's figure vanished in an instant, and the next second Kakashi only felt a blur before a violent gust of wind struck him head. So fast. Kakashi was taken aback, unable to evade in time, instinctively raising his arm to block. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kakashi was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if his bones had been shattered. Damn it, this power! Kakashi gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning cutter. A blinding bolt of lightning shot from his hand, aimed directly at Itachi's face. However, Itachi merely smiled disdainfully, his figure shifting slightly, easily dodging Kakashi's attack. Useless Kakashi. You cannot stop me. Itachi's voice was cold and ruthless, as if it came from a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. He advanced toward Kakashi step by step, each footfall seeming to tread upon Kakashi's heart, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. Just as Kakashi prepared to fight with his life on the line, an even more powerful chakra surged from the direction of the village like a thunderbolt tearing through the night sky. That is, Kakashi's heart trembled, and he suddenly looked up, seeing a figure rushing toward him at great speed, stirring a whirlwind that scattered the leaves around. Finally arrived, seeing that familiar figure, a glimmer of hope ignited in Kakashi's heart, but at the same time a deeper sense of unease surged within him. Itachi. A thunderous, authoritative shout echoed through the forest like a clap of thunder. Kakashi struggled to lift his head and saw a robust figure descending from the sky, landing firmly before him. The newcomer was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had come in response to the news. His gaze was piercing, and he immediately recognized the anomaly in Itachi, his brows furrowing tightly. This chakra, bad news. Itachi has been controlled. Hiruzen thought to himself, and without a moment's hesitation he said sternly, Itachi. Look at me. What happened to you? However, Itachi, under a mysterious force, ignored Hiruzen's words, his blood-red Sharingan fixated on Hiruzen as if he were gazing at a corpse. Hee. Hiruzen-sensei, it's been a long time. Itachi's voice was hoarse and strange, filled with mockery and disdain. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Hiruzen, a bizarre smile forming at the corner of his mouth. What? Do you also want to stop me? Just with you. Before his words fell, Itachi's figure vanished again, transforming into a blood-red flash, charging toward Hiruzen with a murderous intent. So fast. Hiruzen was shocked, not daring to be negligent, and quickly formed hand seals using the body flicker technique to narrowly evade Itachi's attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. Having dodged the attack, Hiruzen did not pause, immediately slamming his palm against the ground, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted from his mouth, forming a massive fireball aimed at Itachi. Facing the oncoming fireball, Itachi did not flinch or evade, allowing the searing flames to engulf him. Useless Hiruzen-sensei. Your attack has no effect on me. As the flames dissipated, Itachi's figure reappeared before Hiruzen, completely unscathed. His face still bore that eerie smile as if mocking Hiruzen's powerlessness. How is this possible? Hiruzen's pupils constricted, a storm of shock rising within him. He knew the power of this move. Even a shadow-level powerhouse would not dare to take it hidden, yet Itachi had taken it without a scratch. What was this bizarre power? Damn it. It seems I can only get serious now. Hiruzen's expression turned grave. He understood that he could no longer hold back against Itachi as he was now. Would release wooden man technique. Hiruzen clasped his hands together, a tremendous chakra erupting from within him, causing the ground to crack open. A towering giant tree shot up, transforming into a massive wooden figure that enveloped Hiruzen within. Would release. You actually, Itachi's eyes flashed with surprise at this sight, but it was quickly replaced by a more intense killing intent. Humph. So what if you have would release? Today I will destroy Konoha and everything you hold dear. Itachi roared, swiftly forming hand seals as a stronger and more malevolent chakra erupted from him. Susanoo. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a gigantic purple skeleton emerged behind Itachi, radiating a destructive aura as it swung its colossal fist at the wooden man. Bang! With a tremendous explosion, the wooden figure was sent flying by Susanoo's punch, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Kakashi struggled to get up but was kicked away by Itachi, crashing against the tree trunk and spitting blood. Kakashi. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Itachi's strength to become so terrifying that he was no match for him. Damn it, is it really going to be? Just as Hiruzen prepared to fight to the death, Itachi's Susanoo suddenly ceased its assault, clutching his head and letting out a tortured scream. Ah! Get out! Get out of my body! What is happening? Hiruzen and Kakashi were both stunned, unsure of what was occurring. At that moment, a blinding golden light erupted from within Itachi and a hazy figure slowly emerged from within him. As the golden light gradually faded, a person slowly appeared before everyone. It was a man clad in a black robe with long black hair flowing behind him, a handsome face exuding an imposing aura, and golden eyes that seemed to see through everything, filled with coldness and authority. That is, Kakashi struggled to see the man's face but felt an invisible pressure crashing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Six-Path Sage! Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. Although he had never seen the sage, he was already familiar with the images and descriptions of this legendary founder of the ninja sect. The newcomer paid no attention to Hiruzen's and Kakashi's shock. His gaze fell on Itachi, a complex look flashing in his golden eyes. It seems the seal within you has loosened. Itachi clutched his head, screaming in pain. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my body? The man spoke indifferently, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Uchiha Itachi, you should still remember me, right? 10 tails, 10 tails. Itachi and everyone present were stunned. Hadn't the 10 tails already been sealed? How could it appear here? To be precise, I am merely a fragment of 10 tails chakra, the man explained. I have been residing within you since the moment you were born. What? Itachi looked incredulously at the man before him, never expecting such a terrifying presence to be hidden within him. The reason you possess powers far beyond ordinary people over the years is precisely due to my influence, the man continued. But my power has also been gradually corroding your will, attempting to turn you into my puppet. So is this the reason I have become like this? Itachi muttered to himself, a flash of pain and confusion crossing his crimson Sharingan. Correct, the man nodded. I came here to stop you from being completely consumed by the 10 tails and becoming a monster that destroys the world. Before his words fell, the man suddenly appeared before Itachi, a gleam flashing in his golden eyes as his right hand shot out like lightning, pressing against Itachi's chest. Six-Path Sage, what are you trying to do? Hiruzen was horrified and wanted to intervene but was sent flying by an invisible force. This is between me and him, you had better not interfere. The man shot Hiruzen a cold glance, his tone filled with warning. Ah! Itachi let out a scream of agony, feeling as if his body were being torn apart, torrents of violent chakra rampaging within him, striving to break free. Humph, a mere fragment dares to act presumptuously before me. The man scoffed, golden chakra surging from him, forming chains that firmly bound the 10 tails chakra fragment within Itachi. Roar! The 10 tails chakra fragment roared unwillingly, desperately struggling to break free, but the man's power was simply too formidable. No matter how it struggled, it was futile. Suppress it, the man commanded in a low voice, and the golden chakra surged, transforming into a gigantic diagram of 8 trigrams that sealed the 10 tails chakra fragment within. After completing this, the man let out a long breath, his complexion slightly pale. Clearly, sealing the 10 tails chakra fragment was also a considerable burden for him. Are you alright? Kakashi asked with concern. The man shook his head, remaining silent, but turned his gaze toward Itachi, a hint of appreciation flashing in his golden eyes. You are quite remarkable, being able to withstand the 10 tails chakra erosion for so long. Itachi opened his mouth but did not know what to say. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time to discuss them. The man interrupted. Itachi, the 10 tails chakra fragment within you has been sealed by me, but it may resurface at any time. You need to quickly enhance your strength to completely break free from its control. Enhance my strength. Itachi frowned, but I know what you are worried about. The man seemed to see through Itachi's thoughts. You need not worry, I will help you. You possess the potential to become the savior, and I believe you can defeat the 10 tails and save this world. Savior. Itachi was taken aback. He had never considered himself related to such a term. Exactly, you are the one destined to change the world as prophesied. The man stated firmly, I will pass my power to you, helping you master this strength. But you must remember, power itself has no distinction between good and evil. The key lies in how you use it. I hope you will use it to protect this world, not to destroy it. Before his words fell, the man once again pressed his hand against Itachi's forehead. A vast amount of information flooding into Itachi's mind, causing him to feel as if his head would explode. This is my power as well as my responsibility. The man retracted his hand, speaking calmly, now I entrust all of it to you. I hope you do not let me down. With that, the man transformed into specks of golden light, vanishing into the air, leaving behind a swirling black vortex that gradually spun as if it were a door leading to another world. Itachi stared dazedly at the scene before him, the man's final words echoing in his mind, you possess the potential to become the savior, and I believe you can defeat the 10 tails and save this world. Savior. Save the world. Itachi's lips curled into a bitter smile. Could he really do it? Could he truly shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Itachi, are you alright? Kakashi walked over to Itachi's side, asking with concern. Itachi shook his head, remaining silent, only raising his gaze to the bright moon in the sky, his expression filled with confusion and determination. The intense pain ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving Itachi with an endless void and fatigue. He tried to open his eyes only to find nothing but chaos before him, as if he was immersed in an infinite darkness. Are you awake? A voice old yet full of power echoed in the chaos. Itachi jolted awake, struggling to sit up. The darkness gradually receded, replaced by a void of white space with a golden figure sitting cross-legged at the center, radiating a soft glow. The figure slowly turned around, revealing familiar golden eyes and a benevolent face, the very man who had vanished before. You are... Itachi hesitantly began, a multitude of questions flooding his mind. My name is Otsutsuki Yui, known to the world as the Sage of Six Paths. The man smiled gently, his tone warm. Child, the blood of my lineage flows within you, and you bear a mission akin to mine. The Sage of Six Paths, the founder of the ninja religion, the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. These illustrious titles thundered in Itachi's mind, overwhelming him momentarily. I don't understand. Itachi struggled to speak, his voice feeling extremely dry. The Sage of Six Paths approached Itachi, his golden eyes filled with love and expectation. Child, you need not understand, you only need to know that you are the chosen one, endowed with the power to change the world. Change the world. Itachi chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. I can't even protect myself, how can I change the world? No, you possess this ability. The fragments of 10 Tails chakra within you are the best proof. The Sage of Six Paths paused, then continued, I have sealed my past and the future of the ninja world deep within your consciousness. When you truly comprehend all of this, you will understand the responsibility you bear. Responsibility. Itachi murmured to himself, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Exactly, responsibility. The Sage of Six Paths gently placed his hand on Itachi's shoulder. Child, remember that power itself is neither good nor evil, it all depends on how you wield it. I hope you will use it to protect this world, not to destroy it. I will. Itachi raised his head, a determined light flickering in his golden eyes. In the following time, the Sage of Six Paths began to instruct Itachi on how to control the sealed fragments of 10 Tails chakra within him. This power was wild and dangerous, a moment of carelessness could backfire, yet Itachi, with astonishing willpower and talent, managed to tame it bit by bit. Very good, just like that. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Itachi, who was drenched in sweat, and nodded appreciatively. Child, you are performing even better than I imagine. As time passed, Itachi gradually mastered part of the power inherited from the Sage of Six Paths, his chakra becoming stronger and purer. He felt as if he had been reborn, possessing the power to change everything. Child, are you ready? The Sage of Six Paths looked at Itachi, who had transformed, his tone growing serious. The real test is only just beginning. Itachi took a deep breath, his golden eyes shining with determination. I am ready. Please tell me what I should do. The Sage of Six Paths pointed behind Itachi, where there had been nothing but now a massive stone door gradually emerged, covered in ancient and mysterious runes emanating a chilling aura. Push open this door, and you will face the true 10 Tails. The sage's tone was grave. Remember, child, the fate of the entire ninja world rests in your hands. Itachi slowly turned, gazing at the stone door that seemed to lead to the gates of hell. A flicker of fear surged in his heart, but it was quickly replaced by a stronger sense of responsibility. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand and pushed towards the stone door. The door creaked open, resembling the throat of a giant beast ready to swallow Itachi whole. A wave of decay and chill rushed towards him, mixed with a nauseating scent of blood, causing Itachi to instinctively take a step back. He suppressed his discomfort, gritted his teeth, and stepped into the unknown darkness. With a click, the stone door closed behind him, completely severing the last thread of light. Itachi seemed to be in an endless abyss, unable to see his hand in front of his face. Only the sound of strange whispers echoed around him, like countless souls murmuring, or the crawling of some unknown creature sending chills down his spine. "Is this the sealing place of the 10 Tails?" Itachi muttered softly, his voice sounding especially faint in the vast emptiness. He groped forward, taking each step cautiously, afraid of disturbing some terrifying presence. The sense of oppression in the darkness grew stronger, as if it were driving him mad. Just then a faint light appeared in the distance, like a twinkling star guiding his way. A glimmer of hope ignited in Itachi's heart as he quickened his pace. As he drew closer, that light grew brighter, illuminating a small area around him. Itachi finally saw that it was not a star but a massive writhing mass of flesh emanating a nauseating glow reminiscent of a rotting fish belly. Ugh! Itachi nearly vomited, but he restrained his discomfort and continued forward. He bypassed the mass of flesh and his vision cleared. A vast, boundless dark space unfolded before him, and at the center of this space an enormous creature was bound by countless thick chains, its body as large as a mountain with 9 crimson eyes half open, radiating a chilling malevolent light. "This is the 10 Tails." Itachi murmured, a hint of uncontrollable fear in his voice. The 10 Tails seemed to sense his arrival, slowly opening its eyes, all 9 pupils focusing on Itachi, as if 9 bottomless crimson whirlpools were ready to drag him into an endless abyss. Roar! A deafening roar resounded throughout the space, as if it were going to tear Itachi's soul apart. His legs weakened and he almost fell to the ground, but he gritted his teeth and held on. I am here to... Itachi struggled to speak, but his voice got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. The 10 Tails' gaze was filled with mockery and disdain, as if looking at a tiny ant. It slowly opened its massive mouth, and a wave of rancid hot air rushed towards Itachi, nearly toppling him. What do you want?" Itachi finally found a shred of voice, but his tone was still filled with fear. "What do I want?" The voice of the 10 Tails thundered like rolling thunder, making Itachi's eardrums ache. "Of course, to destroy this world. No. Not allowed." Itachi suddenly raised his head, a determined light flickering in his golden eyes. "I will not let you succeed. Just you." The 10 Tails sneered coldly. "A mere ant dares to try and stop me." Itachi clenched his fists, knowing he had to do something, or the entire ninja world would face destruction. At that moment the fragments of 10 Tails' chakra within him suddenly stirred, as if summoned to merge with the colossal creature before him. Not good. Itachi was alarmed, knowing that if he allowed this power to control him, the consequences would be unimaginable. He desperately suppressed the rampaging chakra within him, but the 10 Tails' influence was far too strong, and he felt his consciousness gradually blurring. "Give up resisting, child." A deep, tempting voice resonated in Itachi's mind. "Embrace my power, and you will become the ruler of this world." Itachi struggled in pain, knowing that if he surrendered there would be no turning back. Itachi's consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. The mental pressure from the 10 Tails felt like an invisible giant hand trying to crush him completely, while the rampaging 10 Tails chakra surged through his meridians like a runaway horse, bringing unbearable agony. "Give up, child." The deep voice echoed again, laced with enchanting power. "Embrace my strength, and you will gain eternal life's supreme power." Itachi's vision blurred, and he seemed to see countless grotesque faces swirling before him, emitting piercing screams. His body trembled uncontrollably, his consciousness gradually sinking. Just then a gentle light pierced through the darkness, appearing deep within his mind. It was a warm smile like sunlight on a winter's day, dispelling the shadows that had enveloped his heart. "Itachi, you must live well. Sure sway." Itachi suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of clarity shining in his golden pupils. Shizui's gentle smile was like a sturdy barrier, pulling him back from the edge of collapse. Soon after, another figure appeared in his mind. It was his father, Uchiha Fugaku, with deep, hopeful eyes filled with encouragement. "Itachi, you are the hope of the Uchiha clan." His father's words struck like lightning, illuminating the path ahead for Itachi. "No. I cannot give up." Itachi gritted his teeth, letting out a roar from the depths of his throat. "I have things I want to protect. I cannot let Shizui's sacrifice be in vain. I cannot betray my father's expectations." A powerful will erupted from within him like a blazing fire, driving away the surrounding darkness. He summoned the remaining chakra within him, fighting with all his might against the control of the 10 Tails. Damn humans. Do you think this will stop me? The Ten Tails roared in anger, increasing the mental pressure. Ah. Itachi howled in pain, but he still did not give up the fight. He stared determinedly at the colossal creature before him, filled with defiance. Seconds ticked by and Itachi felt as if his body were being torn apart, yet he still clenched his teeth and held on. The warm smile of Shui and the hopeful gaze of his father constantly flashed in his mind, providing him with boundless strength and allowing him to see hope in despair. Get away from me! Itachi roared, channeling all his chakra to form a powerful shockwave surging toward the Ten Tails' mental force. Boom! A massive explosion echoed in Itachi's mind, making him feel as if his consciousness were being torn into countless fragments, only to be reassembled again. When he opened his eyes once more, he found that he had broken free from the Ten Tails' mental control. How is it possible? The Ten Tails roared in disbelief. You actually managed to escape my control. There is nothing impossible. Itachi slowly stood up, a sharp light flickering in his golden pupils. I am Uchiha Itachi. I will not yield to you. The Ten Tails roared angrily, its massive body trembling violently as if trying to break free from the chains binding it. Damn human. I will kill you. Just then Itachi suddenly sensed an unusual chakra fluctuation emanating from the Ten Tails. What is that? Itachi was alarmed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. In the next moment, the 9 crimson eyes of the Ten Tails lit up simultaneously, a terrifying aura erupting from within it, instantly engulfing the entire space. As those 9 crimson eyes lit up, Itachi felt as if his consciousness were being drawn in. This was not mere illusion, but a pure, overwhelming power. He instinctively wanted to evade, but his body felt like it was weighed down with lead, unable to move. Is this the true power of the Ten Tails? Itachi struggled to utter, his voice dry like sandpaper. In the next moment, an invisible shockwave erupted from the Ten Tails, distorting the surrounding space violently as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Itachi's Susanoo felt as flimsy as paper before this power instantly covered in cracks. Damn! Itachi gritted his teeth, doing his utmost to maintain the form of Susanoo, but this power was too strong, and he felt his chakra depleting at an astonishing rate. In the moment before Susanoo was about to collapse, 2 familiar chakra sources suddenly surged into Itachi's body. Itachi, hold on. My son, you carry the hope of the Uchiha clan. It was Shui and his father. Itachi was astonished to discover that Shui and Fugaku's chakra appeared beside him, transforming into 2 ethereal figures standing on either side of him. Shui. Father. Itachi's voice choked a bit. He never expected that at the brink of life and death it would be these 2 deceased relatives appearing by his side. Don't give up, Itachi. Shui smiled gently, his eyes filled with encouragement. You still have things you want to protect, don't you? Itachi, you are the genius of the Uchiha clan. I believe you can defeat it. Fugaku's voice was loud and powerful, filled with confidence in his son. I cannot let down your expectations. Itachi's eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit as Shui and Fugaku's chakra merged into his Susanoo, which had already been cracked, instantly stabilizing and radiating even greater power. Roar! The Ten Tails let out a deafening roar, evidently furious at the sudden surge of power from Itachi. It opened its massive mouth, gathering a terrifying energy within as if it intended to swallow the entire world. Come on! Itachi fearlessly charged forward, the Totsuka blade in his hand igniting with blazing flames, transforming into a golden flash as he slashed toward the Ten Tails' attack. Boom! The collision of 2 powerful forces erupted with world-destroying energy, causing the entire space to tremble violently on the verge of collapse. Damn this power! Itachi felt as if his body were being torn apart, but he still gritted his teeth and held on, knowing he absolutely could not fall. Itachi, do you remember what I taught you? The true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shizui's voice echoed in Itachi's mind. The true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi murmured, suddenly seeming to realize something, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. I understand, Shui. Itachi took a deep breath, and in his golden pupils 3 tomos slowly rotated, ultimately forming a completely new pattern. The 3 tomos slowly revolved and finally came to a stop. Within the crimson pupils, a 6-pointed star pattern emitted an eerie glow. It was the new kaleidoscope Sharingan that combined the powers of Shui and Fugaku. A powerful force erupted within Itachi like a volcanic explosion. He felt his blood burning as Shui and Fugaku's chakra surged like a rushing river, ultimately converging into a vast golden ocean. Is this the power that transcends the eternal kaleidoscope? Itachi murmured softly, his voice trembling with excitement, eagerness, and a deep thirst for power. The originally deep blue Susanoo was covered by a golden light, its size instantly expanding. The 10 tails, which once resembled a mountain, now appeared as small as a child before it. Golden flames raged on the armor of Susanoo, resembling a war god descending from the heavens, exuding a terrifying pressure capable of annihilating the world. Roar! The 10 Tails felt an unprecedented sense of threat, and let out a terrified roar. Its massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. It struggled desperately, wanting to flee from this terrifying aura, but Itachi's Susanoo had already appeared before it like lightning, the 10-fist sword wielding golden flames that incinerate everything, striking down towards the 10 Tails' head. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. The violent energy shockwave reduced everything around to dust. The ground cracked, space twisted, and the entire world seemed to fall into a doomsday-like scene at that moment. As the smoke cleared, a massive wound appeared on the 10 Tails' enormous body, deep enough to see bone, with golden flames burning fiercely at the wound, preventing its recovery. How is this possible? This little brat's power! Obito, hiding behind the 10 Tails, was horrified beyond measure. As he witnessed everything unfold, he never expected that Uchiha Itachi, who had fallen into despair, would unleash such terrifying power, even pushing the 10 Tails to this extent. Damn it! Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you! Obito gritted his teeth, knowing that if he allowed Uchiha Itachi to continue, the entire plan would be ruined. He formed hand seals and the space began to distort, wishing to teleport himself next to the 10 Tails. Not a chance! Itachi's cold voice echoed in Obito's ears, and the golden Susanoo appeared behind Obito like a flash, the 10-fist sword bearing the might to split heaven and earth swung down fiercely. Kamui! At a critical moment, Obito activated his space-time ninjutsu, his body instantaneously phasing out of existence, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Damn brat! Don't get too cocky! Obito's figure appeared several meters away, a fierce look on his face. He quickly formed hand seals and a massive black sphere formed in his hands, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. A-tailed beast bomb. Itachi squinted, and his golden Susanoo also began to gather chakra, preparing to face this world-destroying strike. Stop it, Obito! At that moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of helplessness and fatigue, yet possessing a certain magical quality that instantly silenced the entire battlefield. Even the raging 10 Tails ceased its struggles, turning to look in the direction of the voice. Who are you? Obito was taken aback, his gaze shifting to the source of the voice, where a figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a wide-brimmed hat slowly emerged from the forest. And who are you? Itachi also looked at the newcomer, frowning slightly. He sensed a strong chakra emanating from this person, which felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Long time no see, Itachi. The person slowly raised his head, revealing a pale face with a faint smile. You are. Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, staring incredulously at the figure before him. Indeed, it is me, the person said, a chilling smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The shadow slowly removed the hat, revealing a familiar face in Itachi's view. It was a face that could not be forgotten even in nightmares, pale and handsome, radiating a sense of determination and gentleness. It was Itachi's most beloved older brother, Uchiha Shursui. Shursui. Brother. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling as if he had seen a ghost. The golden flames of the 10-fist sword flickered violently, reflecting the turbulent waves of shock within his heart. Long time no see, Itachi. Shursui offered him a familiar smile, yet that smile carried a hint of weariness and bitterness. It seems you've grown quite a bit over the years. I truly feel proud of you. Obito stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open as if witnessing the impossible. This can't be true. Uchiha Shursui is clearly dead. I saw him jump into the river to commit suicide with my own eyes. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Obito. Shursui turned to face Obito, gazing at him calmly with eyes sharp as blades. That was merely a performance I staged to escape Danzo's pursuit. Escape from Danzo? Itachi furrowed his brow, countless questions intertwining in his mind. What exactly is going on? Brother Shursui, why did you do this? Shursui sighed deeply, his gaze shifting to the distance, seemingly lost in memories. Itachi, do you remember what happened on the night of the massacre? It was not accidental, but a conspiracy orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha to suppress the Uchiha clan. And I was targeted by Danzo for discovering this secret, ultimately forced to choose to fake my own death. What? Itachi stared at Shursui in shock, never having imagined that the truth behind his family's massacre was so cruel. Shursui, in order to protect him, had borne such a heavy secret alone. After faking my death, I went into hiding, secretly investigating the truth and seeking the power to combat all of this. Shijui's voice was deep and firm. I traveled to every corner of the shinobi world and ultimately found a power beyond human imagination in an ancient ruin. A power beyond human imagination. Itachi keenly caught the key information in Shijui's words. What kind of power? Shursui did not answer directly, but extended his palm, revealing a ball of airy blue chakra that emitted a strange yet powerful aura. This power comes from Where does it come from? Obito suddenly interrupted Shisui, speaking urgently, seemingly apprehensive about this power. Quickly tell me. What power did you obtain? Ignoring Obito's question, Shisui continued to speak to Itachi. Itachi, Obito's plan is not as simple as it seems. His ultimate goal is to resurrect an even more terrifying existence, and the 10 Tails is merely a part of his scheme. An even more terrifying existence. A sense of foreboding rose in Itachi's heart. He had never imagined there could be something even more horrifying than the 10 Tails in this world. Indeed, it is a monster capable of destroying the entire shinobi world. Shijui's voice was filled with worry. I have appeared this time to stop Obito's conspiracy and save this world. Save the world. Itachi chuckled bitterly, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. But I have already borne too many sins. Do I still have the right to save this world? Itachi, you did nothing wrong. Everything you did was to protect those you love. Shisui stepped in front of Itachi, gently patting his shoulder. Now I need your help. Join me in stopping Obito and saving this world. Itachi raised his head, looking into Shijui's sincere and determined eyes. The blood boiling within him seemed to reignite. He clenched his fists, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. I agree, brother Shisui. Itachi lifted his head, gazing fiercely at the distant Obito, his voice filled with determination. I will stop him at any cost. Shijui's lips curled into a smile of relief. He knew that Itachi had made a choice belonging to a hero. However, just then a sudden change occurred. Shijui's words rang like thunder in the ears of the two. Before Itachi and Obito could react, a powerful chakra erupted from deep underground, sending the three of them flying. Shisui reacted quickly, adjusting his body midair and landing steadily on a rock, but Itachi and Obito were not so fortunate, crashing to the ground and eating a mouthful of dirt. Cough, cough. Itachi coughed a few times, looking up to see that the originally flat ground had split open into a massive crack with deep darkness spreading from below, sending chills down his spine. A figure in a black robe slowly rose from the crack in the ground, wearing a strange mask with only one crimson Sharingan emitting a strange glow. Shisui, you've finally decided to show yourself. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The mysterious figure looked around and spoke in a low, hoarse voice laced with an unmistakable excitement. Shijui's expression became serious as he recognized the mysterious figure. It was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. Pain. Why are you here? Shijui's tone was filled with caution. He knew Pain's strength was unfathomable and not an opponent to be dealt with lightly. I am here for you, Shisui. Pain's gaze fell upon Shisui, his tone filled with a hint of amusement. Your kaleidoscope Sharingan is a power I've always longed to possess. You want my eyes? Shisui sneered. Do you think you are worthy? Ha, what a big mouth you have. Pain laughed maniacally, the crimson Sharingan flashing dangerously. Then let me see what qualifications your eyes have to be so arrogant before me. As soon as his words fell, Pain's figure transformed into an afterimage, charging towards Shisui at lightning speed. Shisui had been prepared, quickly forming hand seals and calling out. Water release, water barrier. A massive water wall rose up to block in front of Shisui. However, Pain's speed was simply too fast. The water wall had not yet fully formed before he shattered it with a single punch, turning it into flying droplets. A mere trick. Pain snorted coldly, his assault unrelenting as he continued to approach Shisui. Shisui cursed silently. He knew that in his current state he could not face Pain head-on, and could only buy time and wait for an opportunity. Amaterasu. Just as Pain was about to touch Shisui, a black flame suddenly surged from behind him, forcing Pain back a few steps. Obito's figure appeared beside Shisui, his crimson Sharingan coldly staring at Pain. Obito, do you want to intervene too? Pain looked at Obito, his tone tinged with displeasure. Since you made your move, how could I stand by and do nothing? Obito snorted coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Moreover, Shijui's eyes are not something you can touch. Oh. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Pain chuckled lightly, his tone brimming with ridicule. Then let me see if you've made any progress over the years. Shinra Tensei. An invisible force erupted from Pain's hands, sending both Obito and Shisui flying. They landed heavily on the ground, both spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn this guy's strength. Obito held his chest, struggling to get up, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. He had thought that after years of hard training he would be able to fight Pain, but he never expected the gap to be so vast. Obito, you are no match for him, get out of here. Shisui struggled to stand up, shouting loudly at Obito. I'll hold him off, you hurry and inform the others. But! Go now. Shisui yelled angrily, interrupting Obito's words. Obito gritted his teeth, knowing this was not the time to be stubborn. Staying would only lead to unnecessary death. He took a deep look at Shisui, then turned and fled into the distance. Want to leave? Not so easy. Pain chuckled coldly about to chase after him, but Shui blocked his path. Your opponent is me. Shui formed hand seals, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you. You overestimate yourself. A cold glint flashed in Pain's eyes, and the next moment his figure disappeared from the spot, reappearing right in front of Shui, fingers outstretched aiming for Shijui's chest. Shui, be careful. Itachi, witnessing all this from a distance, shouted in alarm, however it was already too late. The crimson chakra gathered in Itachi's eyes, the tomos spinning rapidly trying to capture Pain's figure. However, Pain's movements were as fast as lightning before Itachi's illusion could fully activate. Pain's invisible force pierced through. Boom! Itachi felt as if struck by lightning. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out blood. His frail body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a pool of blood. Itachi! From a distance, Shui let out a heart-wrenching roar as he witnessed it all. His eyes were bloodshot, and the three tomo within twisted and deformed under intense emotional turmoil, ultimately merging into an eerie pattern, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Pain, you will pay for what you've done! Shijui's voice was deep and hoarse, as if coming from a hellish demon. Kodo Amatsukami. In Shijui's eyes, the kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly, releasing dazzling light. An invisible force enveloped Pain, attempting to invade his spiritual world and turn him into Shijui's puppet. However, at that moment a sudden change occurred. In Pain's eyes, the Rinnegan emitted a strange light and actually rebounded Shijui's, Kodo Amatsukami. What? Shui was greatly shocked. He never expected that Pain could actually reflect his Kodo Amatsukami. Shijui's mental strength suffered a backlash, and his vision went dark as he spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Damn this guy! Shui struggled to stand but found his body immobile. His consciousness began to blur, and the world around him faded into darkness. Is this your power? Truly disappointing, Uchiha Shui. Pain's voice rang cold and ruthless in Shijui's ears. Just as Pain was about to deal a fatal blow to Shui, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Stop! The newcomer was Obito. In his hand a kunai gleamed with a cold light aimed at Pain's throat. Oh! You dare to appear before me, Uchiha Obito! Pain looked at Obito with a tone filled with disdain. It seems you are tired of living. That's something I should say to you. Obito snorted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Pain, let us settle this today. Then let me see if you've improved over the years. Pain chuckled coldly, his figure flickering, vanishing from the spot. So fast. Obito was startled, and before he could react, Pain was already behind him, fingers clawing towards his heart. Kamui! In a critical moment, Obito activated the ability of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, phasing out of existence, and dodging Pain's fatal strike. Mere tricks! Pain scoffed coldly, his assault unrelenting as he continued to unleash fierce attacks on Obito. While dodging Pain's attacks, Obito searched for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Pain's strength was simply too overwhelming. Obito found no openings. At that moment, Obito suddenly thought of something, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Pain, since you want my eyes, I'll give them to you. As soon as he finished speaking, black light shot out from Obito's eyes, heading straight for Pain's eyes. What? Pain, caught off guard, didn't expect this sudden move from Obito. He was hit in both eyes by the two beams of black light. Pain let out a scream, covering his eyes and retreating repeatedly. I did it! Obito was overjoyed, about to press the advantage, when he suddenly felt darkness engulf him and lost consciousness. Obito! From a distance, Shui witnessed this scene, his heart filled with rage. He struggled to get up, but due to his severe injuries fainted once more. The battle between Obito and Pain resembled a farce filled with laughable flaws in Itachi's eyes. One of them possessed immense power yet acted like a mindless beast, the other was full of cunning schemes yet was ensnared by his own tricks. Ha, how foolish! Itachi sneered from the shadows. Watching the two inflict mutual devastation, he knew his opportunity had arrived. In his pitch-black pupils the scarlet tomos spun rapidly, transforming into black flames that instantly engulfed Pain and Obito. Amaterasu! Itachi whispered, as if hellfire were raging, intent on burning the two to ashes. However, this towering inferno acted like a signal flare ignited in the night, exposing Itachi to everyone's gaze. Who goes there? Over there! In the distance several figures rushed forward. It was the other members of the Akatsuki. Drawn by the battle, they charged toward Itachi, filled with fury. Tisk, trouble has arrived. Itachi frowned slightly but showed no sign of panic. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. Uchiha Itachi, you finally decided to show yourself. The first to arrive was Haiden, wielding his scythe with excitement in his eyes. I thought you were going to be a coward for life. I don't need to get my hands dirty with someone like you. Itachi coldly glanced at Haiden, his gaze shifting to the others. Itachi, why are you doing this? Konan looked at Pain, engulfed by the black flames, her eyes filled with sorrow and confusion. Why? That question you should ask your leader. Itachi's tone remained flat. But I believe he is too busy to answer you now. Damn it, Itachi, how dare you betray the Akatsuki? Sasori manipulated his Hiriko, his mechanisms poised to deliver a fatal blow to Itachi. Betrayal. I am simply doing what I believe is right. Itachi replied calmly. You blinded fools consumed by hatred will never understand. Enough talk, die. Amidst the furious roars, the Akatsuki members launched their attacks simultaneously. Various jutsu rained down like a storm surrounding Itachi. Faced with enemies all around, Itachi remained unfazed, forming hand seals and uttering Susanoo. A massive red chakra skeleton rose from the ground, enveloping Itachi. Soon after, red samurai armor covered his body, holding the Tatsuka blade, and the Yata mirror standing like a god of war between heaven and earth. Let me show you the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A sharp cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes. Susanoo, like a crimson demon crawling out of hell, descended upon the world with devastating might. Itachi sat atop Susanoo's forehead, looking down at the members of the Akatsuki before him, his gaze as cold as ice. Itachi, have you gone mad? Do you even know what you are doing? Konan looked at the scene in disbelief, her former companion now turned against her, filling her with immense pain and confusion. I am simply doing what I believe is right. Itachi's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were recounting an unrelated affair. What you call right is betrayal of us, betrayal of the Akatsuki. Haiden shouted angrily, chakra swirling around his scythe, emanating a dangerous aura. Itachi, you've disappointed me greatly. Saying more is useless. Itachi ignored Haiden's outcry, Susanoo gripping the Tatsuka blade and striking down toward Haiden. Haiden swung his scythe, trying to block the blow, but the power of the Tatsuka blade exceeded his expectations. With a thunderous roar, the scythe was cleaved in half and Haiden was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Haiden! Sasuke, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed, attempting to rush forward, but was halted by Itachi's cold gaze. Your opponent is me. Itachi controlled Susanoo, turning his target toward Sasori. Sasori snorted coldly, the tail of Hiriko raised high, unleashing countless poison needles and mechanisms like a torrential rain towards Susanoo. However, these attacks were easily deflected by the Yata mirror, as if they were made of paper. Childish tricks. Itachi scoffed, Susanoo swinging the Yata mirror, rebounding all of Sasori's attacks. Damn it! Sasori cursed under his breath, quickly controlling Hiriko to evade. Meanwhile, Haiden seized the opportunity, joining his hands together, activating Death's Embrace. A strange curse seal spread from beneath his feet, rapidly approaching Itachi. Overestimating yourself. Itachi's eyes flashed coldly and Amaterasu's black flames instantly engulfed Haiden. Haiden let out a miserable cry, his body burned to ashes, leaving behind only a charred skeleton. Haiden! Kakuzu, witnessing the scene, immediately turned furious. He manipulated 5 hearts, unleashing various elemental jutsu, trying to suppress Itachi's onslaught. However, Itachi's Susanoo was both offensive and defensive, neutralizing all fire, lightning, and wind techniques. Damn it, how is this guy so strong? Kakuzu was terrified, having never witnessed such overwhelming power. It's over. Itachi said coldly, raising Susanoo's Tatsuka blade, preparing to deliver the final blow to Kakuzu. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Itachi, a kunai glowing with a bluish hue aimed directly at his back. The black figure landed steadily, and Itachi finally recognized the person. It was Pain, one of the 6 paths of the Akatsuki. His Rinnegan emitted a cold light, seemingly able to see through everything. Pain! Konan exclaimed, anxiously looking at Itachi. Itachi, stop. You know you're not his match. Pain ignored Konan's plea and fixed his cold gaze on Itachi, asking, Itachi, why did you betray the Akatsuki? Betrayal. Itachi sneered. I have always been loyal to Konoha, how can there be talk of betrayal? You, on the other hand, wage war and harm the innocent for the sake of so-called peace. I will not accept such peace. Itachi's words were filled with mockery and disdain, making Pain's expression darken further. It seems you have made your choice. Pain's voice was calm yet oppressive. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Pain's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Itachi had already anticipated this. Susanoo swiftly turned the Tatsuka blade, cutting through the air toward the rear. Clang! The Tatsuka blade clashed with the black kunai in Pain's hand, producing a piercing sound of metal grinding. Pain paused, clearly surprised by Itachi's quick reaction. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi's Susanoo swung the Tatsuka blade, pushing Pain back, then dispelled Susanoo. He knew that in his current state he couldn't maintain Susanoo for long, especially against an opponent with Rinnegan like Pain. Pain did not continue the attack but coldly questioned Itachi. Itachi, you should understand that you cannot defeat me. Tell me what is the real reason for your betrayal of the Akatsuki. Itachi understood that he could not explain everything now, nor could he reveal the truth about the Uchiha clan's extermination to the Akatsuki, as it would only bring greater disaster. He could only answer vaguely. Everything I do is for the village, for peace. For the village. For peace. Pain sounded as if he had heard a ridiculous joke, his tone filled with sarcasm. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Believe it or not, Itachi replied coldly, his eyes betraying no hint of retreat. I have made my decision and I will not regret it. I'm stubborn. Pain snorted coldly, forming hand seals. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Just then a figure suddenly appeared between Itachi and Pain, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Enough, Pain, stop it. The newcomer was another member of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's brother, who possessed the Sharingan. Dressed in a black cloak, his eyes burned with rage as he glared fiercely at Pain. Sasuke! Itachi exclaimed in surprise, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What are you doing here? Sasuke ignored Itachi's question and coldly said to Pain. Pain, Itachi is my prey, no one else can interfere. Oh. It seems you can't wait to avenge your clan. Pain said with interest, looking at Sasuke. In that case, let me see just how much strength you have. Just what I want. Sasuke roared, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, the three tomo connecting to form a scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from Sasuke's eyes, instantly engulfing Pain. The black flames surged like a frenzied beast, rushing toward Pain with an overwhelming force. However, Pain merely waved his hand lightly, an invisible force sending the terrifying flames flying, dissipating into the air. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Pain's voice remained calm, but a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. Itachi, did you see that? This is my current power. Sasuke ignored Pain's words and turned to Itachi, his scarlet Sharingan filled with flames of hatred. I will personally kill you to avenge our clan. Itachi looked at Sasuke's eyes filled with hatred, feeling a stab of pain in his heart. How he wished to tell Sasuke the truth, to make him understand that everything he did was for him and for the village. But now was not the time. The threat of the Akatsuki had not been eliminated, and he could not let Sasuke get caught up in this dangerous whirlpool. Sasuke, you are too naive. Itachi said coldly, his tone filled with disappointment. Do you think you can defeat me with just that little power? You underestimate me. Itachi, stop posing. Sasuke shouted angrily, the Kusanagi sword pointed at Itachi. I will kill you today to avenge my clan. Sasuke, calm down. Itachi tried to awaken Sasuke's rationality, but he was now blinded by hatred and could not heed any advice. Die, Itachi. Sasuke shouted furiously, his figure flashing as he appeared in front of Itachi, the Kusanagi sword wielded with lethal intent aimed at Itachi's chest. Itachi had long been prepared. He slightly shifted his body to evade Sasuke's deadly strike. Sasuke, stop. You have no idea what you are doing. While dodging Sasuke's attacks, Itachi tried to persuade him. Shut up. What right do you have to lecture me? Sasuke roared, attacking with even greater ferocity, each strike filled with lethal intent. Itachi knew this could not continue. Sasuke was in a dangerously reckless state. If it went on like this, he would likely be consumed by hatred, turning into a monster that only knew slaughter. Sasuke, since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for being merciless. Itachi's eyes suddenly turned fierce, chakra surging violently within him, an overwhelming aura erupting from his body. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted once more from Sasuke's eyes, targeting Itachi. However, this time Itachi did not evade. He allowed the black flames to engulf him. What? Sasuke froze momentarily, not expecting Itachi to stand still and let him attack. Itachi! Sasuke cried out, attempting to retract the black flames of Amaterasu, but it was already too late. The black flames completely engulfed Itachi, burning fiercely as if to turn him to ashes. Ha! Itachi, you finally have your day. Sasuke laughed maniacally, watching Itachi consumed by black flames, the hatred in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by an indescribable emptiness and confusion. However, Sasuke's laughter did not last long. A more terrifying surge of chakra erupted from the black flames, scattering the dark fire. How is this possible? Sasuke stared in disbelief at Itachi emerging unscathed from the black flames, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Sasuke, you are too naive. Itachi's voice was cold and merciless, as if coming from the depths of hell. Do you think this would defeat me? You underestimate Uchiha, Itachi. Itachi slowly raised his right hand, gathering a ball of black energy in his palm. This energy fluctuation was stronger than any previous attack, even causing the space around it to slightly warp. Sasuke feel true despair. The black energy ball spun in Itachi's palm, emanating a destructive aura as if it would completely engulf Sasuke in the next second. Sasuke stood frozen in place, fear coiling around his heart like a venomous snake, making it hard for him to breathe. He wanted to evade to counterattack, but his body felt as heavy as lead, completely unresponsive. Is this Itachi's true power? Sasuke thought despairingly, his eyes wide, as he watched the black energy ball rush toward him. The shadow of death loomed over him, and he closed his eyes waiting for the final moment to arrive. However, the excruciating pain he expected did not come. Boom! A massive explosion rang in Sasuke's ears, and he suddenly opened his eyes, seeing a figure standing before him. Shijisei. Sasuke stared in disbelief at the person before him, recognizing Uchiha Shusui, the one who had once cared for him like a brother, taught him, and sacrificed himself for the village and peace. Shijui's expression was grave. One of his eyes had turned blood red, marked with the strange black tomo, the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Itachi's attack was completely blocked by Shusui, the tremendous force pushing Shusui back a few steps, yet he still stood firmly in front of Sasuke, protecting him with his body. Shusui. Why? Itachi looked at the suddenly appearing Shusui, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes but quickly returning to coldness. Itachi, stop. Shusui didn't respond to Itachi's question but spoke with a pained tone. Don't go down this path. Wrong. Everything I do is for the village, for the Uchiha clan. Itachi's voice was filled with determination. Only I can stop the war, only I can bring true peace. Peace. Your so-called peace involves sacrificing yourself, sacrificing Sasuke. Shusui shouted. Look at what you have become. You are no longer even half of what the Uchiha clan used to be. You have turned into a machine that only knows how to kill. Enough. Itachi interrupted Shusui, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. You don't understand anything. Itachi, calm down. Shusui tried to awaken the kindness and rationality deep within Itachi. Are you really going to kill your own brother? Don't you remember our dreams? Itachi fell silent, gazing into Shijui's eyes filled with sadness and disappointment, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Shusui. I'm sorry. Itachi's voice was low and hoarse, as if it were squeezed from his throat. I can never go back. No, Itachi, you still have a chance. Shusui exclaimed loudly. As long as you are willing to turn back, it's not too late. It's useless, Shusui. Itachi shook his head, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. I have borne too many sins. I am no longer qualified to turn back. Itachi. Shusui wanted to persuade him again, but Itachi did not give him the chance. A cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, gathering another black energy ball, targeting Shusui. Shusui, you cannot stop me. I have made my decision. I will walk my own path. Itachi's voice was cold and merciless, as if he had reverted to the ruthless killer of his clan. Itachi, are you crazy? Sasuke shouted in terror at the sight. You actually want to attack Shusui? Stop. At this critical moment, an elderly figure with white hair suddenly appeared in front of Shusui, forming hand seals. A transparent barrier instantly opened, blocking Itachi's attack. Hinata Hayashi. Seeing the newcomer, both Sasuke and Itachi were stunned. Hayashi Hyuga's sudden appearance was like a bucket of ice water poured onto red-hot iron, immediately cooling the tense razor-edged atmosphere. An overwhelming chakra pressure radiated from Hayashi, pinning Itachi and Shusui in place before they could even react, immobilized utterly by that invisible crushing force. Uchiha Itachi, you dare act with such audacity? Hayashi's voice rumbled low and commanding, like distant thunder detonating beside their ears. To strike down your own comrades within Konoha itself, where then do you place the honor of the Uchiha clan? Itachi clenched his teeth, straining against Hayashi's chakra pressure, yet resistance only tightened the grip, as if sinking deeper into quicksand. He lifted his gaze to meet Hayashi's directly, eyes devoid of fear, only cold resolve and unyielding certainty. Everything I do is for the village, and for the Uchiha clan. You will never understand. For the village. For the Uchiha. Hayashi scoffed, his tone edged with disdain. You are blinded by hatred, utterly incapable of grasping what true peace truly means. He turned to Shusui, his voice softening slightly. Shusui, tell me. What is the truth behind this? Shusui sighed deeply, laying bare Itachi's plight and fateful choice, and placing his desperate hope in Hayashi. Lord Hayashi, Itachi has been backed into a corner. Please help him. Prevent this tragedy from unfolding. Having heard Shijui's account, Hayashi furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He well knew the long simmering rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, and understood the unbearable weight Itachi bore upon his shoulders. Torn between clan and village, such a choice would shatter anyone's heart with anguish and uncertainty. Hayashi exhaled heavily, his gaze upon Itachi layered with sorrow and gravity. Itachi, I know you carry burdens beyond measure. But that is no justification for straying from the path. Tell me, do you truly believe this course will bring peace? Itachi opened his mouth, but no words emerged. He did not know whether his actions were right or wrong, yet retreat was no longer possible. Enough. Hayashi cut him off sharply. Hatred has clouded your judgment, you cannot think clearly now. I will temporarily take you and Sasuke back to the Hyuga compound. Return to me only when your mind is clear, and your heart at peace. Before the final syllable faded, Hayashi vanished, reappearing instantly before Itachi and Sasuke. With two precise, deft strikes to their napes, both collapsed into unconsciousness. Shursui, I will handle this matter with utmost care, you need not intervene, Hayashi said, cradling the unconscious brothers. Remain with the Hyuga clan for now. My guards will ensure your safety. Shursui hesitated, then fell silent, meeting Hayashi's unwavering gaze. He knew further words would change nothing. His only hope now lay in Hayashi's wisdom and resolve. Hayashi departed carrying the two unconscious boys, leaving Shursui alone beneath the fading light, watching them vanish into the distance, his expression unreadable, heavy with foreboding. He knew a far greater storm was gathering, and he could only stand by, powerless to halt its approach. Back at the Hyuga compound, Hayashi placed Itachi and Sasuke in separate chambers. His brow remained furrowed as he gazed upon their sleeping forms. This crisis ran far deeper than appearances suggested. The decades-long tension between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had reached its breaking point, and Itachi had become its tragic sacrifice. Summon someone, Hayashi commanded, his voice low and resonant. A Hyuga clansman entered immediately, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Bring me Niji Hyuga. I have questions for him. Yes, my lord. Moments later, Niji stood before Hayashi's chamber. Niji, Hayashi began without preamble. What is your view of the Uchiha clan? Niji paused, surprised by the unexpected question. After a measured silence, he replied cautiously. The Uchiha clan wields formidable power, yet its relationship with the village remains delicate. Before he could continue, Hayashi interrupted. I seek your personal conviction, not village gossip. Niji fell quiet. He understood. Hayashi was asking whether he harbored prejudice against the Uchiha. My lord. Niji lifted his head, gaze steady and resolute. I need you here to trust only what my own eyes have witnessed. In my view, the Uchiha clan is but a tragic assembly, blinded by hatred, imprisoned within their own bitterness. Niji said, voice cool and unwavering. They possess great strength, yet lack the wisdom to coexist peacefully with the village. Their long imprisonment in resentment leaves them no path but ruin. At Niji's words, a flicker of quiet approval passed across Hayashi's face. He knew the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had long held mutual distrust, and as a branch house member, Niji was especially vulnerable to inherited bias. Yet Niji had set aside those prejudices to speak with clarity and integrity, a fact that filled Hayashi with profound relief. You speak wisely, Niji, he murmured. Indeed, the Uchiha walk a road from which there is no return. And more terrifying still, they stand on the precipice of annihilation. Annihilation. Niji's brow nodded, unease stirring deep within him. My lord, what do you mean? A shadow of grief crossed Hayashi's eyes as he spoke slowly. Just recently Shursui confided in me. The third Hokage has issued orders to eradicate the Uchiha clan. What? Niji recoiled in disbelief, staring at Hayashi. That cannot be true. How could such a thing happen in Konoha? I know it defies belief, but it is the truth. Hayashi's voice darkened. The Uchiha's recent conduct has gravely threatened the village's security. The third Hokage acted only out of necessity. Niji fell silent. Though he bore no love for the Uchiha, he did not wish them condemned to such a fate. Nor could he reconcile the horror of it, that Itachi, once his rival and friend, would be the one to carry out such a deed. Niji, I know your shock, your disbelief, Hayashi said, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. But I trust Itachi. He bears burdens none of us can fathom. And so, I ask you to help him. Stop this tragedy before it begins. Niji lifted his gaze, unwavering. My lord, how may I serve? Hayashi paused thoughtfully. Itachi is blinded by hatred, unable to see the truth. Go to him. Make him understand this path leads only to deeper catastrophe. Understood, my lord. Niji bowed solemnly. I will do everything in my power. That night Niji slipped silently into Itachi's chamber. Moonlight bled faintly through the window, casting silver upon Itachi's sleeping face, familiar yet profoundly estranged. Niji stared at that countenance, heart churning with conflicting currents. He did not know how to begin, or whether any words could sway Itachi from vengeance. Itachi, Niji whispered, voice laced with hesitation and sorrow. Itachi's eyes snapped open, glinting with icy fury. What do you want? Itachi, calm yourself. It's me, Niji. Niji said quickly. I've come to speak with you about the Uchiha clan. You. A flicker of inner conflict crossed Itachi's face, swiftly swallowed by cold, unrelenting hatred. You have no right to speak of this. Leave now. Itachi, wake up. Niji raised his voice. Do you truly believe eradicating your clan will resolve anything? It will only breed deeper hatred and endless suffering. Silence. Itachi shot upright, glaring at Niji with searing rage. You know nothing at all. You have no right to judge my choices. I know your pain, I understand your torment, Niji said, holding Itachi's gaze unflinchingly. But tell me, does this path honor the Uchiha clan? Does it honor your own soul? Itachi recoiled, as if pierced by those words. He tried to retort, but found himself speechless, hollowed by their truth. Itachi, listen to me. There is still time to turn back. But before Niji could finish, Itachi struck. In a blur of motion, Itachi seized Niji's throat and slammed him hard against the wall. GHK cough. Niji choked, face flushing crimson. Itachi's crimson Sharingan burned into Niji's eyes, voice glacial. Stay out of this, or I will kill you too. Cough. Itachi, hear me. Niji gasped, fingers clawing desperately at Itachi's iron grip. But Itachi's hand held fast, his blazing Sharingan reflecting Niji's pallid, fading visage like twin flames in a dying dusk. Niji, I warn you once more, do not interfere. Not again. His voice carried no warmth, no hesitation, only the hollow resonance of a man already lost. Itachi, are you truly willing to become a heartless monster for the sake of revenge? Niji choked out, vision dimming, edges of the world dissolving into haze. Itachi's body trembled, just once. The fire in his Sharingan dimmed as if a hairline fracture had appeared in the eyes of his hatred. Itachi, be still. Remember your own words. Remember our training, our shared dreams. Were those all lies? Niji seized that fragile opening, his voice weak yet resonant with quiet power. Fragments flooded Itachi's mind, sparring under sunlit skies, debating ideals beneath starlit eaves, laughing over shared ambitions. Now those memories burned, not with warmth but with cruel irony. Silence. Never speak of them again. Itachi roared, hurling Niji violently to the floor as if fleeing some unbearable specter from the past. Cough. Niji curled on the floor, gasping. Slowly he rose, wiping blood from his lip, and met Itachi's gaze with unbroken resolve. Itachi, you are blinded by hatred. You do not know the truth. The Uchiha massacre was never ordered by the third Hokage. It was Danzō's conspiracy. What did you say? Itachi whirled, Sharingan locking onto Niji with lethal intensity, as if trying to pierce his very soul. I know it sounds impossible, but it is true. Danzō has coveted the Uchiha's power for years. He seeks to control Konoha itself, through the Sharingan. Lies. How could you possibly know this? Itachi bellowed, yet his clenched fists betrayed the tremor beneath his fury. Because I saw it with my own eyes. Niji drew a slow breath. That night, I infiltrated root space. I witnessed Danzō and your father, Uchiha Fugaku, conspiring to overthrow the third Hokage. And you were merely a pawn in their design. Impossible. No. Itachi staggered as if all strength had been drained from his limbs. He could not accept it, could not bear the thought that his father had betrayed both Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi, I know your anguish. But you must believe me. Niji stepped forward, gripping Itachi's shoulders. Danzō exploited your compassion, your loyalty to the village. He turned you into the instrument of your own clan's slaughter. No, stop. Itachi clutched his head, refusing to hear more, to think more. Itachi, awaken. Niji gripped his shoulders tightly. You still have time to stop this. Do not let Danzō's scheme triumph. Do not let more innocents perish because of hatred. Itachi lifted his head slowly. His Sharingan, once fierce and burning, now dimmed, replaced by raw, desolate confusion and agony. Niji, what should I do? Niji inhaled deeply, as if drawing courage from the very air. From within his robes he withdrew an ancient scroll, its surface worn with age, humming faintly with temporal resonance. Itachi, I know this is unbearable. But you must prepare yourself. Niji's voice lowered, weighted with sorrow. Itachi said nothing, only stared at the scroll in Niji's hands, Sharingan flaring with turbulent, wounded light, like a cornered beast assessing every threat. Niji carefully broke the seal. As the scroll unfurled, an intangible pressure swelled, causing Itachi's pulse to quicken involuntarily. Upon its surface lay an unerring record. Danzō and Uchiha Fugaku locked in clandestine discourse. Beneath dim lamplight their faces wore expressions of chilling calculation, malice thick in the air. "How did you obtain this?" Itachi's voice cracked, disbelief warring with dawning horror as he beheld his father's treason. "That night, I infiltrated Root's stronghold." Niji recounted each detail, precise, evading hidden sentinels, locating the concealed chamber, overhearing every word exchanged between Danzō and Fugaku. As Niji spoke, Itachi's face paled, his body trembling uncontrollably. Each image on the scroll struck like lightning, shattering the foundations of his reality. The truth he had held sacred now lay in ruins, fragile, false, and devastatingly hollow. "Impossible! Impossible!" Itachi shook his head violently, refusing to accept that he had been nothing more than Danzō's expendable tool. Niji said nothing, only watched, knowing Itachi needed time to absorb the abyss now yawning before him. Long moments passed before Itachi raised his head again, his Sharingan dulled, eclipsed by profound disorientation and anguish. "Niji, what do I do now?" His voice trembled, not with rage but with the vulnerability of a man who had lost his compass. Niji placed a firm hand on Itachi's shoulder. "Now is not the time for doubt. We must uncover the full truth, and expose Danzō's conspiracy." "You're right." Itachi breathed, steel returning to his voice. "We will uncover the truth." Their eyes met, two souls forged in fire, now united by unshakable purpose. They knew the road ahead bristled with peril, but for justice, for truth, they would walk it without faltering. "Where do we begin?" Itachi asked, calm return to his tone, yet layered now with grave solemnity. Niji reflected briefly. "We need irrefutable proof. Danzō is cunning, these images alone won't suffice." "Then, root space," Niji declared without hesitation. "There, buried in darkness, lie the rest of the secrets." "Agreed. We go to root space." Beneath the shroud of night, two silhouettes slipped into Root's fortress, ghosts moving through shadows, seeking the key that would unlock truth, justice, and redemption. The root base had long been shrouded in an aura of mystery. Even Itachi, the once prodigal youth, knew only a fraction of its inner reaches. But tonight his and Niji's destination lay deep within the base, a forbidden sanctum he himself had never dared to enter. "Be careful, Itachi," Niji murmured softly, his Byakugan gleaming with a faint, eerie luminescence in the darkness. "Chakra flow here is wildly erratic, perhaps." "Traps." Itachi finished the sentence calmly, his crimson Sharingan eyes, like twin blazing rubies, piercing every shadow, every stillness, every hidden truth. Oil lamps flickered dimly along both walls of the corridor, stretching their silhouettes into grotesque wavering lengths, a silent herald of dread. Relying on Itachi's intimate knowledge of the base's architecture, and Niji's unparalleled Byakugan perception, they slipped past concealed sentinels and lethal traps, vanishing deeper into the heart of darkness. "This is it." Itachi halted before an unassuming stone door, his Sharingan locked onto the intricate seal array etched upon its surface. A faint frown deepened between his brows. "Danzō's work. We've found the right place. Shall we force our way through?" Niji asked, his hand already resting atop the weapon's pouch at his hip. Itachi shook his head. "Danzō's seals are no mere puzzle, they're a death warrant. Trigger the alarm and all this will be for nothing." He closed his eyes. A tide of immense spiritual energy surged forth, not as assault but as quiet, meticulous inquiry, scanning every glyph, every resonance, every hidden flaw in the seal's architecture. Seconds bled into minutes. Sweat traced glistening paths down Itachi's temples, but his focus never wavered. Then at last he found it, a single hair-thin fracture in the labyrinthine design. A faint, confident smile curved his lips. "Found it." His whisper was barely audible yet charged with certainty. Hands flashed through seals, then a strange resonant chakra pulse emanated from him, harmonizing perfectly with the door's ancient binding. "Open!" With that low command, the stone door groaned inward, a deep sepulchral rumble. An icy damp air rushed forth, thick with the scent of decay and old blood. Before them yawned a spiraling staircase descending into absolute blackness, an abyssal maw swallowing light, sound, and hope whole. "Let's go, Niji." Itachi stepped first onto the stairs, his voice echoed sharply in the hollow passage. Niji followed without hesitation, two shadows moving as one, descending with lethal precision. How long they walked either could say, until at last a sliver of pale light pierced the gloom. As they drew nearer, it brightened, widened, and finally revealed a vast subterranean chamber. "This?" Niji gasped, breath catching in his throat, struck mute by sheer staggering revelation. The cavern blazed with light, shelves soared toward the vaulted ceiling laden with scrolls, thousands upon thousands, neatly ordered like sacred relics. Strange alien instruments gleamed with cold metallic menace, surgical tools, containment vessels, arcane calibrators, each whispering of unspeakable experiments. Where is this place? Itachi murmured, his voice hushed, not from awe but from profound unease. Even he who had witnessed the darkest corners of Konoha's soul had never imagined such a trove of forbidden arts. It seems, we've uncovered something far more dangerous than we anticipated. Niji's tone held the weight of grim foreboding. Then Itachi's gaze snagged on a colossal iron cage tucked into the far corner, its bars thick, its surface plastered with dense layers of sealing tags pulsing with suppressed malice. He approached slowly. Through the narrow gaps his Sharingan pierced the gloom, and what he saw made his pupils contract violently, his face draining of all color. Impossible! A choked whisper escaped him. Huddled in the cage's darkest recess was a small trembling figure, wild red hair spilling across her face like spilled blood. Had it not been for that unmistakable vivid crimson, he would have refused to believe his own eyes. Karen! Niji breathed disbelief raw in his voice. Itachi said nothing. His Sharingan burned, two incandescent furnaces of fury and anguish, fixed unblinkingly upon that frail broken form. The girl inside was Karen, the sole surviving heir of the Uzumaki clan. She was emaciated, clad in tattered rags. Her once pale skin was a tapestry of livid wounds, some festering, some freshly torn, her shallow breaths fluttering like dying embers. Damn him! That bastard Danzō! Itachi's fists clenched, nails biting deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain, only the white-hot furnace of rage consuming him from within. His fury was bottomless. He'd known Danzō's cruelty, but never imagined such monstrous cruelty inflicted upon a child so young, so defenseless. Don't stand idle, Itachi, save her now. Niji urged, his Byakugan sharpening in the dim light, scanning every shadow, every crevice, poised to intercept any ambush. Itachi inhaled deeply, drawing calm from chaos, and closed his eyes once more. His spiritual energy surged again, a focused surgical probe tracing each seal tag's structure, its interlocking circuits, its fatal rhythm. The tags were masterfully woven, complex layered, deliberately cruel. Sweat beaded on Itachi's brow, yet his concentration remained absolute. Time was bleeding away, Karen's life hung by a thread. Then, he found it, a single, almost imperceptible dissonance in the seal's harmonic resonance. A cold razor-thin smile touched his lips. Found it! His voice was low, steady. Fingers blurred, seal's formed chakra flared, and a subtle resonant vibration thrummed between him and the cage. Release! At his command the sealing tags erupted in searing crimson light, then shattered like brittle glass. Itachi moved instantly, cradling Karen with infinite tenderness as though she were spun from moonlight and sorrow. Niji, we must leave. Now. His Sharingan swept the chamber, calculating exits, threats, vectors, while Niji nodded and led them swiftly into the suffocating dark. Inside a secluded mountain cave, Itachi laid Karen gently upon the cold earth, his brow knotted with grave concern. Her condition was worse than he'd feared. Wounds crisscrossed her body, some necrotic, reeking of corruption and despair. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, pressing his palms to her chest, channeling a torrent of pure, revitalizing chakra directly into her failing core. Cough, cough! A weak, ragged sound escaped her lips. Her eyelids fluttered open, gazing up with eyes wide and lost, brimming with terror and exhaustion. Who are you? Her voice was a shredded whisper. Don't be afraid, Karen. We're here to save you. Save me. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Why would you save me? Because... Itachi began, but Niji cut him off. Not now, Itachi. Her injuries are critical, we need shelter. She needs rest. Now. Niji's gaze held Karen's fragile form, his expression unreadable yet heavy with unspoken weight. Itachi gave a terse nod. Explanation could wait. Survival came first. Karen, can you hold on? Itachi asked softly, his Sharingan filled with fierce, unwavering concern. She bit her lip, nodded weakly, but her pallor and trembling betrayed how close she was to collapse. Rest easy, Karen. We'll get you out of here, you will be safe. His voice was quiet yet carried the unshakable weight of a vow. Suddenly, footsteps. Harsh, rapid, echoing from the cave mouth, followed by a sneering, arrogant voice. Brat. You dare ruin my plans. Come out, now. Itachi, watch out. Niji snapped, pivoting midair to unleash a palm rotation, blasting back two rude shinobi lunging from behind. Itachi's gaze hardened. His Sharingan spun, three tomo whirling like crimson vortices, as he tracked every motion, every micro-tremor. One hand flickered, 5 kunai shot forward, slicing the air with lethal precision. Humph. Child's play. The lead shinobi scoffed, drawing a tanto to deflect each blade with contemptuous ease. Is that all you've got? A cold knowing smile ghosted across Itachi's lips. His Sharingan flared, and the deflected kunai twisted reversing course with impossible velocity striking from angles no human eye could anticipate. The shinobi staggered, too slow to evade. One kunai sliced deep across his forearm. Blood welled. Damn you! So you are dangerous! He snarled, clutching his wound. But do you truly think you can escape us? Only one way to find out. Itachi's voice dropped to a lethal whisper, and he vanished, a phantom dissolving into smoke and shadow. Watch your backs, he's fast! The root shinobi shouted warnings, but too late. Itachi reappeared between them, a blur of motion, each reappearance marked by a flash of steel and silence. Screams tore the air. Throats slit. Bodies crumpled into crimson pools. 8 trigrams, rotation. Niji roared, spinning into a radiant sphere of chakra, repelling the remaining attackers with blinding force. Damn it, this kid's relentless. One hissed, recognizing Niji's Byakugan. He's a Hyuga. Watch his gentle fist, don't let him land a strike. Too late. Niji blurred, closing the gap in a heartbeat, and drove his palm straight into the shinobi's chest. Ugh! The man vomited blood, hurtling backward like a ragdoll, smashing against the cavern wall with a sickening crunch, motionless. Enough. All of you, attack now! The survivors abandoned caution, drawing weapons and charging recklessly, desperate, furious, doomed. Foolish arrogance. Itachi's voice was ice. His Sharingan spun faster, raw, overwhelming ocular power erupting outward like a shockwave. Arg! Their heads exploded in agony, vision flooding with crimson static, hands clawing at temples as they collapsed, writhing in torment. Now Niji! Itachi commanded. Niji didn't hesitate. His Byakugan locked onto a target, and he surged forward like lightning. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Deep within the cave, Karen stirred, eyes fluttering open, her body screaming with agony as if every bone had been ground to dust. Where am I? She tried to rise, only to recoil as fresh pain lanced through her ravaged frame. Karen, you're awake! A familiar voice edged with quiet urgency reached her. She lifted her gaze. Itachi sat beside her, his brow furrowed, eyes shadowed with exhaustion and fierce protectiveness. Itachi, did you save me? She whispered. Niji and I. He replied, nodding. How do you feel? It hurts. She bit her lip, her face paper white. Am I still alive? You are. Absolutely. His hand brushed her hair, gentle grounding. You're safe now. We won't let anything happen to you. Warmth flooded her chest, tears stung her eyes. Since her clan's annihilation, she hadn't known safety. Hadn't known care. Then, clashing steel, guttural cries and screams echoed from the cave mouth. Karen jolted, trying to push herself up. Don't worry, it's Niji holding them off. Itachi's hand steadied her shoulder. Who are they? Her voice trembled. Those who sought to capture you. He hesitated, choosing mercy over truth. Capture me. She froze, then paled, realization dawning like a funeral bell. They're here, they're here. How did you know? Itachi asked, startled. She'd guessed before he'd spoken a name. I saw their faces. Her voice cracked. One man, I'll never forget him. He killed my mother. Hatred ignited in her eyes, her body shuddered violently, and a surge of raw, untamed chakra erupted from her core. No! Itachi lunged, but it was too late. Her chakra had already spiraled beyond control, raging wild, unstoppable. I'll kill them. I'll make them pay for my family. Her irises bled crimson, madness and vengeance burning in their depths. At that moment, a figure appeared at the cave entrance, carrying a limp, unconscious root shinobi over one shoulder. Karen, are you all right? Niji asked, then froze, his face turning ashen at the sight before him. What's happening? It's her. Itachi's voice was grave. She's awakened. Niji followed his gaze, and there, rising behind Karen like a crimson storm, loomed a colossal nine-tailed chakra avatar, the Nine Tails itself. Impossible! Niji gasped, staggered by the sheer terrifying truth. Karen had awakened the Nine Tails chakra. Karen, wait! Niji started forward, only to be blocked by Itachi's arm. Don't move. She's lost to the fox now. Approach and you'll die. But... Niji's voice broke with anguish, yet he stopped trusting Itachi's judgment. Trust me. I'll bring her back. Itachi stepped forward, his Sharingan glowing with eerie, hypnotic intensity in the gloom. Karen, look at me. His voice was soft yet resonant, commanding, anchoring. But all that answered him was the Nine Tails' deafening, hate-filled roar. Karen's body convulsed, her crimson hair whipping like living flame, her eyes now voids of pure ravenous destruction. Damn it! Itachi swore, underestimating the fox's corruption. He activated his Sharingan fully, 3 tomos spinning rapidly, launching a potent genjutsu to reclaim her mind. Yet, just as the illusion took hold, a violent wave of chakra erupted from Karen, shattering the genjutsu like glass. As expected, the Nine-Tails chakra nullifies genjutsu entirely. Itachi's pulse quickened. He misjudged its strength, gravely. Roar! The beast's bellow shook the cavern, its chakra blast hurling both Itachi and Niji backward like leaves in a hurricane. Cough! Niji staggered upright, blood flecking his lips. Itachi, are you alright? Fine. But she's not. His gaze never left Karen, tight with resolve. Only one option remains. What option? Niji demanded. A forbidden Uchiha technique, capable of suppressing tail beast chakra. But the cost is perilous. He left the warning hanging heavy and unspoken. Let me do it, Niji insisted. You're the strongest among us, you must protect Karen. Itachi met Niji's unwavering gaze, and nodded. Then I entrust her to you, Niji. Leave it to me. Niji inhaled, centered himself, and unleashed the 8 trigrams, rotation, a brilliant spinning sphere of chakra that absorbed the Nine-Tails' next onslaught. Yet the beast's might was overwhelming, even rotation buckled. Niji was hurled back again, and again, blood staining his chin. This won't work. Desperation clawed at him, until Itachi moved. Hands flashed, crimson chakra swirling violently around him, coalescing into a vortex of raw power. Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from his eyes, engulfing the Nine-Tails form. Yet the chakra burned on, endless, unquenchable, resisting even divine fire. No, this ends now. Itachi's breath steadied. Resolve hardened in his eyes, cold, absolute, sacrificial. Karen, I'm sorry. This is the only way. He clasped his hands together, chakra surging darker and denser than ever before. Izanagi. Estiopi Itachi. A voice, urgent, commanding, cut through the cave entrance. Stop. Itachi. A small figure dashed toward the cave entrance, his youthful face etched with urgency and fury. How could it be him? Sasuke. Niji gasped in disbelief, never imagining he would encounter Sasuke here. Ignoring Niji entirely, Sasuke bolted straight to Itachi. His slight frame rose and fell with ragged breaths from the sprint, while his obsidian black eyes locked unflinchingly onto his brother, demanding, Aniki, what are you doing? Why are you harming Karen? Itachi's pupils contracted violently. Sasuke's sudden appearance shattered all composure. Even more staggering was the fact that Sasuke knew Karen. In that instant, a storm of thoughts raged through Itachi's mind, paralyzing reason itself. How did you find this place? Who told you? His voice emerged hoarse and low, straining to suppress the tremor beneath. Why should I tell you? Sasuke shot back, unyielding, his glare unwavering. I asked you, why did you harm Karen? What in heaven's name did she ever do wrong? Sasuke, calm down. This isn't what it seems. Niji stepped forward to intervene, only to be brusquely cut off. Silence. You have no right to speak here. Sasuke whirled toward Niji, eyes blazing with raw hostility. Itachi swiftly pulled Niji behind him, his gaze turning glacial as he met Sasuke's stare, his tone resonating with absolute, unassailable authority. Sasuke, this place is perilous. Return home now. I will explain everything later. Explain? What is there left to explain? Sasuke's composure shattered utterly. He pointed at Karen's motionless form, voice trembling. She lies like this because of you, isn't that true? Itachi fell silent, unable to deny it. Say something. Sasuke's eyes glistened with unshed tears, voice cracking. You weren't like this before, why have you become this? Gazing into Sasuke's anguished, furious eyes, Itachi felt an invisible hand clench his heart, crushing, unbearable. He knew no words could mend the wound he'd inflicted upon his brother, yet he had no choice but to bear it. Sasuke, some truths are beyond your understanding, for now. When you grow older you'll comprehend. His voice was low, gravelly, thick with resignation and sorrow. I don't understand. What don't I understand? Sasuke erupted, shrieking in utter despair. You always do this. You withhold everything, treating me like a child kept blindfolded in the dark. Then tell me, what am I to you? Itachi closed his eyes in anguish. How desperately he longed to lay bare every secret, to pull Sasuke close and whisper how fiercely he loved him, but such tenderness was forbidden. Sasuke. He began, only to be severed by his brother's final, irrevocable decree. Enough. I'll never trust you again. Sasuke spun away, and tears spilled over as he fled headlong into the vast swallowing night. Sasuke vanished into the darkness without looking back. Sasuke! Itachi lunged after him, only to be seized firmly by Niji's grip. Itachi, think. Chasing him now will only deepen his rage. Niji held tight, voice urgent. His emotions are volatile. He needs solitude time to settle before you speak with him again. Itachi struggled once, then collapsed limply, arms falling slack as Niji guided him back into the cave. He crumpled onto the cold earth, eyes hollow and fixed on the cave mouth, as if every ounce of vitality had been drained from his being. Sasuke! He let Niji lead him back inside, collapsing hard onto the ground. His gaze was vacant, his soul seemingly torn from its vessel, leaving only an empty shell behind. Sasuke's words pierced his heart like sharpened kunai, each syllable carving deeper, drawing unbearable agony. Itachi, breathe. Sasuke is still young. With time he'll grasp the weight of your sacrifice. Niji pressed a steadying hand onto Itachi's shoulder, urging resilience. Itachi shook his head bitterly, a wry, broken smile twisting his lips. Sasuke's accusations were venomous thorns buried deep in his chest. He knew, some wounds once carved could never be erased. Niji, spare your comfort. His voice was rasping, guttural, as if dredged from the deepest abyss. My own brother, I know him well. Once he decides, nothing alters his course. Niji sighed softly. He understood. It was futile to offer solace now. Itachi drowned in grief and self-reproach, words powerless against such depth of sorrow. He could only remain beside Itachi in quiet solidarity, hoping time, relentless and gentle, might one day soften the ache. Itachi's gaze drifted to Kirin's still form, and flickered with something unreadable, layered and profound. He drew a slow, deliberate breath. Niji, there are truths I've withheld from you. Tonight I will reveal them all. Niji studied Itachi's grave expression, and a chill of foreboding stirred in his chest. Kirin, she is the last survivor of the Uzumaki clan. What? Niji recoiled in shock, the frail girl before him bearing a lineage far more extraordinary than he'd ever imagined. The Uzumaki clan, wasn't it already? Niji faltered mid-sentence, then froze, realization dawning like thunder. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Itachi. Itachi nodded slowly, grief and resignation heavy in his gaze. Yes. The night of the massacre claimed many, but not all. Kirin survived. Then why? Niji asked, bewildered. I could not let Sasuke learn the truth, not yet. I would not burden him with our clan's hatred before he was ready. Itachi's voice hardened, resolute, unshakable. He is my brother. My only kin. To protect him, even against the entire world, is my solemn vow. Niji fell silent. At last he understood. He had mistaken Itachi for a heartless executioner, never suspecting that beneath that mask of ice beat a heart fiercely, devastatingly devoted. Then what will you do? Niji asked. I will find Sasuke, and make him understand completely. A steely resolve gleamed in Itachi's eyes. Until then, I ask you, guard Kirin. Bring her safely back to Konoha. Niji nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Itachi, I swear to protect her with my life. Itachi offered Niji a look of quiet gratitude, then rose unsteadily, stepping to the cave mouth to stare into the endless night where Sasuke had vanished, speechless, motionless. Night wind stirred his black cloak, sculpting the stark, solitary silhouette of a man adrift in sorrow. Sasuke, wait for me. I will return. No matter what stands between us, I will shield you, always. In silence, Itachi swore his oath, and turned, vanishing into the consuming dark. Niji watched Itachi's retreating figure, heart heavy with conflicting currents, then lifted Kirin's unconscious form and departed the cave without hesitation. He knew the path ahead for Itachi and Sasuke would be strewn with thorns and trial, but he believed with quiet certainty that one day they would overcome all and reunite. Yet Itachi remained unaware. Moments after his departure, a cloaked figure in black materialized silently at the cave mouth, gazing after him with a chilling, enigmatic smile. Uchiha Itachi, our reunion draws near. Deep within the forest, moonlight fractured through tangled boughs, casting shifting, surreal shadows across the mossy earth. Niji moved swiftly through the undergrowth, Kirin slung securely across his back, every footfall muffled, every sense sharpened. Yet unease coiled tighter in his gut with each passing moment. So, I am being followed. Niji's brow furrowed, but his steps grew lighter, feigning obliviousness as he lured the pursuer toward a concealed cavern. Here, now. Niji melted behind the broad trunk of an ancient oak, breath stilled, waiting in perfect stillness. Moments later, a figure draped in black emerged into his field of vision. The intruder moved with uncanny familiarity, no hesitation, no misstep, as he strode directly toward the cave. Now! Niji exploded from cover, his kunai flashing silver as it sliced toward the figure's exposed spine. But the assailant twisted aside with preternatural speed, evading the killing strike by a hair's breadth. He countered with a palm strike, force surging outward, hurling Niji backward in a skidding retreat. Formidable opponent! Niji's pulse spiked, unprepared for such overwhelming power. He dared not hesitate. His Byakugan flared, veins pulsing at his temples, as his divine sight swept the battlefield hunting for weakness. A contemptuous snort escaped the cloaked figure, then he blurred, striking again and again with ghost-like ferocity. Niji parried, dodged, staggered, gradually overwhelmed. Unacceptable! I must break free now or all is lost! Panic surged sharp and cold. Then, a soft, fragile sigh escaped Karen. Her eyelids fluttered open, gaze unfocused, clouded with confusion. Niji! Karen, you're awake! Relief flared, cut short as the attacker lunged anew. Damn you, get away! Niji roared, meeting the blow with desperate strength, yet the impact sent shockwaves through his body, churning his insides. Niji, watch out! Karen cried, seeing his injury, and in that instant her body ignited with a torrent of chakra enveloping both her and Niji in radiant pulsing energy. What is this? The assailant recoiled, his flesh burning as potent sealing energy seeped into his limbs, locking them rigid. Sealing jutsu. Niji stared astonished, never guessing such immense power resided in this seemingly delicate girl. You're of the Uzumaki clan. Horror contorted the figure's features, disbelief warring with dread. Karen ignored his outcry. Hands weaving seals with practiced grace, intricate sigils spiraled from her fingertips, binding the intruder fast within shimmering chains of light. Speak, identify yourself. Why did you come for me? Her voice rang clear, commanding, laced with unmistakable authority. The captive writhed, useless against the seal, then spat, teeth clenched. I am a member of the Akatsuki. I was ordered to capture you. The Akatsuki. Niji and Karen exchanged a glance, shock and gravity settling over them like stone. They knew the legends, a shadowy, formidable organization bent on gathering the tailed beasts and unmaking the world. Why me? Karen pressed. Because you are the last Uzumaki, born with unparalleled sealing affinity. The figure spoke without evasion, laying bare all he knew. So, it has begun. Karen's face paled, her worst fears long suppressed now roaring into reality. Niji inhaled deeply, grief and fear banished by resolve. Karen, we must leave now. Return to Konoha. Seek sanctuary. Karen nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. But what of him? A flash of cold steel crossed Niji's eyes. Kill him. Before Niji could strike, Karen caught his wrist, shaking her head. Wait, do not kill him yet. I have more questions. Though puzzled, Niji withdrew his kunai. Karen stepped forward, voice icy, unwavering. Tell me, why does the Akatsuki seek the tailed beasts? What is their ultimate purpose? The captive hesitated, then relented. I do not know the full design, only that our leader seeks to forge a new world, one without war, without suffering. A world without war and suffering. Karen laughed, a brittle, scornful sound. How laughable. To build such a world, must countless innocents bleed and die. He tried to protest, but Karen had heard enough. Niji, we go. No. Her command brooked no dissent. Niji nodded, hoisted Karen onto his back, and walked away without glancing back. The bound figure watched them disappear, eyes shadowed with complex, unreadable emotion. He strained against his restraints, only to find himself utterly immobilized by Karen's flawless seal. Curse! He collapsed helplessly, knowing with grim certainty that he had failed utterly. Unbeknownst to Niji and Karen, moments after their departure, another figure appeared at the cave mouth, cloaked in black, wearing an orange spiral-patterned mask. The Akatsuki, truly relentless. Moonlight bathed the forest in silver haze. Silently the masked figure emerged, blending seamlessly into the night's embrace. He entered the cave, footsteps soundless, movements fluid as smoke. Glancing down at the fallen intruder, the masked figure's lips curved faintly beneath the porcelain surface. Worthless. 2 words, cold, dismissive. Not a finger lifted. Satisfied the man was merely sealed, not harmed, he turned to erase all trace of the confrontation. His hands flew through rapid seals, strange chakra rippling outward. Every scuff, every residue of battle, every lingering chakra signature dissolved into nothingness. Even the scent of blood faded, replaced by a faint, sweet fragrance. When finished, he lifted the captive effortlessly, dangling him like a sack of grain, and vanished into the night. Elsewhere, Niji sped through the forest, branches whipping past his ears as he bore Karen onward. Karen's arms tightened around his neck, her cheek resting against his shoulder, warmth blooming where their skin touched, stirring something tender, unfamiliar. Niji, put me down. I can walk. Her voice was soft, edged with shy hesitation. No. Your injuries are unhealed. Carrying you is faster, safer. Niji didn't turn, his tone firm and movable. But, Karen began, only to be gently silenced. No buts. Your duty now is rest and recovery. Karen fell quiet, nestling her face against his back, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, the solid strength of his shoulders. Karen, was that Uzumaki's sealing jutsu you used earlier? Niji asked mid-stride. She murmured softly. Our clan mastered sealing above all else. Legend says our ancestors could even bind the tailed beasts. Her voice trailed, weighted with sorrow and quiet loss. Then, tell me, what truly happened to the Uzumaki? Niji halted, turning to meet her eyes clear and searching. Karen lifted her gaze, held his steady, honest look, and after a pause began, her voice low, her story unfolding like a fragile scroll. The Uzumaki were once a mighty shinobi clan, renowned for peerless sealing arts and indomitable vitality. Yet their very strength bred envy, fear among other clans, until suspicion curdled into persecution. Her voice caught, tears shimmering unshed. And finally, annihilation. Niji listened in silence, feeling the sorrow in her voice like a physical weight. He reached up, gently squeezed her shoulder in wordless comfort. Then how did you survive? I don't remember clearly. She shook her head. Only chaos that night, my parents fleeing with me, hiding, running, until they found us. Her eyes glazed, haunted by the memory of blood-soaked darkness. I watched them fall before me, blood blinding my sight. And then, Niji urged, voice tight with urgency. Then I blacked out. When I awoke, I was somewhere strange, unknown. Her voice dropped to a whisper, as if reliving that desolate void. Who saved you? Do you know? No. Karen shook her head. Only a black cloak and a strange mask. Niji's breath hitched, his mind flashing to the cloaked figure at the cave mouth. Could the one who rescued Karen, and the Akatsuki agent, be one and the same? Hey stinky Niji, what are you thinking about? Surely not that guy in the black cloak, right? Xiang Lin's voice pulled Niji back from his thoughts. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor, she pouted in dissatisfaction. I'm your lifesaver, and this is how you treat your lifesaver. Niji snapped back to reality, seeing Xiang Lin's puffed-up cheeks, and couldn't help but chuckle. How could that be? I was just thinking about some things. Your injury isn't healed yet, so don't move around too much. I think you're just worried about that guy, right? Xiang Lin scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. He saved me from those bastards. He might be some important person. Niji walked over to Xiang Lin and handed her a bowl of herbs. Drink this, it will help your injury. Xiang Lin took the bowl but didn't drink immediately. Instead, she looked up at Niji and asked, Niji, do you trust me? What? Niji was taken aback by Xiang Lin's sudden question. I mean, do you believe what I say? About my family, about that man in black. Xiang Lin's voice grew softer, her eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and hope. Niji looked at Xiang Lin, her eyes were like a clear spring, making one want to protect her. He reached out and ruffled her hair, speaking gently, I believe you. Those simple 3 words warmed Xiang Lin's heart, and her eyes grew slightly misty. Throughout her life, aside from her parents, no one had ever said such words to her. She lowered her head, drank the medicine in one gulp, then looked up at Niji with a radiant smile. Thank you, Niji. Silly. Niji shook his head with a smile, turned and started to pack his things. Hey stinky Niji, what are you going to do now? Seeing Niji packing, Xiang Lin thought he was leaving again, and hurriedly asked, I'm going to find you something to eat, just stay here and rest. Niji replied without looking back. Oh. Xiang Lin's voice dropped, but she quickly perked up again. Be careful and come back soon. Niji left the wooden house, walking deeper into the forest. His silhouette disappeared among the trees, but Xiang Lin's gaze lingered long after. Stinky Niji. Xiang Lin murmured, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Niji traversed the forest, but his mind was not on foraging for food. He recalled the powerful chakra and strange techniques of the man in black, further assuring himself that Xiang Lin's savior was connected to him. Who exactly is that man in black? What purpose did he have in saving Xiang Lin? Niji's mind was filled with questions, and the Akatsuki, why did they want to capture Xiang Lin? Niji felt increasingly that things were not simple. He had a premonition that a massive conspiracy lurked behind all this. It seems I must find that man in black as soon as possible to unravel the mystery of Xiang Lin's background. Niji clenched his fists, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a faint chakra fluctuation caught Niji's attention. He stopped and cautiously looked around. Who's there? Niji asked coldly. The surroundings were silent save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Just when Niji thought it was his imagination, a chilling voice suddenly came from behind him. He truly sharp perception. No wonder you are a member of the Hyuga clan with those Byakugan. Niji spun around abruptly and saw a figure in a black robe wearing a mask standing behind him holding a shuriken that shimmered with a cold light. You are. Before Niji could finish, the shuriken in the black-robed man's hand shot towards his heart like lightning. The shuriken, propelled by a fierce wind, darted straight for Niji's chest, moving so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. However, just at that critical moment, the blood vessels around the pupils of Niji's originally clear eyes bulged, displaying a bizarre pattern of prominent veins. Byakugan activate. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Niji clearly captured the trajectory of the black-robed man's attack. He slightly shifted his body, narrowly dodging the deadly strike. The shuriken nearly grazed the tip of his nose, creating a sharp gust of wind that severed a few strands of hair from his forehead. Oh! You managed to dodge! The black-robed man exclaimed in surprise, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. It seems the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is not entirely useless. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Niji asked warily, keeping his eyes on the black-robed man while secretly regulating his breathing. Although the dodge was thrilling, it had still drained a significant amount of his chakra. He want to know who I am. You aren't worthy. The black-robed man sneered, and the shuriken in his hand transformed into a streak of cold light, lunging towards Niji once more. Niji's pupils constricted. The black-robed man's speed was even faster than before. He dared not be careless and quickly activated his Byakugan, observing the opponent's movements while employing the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan, Gentle Fist, to engage in a fierce close-quarters battle with the black-robed man. The black-robed man's attacks were swift and lethal, while Niji's Gentle Fist countered with softness, overcoming hardness, both of them exchanging blows evenly matched for a time. However, as time passed, Niji gradually felt his stamina waning. The black-robed man's strength far exceeded his expectations, and it seemed that his attacks contained some bizarre power, with each clash causing Niji to feel a surge of blood within him and pain in his meridians. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Niji cursed inwardly, knowing that if this continued he would soon be exhausted to death. He had to find a flaw in his opponent and escape quickly. While dodging the black-robed man's attacks, Niji carefully observed his movements, trying to find a weakness. Finally, he noticed that although the black-robed man's attacks were fierce, there were subtle intervals between his moves. Now's my chance. Niji felt a surge of excitement. He seized the opportunity to concentrate all the chakra within his palms, then spun at an astonishing speed, forming an impenetrable chakra barrier. 8 trigrams palm. With a low shout, Niji's body transformed into a swirling white light, catching the black-robed man off guard, forcing him back several steps with the powerful force. Niji didn't hesitate, using this opportunity to dash deep into the forest without looking back. Trying to escape. The black-robed man seemed uninterested in pursuing. He stood in place, watching Niji's retreating figure, sneering, "Let you live a little longer. When you find that little girl, it will be your end." Niji had no idea who the little girl the black-robed man referred to was, but he realized he had been drawn into a massive conspiracy. He needed to quickly uncover the truth behind it all, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. He ran wildly until he was exhausted, stopping under a towering tree, panting heavily. Damn it, who the hell is that guy? Niji leaned against the trunk, frowning. How does he know Xianglin? As he thought of Xianglin, the image of the red-haired girl appeared in his mind. Her innocent and cheerful smile, her bright clear eyes, and that faint yet incredibly familiar aura surrounding her. Xianglin, who exactly are you? Niji murmured, filled with confusion and unease. Just then a rustling sound came from nearby, and he immediately became alert, clenching his fists and scanning his surroundings cautiously. Who's there? However, the response he received was a melodious laughter. The tinkling laughter echoed through the silent forest, and Niji turned sharply to see a flash of vibrant red emerging from behind the bushes. It was Xianglin. Niji, brother. Xianglin joyfully ran towards Niji, light and sprightly like a little deer in spring. Her bright green eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had found the only support in the darkness. Niji looked at the innocent girl before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He didn't know if the little girl the black-robed man referred to was Xianglin, nor did he understand the nature of his connection with her. All he knew was that he must protect her and not let her come to any harm. Xianglin, what are you doing here? Niji forced a smile, trying to hide his anxiety. I came out to play. Xianglin tilted her head innocently, saying, Niji, brother, what's wrong? You look like you're tired. Niji didn't want to worry Xianglin, so he casually made up an excuse. It's nothing, I just got lost while training. Training? Xianglin's eyes widened in admiration as she looked at Niji. Niji, brother, is so amazing. I want to train with you and become strong like you. Niji smiled bitterly and shook his head, ruffling Xianglin's hair. You're still young, we'll talk about that when you grow up. I'm already not that little. Xianglin pouted, dissatisfied. I'm already 7 years old. Looking at Xianglin's childlike demeanor, Niji felt a bit of the gloom in his heart dissipate. He decided to temporarily set aside his worries and enjoy some time playing with Xianglin. All right, my lady Xianglin, Niji smiled. What do you want to play? I'll accompany you. Xianglin's eyes lit up with excitement. Let's go catch fireflies. I remember there's some ahead. There is a small stream where many fireflies dance at night. All right, I'll follow your lead, Ningxi said indulgently. The two walked hand in hand towards the small stream mentioned by Xianglin. As night fell, the forest plunged into darkness with only the faint glow of fireflies dancing in the air, beautiful like the stars in the night sky. Xianglin joyfully chased after the fireflies, her silver bell-like laughter echoing through the silent forest. Watching Xianglin's happy expressions, Ningxi couldn't help but feel a warm sensation in his heart. However, at that moment, Ningxi's expression suddenly changed. He sensed a powerful chakra approaching rapidly, cold and sinister, sending chills down his spine like a venomous snake. Xianglin, be careful. Ningxi swiftly pulled Xianglin behind him, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A chilling voice came from nearby. Hell, what a touching scene, but unfortunately. The figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the trees, his crimson eyes fixated on Ningxi, and Xianglin, a cruel smile curling at his lips. You both will die here. Ningxi's pupils constricted and an ominous thought crossed his mind. He never expected this man in a black robe would track them down here. Who are you? Why are you forcing us? Ningxi demanded sternly, shielding Xianglin behind him. Want to know who I am? The black-robed man sneered. Once you're dead, someone will tell you. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a blur and lunged at Ningxi and Xianglin. The kunai in his hand glinted coldly, carrying a fierce, killing intent aimed straight at Ningxi's heart. Ningxi dared not be careless, and quickly activated his Byakugan, observing the opponent's movements. While dodging the black-robed man's attacks, he pondered his strategy. This man's strength was unfathomable, and he clearly came prepared. Neither he nor Xianglin stood a chance against him. What should I do? Am I really going to die here today? Ningxi felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself at a loss. Just then Xianglin suddenly broke free from Ningxi's hand and stood in front of him. Stop! Don't hurt brother Ningxi! Xianglin shouted loudly, arms spread wide. Xianglin! Ningxi exclaimed in alarm, wanting to stop her, but it was already too late. The black-robed man's attack was already within reach, poised to strike Xianglin. However, at that critical moment, a powerful chakra erupted from Xianglin, fiery and violent, unstoppable like a volcanic eruption. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the black-robed man was blasted away by this overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? The black-robed man stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Xianglin's body was enveloped in a red chakra, her hair turning blood-red, her eyes becoming crimson, and a strange red mark appearing on her face, looking terrifying like a demon from hell. Who are you? The black-robed man asked in terror. Xianglin slowly turned her head, her crimson eyes locking onto the black-robed man, a strange smile curling at her lips as she spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. I am an existence you cannot provoke. The black-robed man stumbled back in shock at this sudden turn of events, squinting his crimson eyes as he scrutinized the girl before him, who seemed to have transformed. The violent chakra mixed with a nauseating stench of blood made even a seasoned warrior like him feel a pang of fear. Damn it, what kind of monster is this little girl? The black-robed man cursed inwardly, not wanting to risk his life for a mere task. A wise man does not eat the loss before his eyes. It was time to retreat. He no longer wished to fight, quickly forming seals with his hands, planning to use the body flicker technique to escape. Want to leave? Too late. Xianglin's voice grew deep and hoarse like a demon from hell. In a flash she appeared behind the black-robed man, the crimson chakra coalescing in her fist, radiating a destructive aura as she struck fiercely at the black-robed man's back. Damn it! The black-robed man cursed as he hurriedly turned to defend himself, but Xianglin's attack was simply too fast, he couldn't fully evade. Bang! A loud crash sounded as Xianglin's punch sent the black-robed man flying, crashing heavily into a large tree, spitting blood, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. Xianglin! What are you doing? Ningxi exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to stop her, but was forced to retreat repeatedly by the terrifying chakra emanating from her. Brother Ningxi! Xianglin slowly turned her head, her crimson eyes vacant and hollow, as if she no longer recognized Ningxi. A strange smile crept onto her lips, and in a hoarse and cold voice she asked, Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Xianglin, please wake up. It's me, Ningxi. He shouted anxiously, trying to awaken Xianglin's consciousness. However, Xianglin seemed completely oblivious to his words, the crimson chakra swirling around her like boiling lava, radiating an oppressive feeling that was suffocating. Get away! Xianglin roared, launching another attack at Ningxi. His heart sank as he realized that Xianglin had completely lost her sanity, controlled by some evil force. He dared not meet her heat and instead dodging her attacks while pondering strategies. What is happening? Why has Xianglin turned into this? Ningxi's heart was filled with confusion and worry. He recalled the powerful chakra he sensed from Xianglin earlier. Could it be that this was all caused by that chakra? Damn it, now is not the time to think about this. The priority is to stop Xianglin. Ningxi gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, quickly forming seals with his hands, activating his Byakugan. Byakugan activate! In his white eyes the flow of chakra was clearly visible. Ningxi saw the violent chakra within Xianglin like blood-red venomous snakes frantically devouring her sanity. I must find a way to seal that chakra, Ningxi thought to himself while dodging Xianglin's attacks and searching for an opportunity. However, in her berserk state, Xianglin's speed and strength had dramatically increased and Ningxi found no openings. Damn it, this is not going to work. Ningxi felt a surge of anxiety. He knew that if this continued, Xianglin would eventually lose her life due to the chakra rampage. At that moment, Xianglin suddenly let out a painful scream, clutching her head and rolling on the ground in agony. Ah! My head! Seeing this, Ningxi was overjoyed. He knew that Xianglin's consciousness was trying to break free from the control of the evil chakra. Xianglin, hold on! Don't give up! Ningxi shouted loudly, cheering her on. He rushed forward, grabbing Xianglin's arm and holding her tightly in his embrace. Xianglin, look at me! Ningxi. Don't you remember me? Ningxi's voice was gentle yet firm, like a warm current slowly flowing into Xianglin's heart. A flicker of struggle passed through Xianglin's crimson eyes as she looked at Ningxi, slowly regaining a glimmer of clarity. Ning! Si. Brother. Xianglin's voice was intermittent, as if she was trying hard to recall something. However, just then an even stronger evil chakra erupted from within her, sending Ningxi flying. Ha! Useless! None of you can save her! A chilling voice came from behind Xianglin. Ningxi looked up to see a mysterious figure in a black cloak slowly walking out from the woods, wearing a strange mask that revealed only his crimson eyes flickering with a horrifying light. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Ningxi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body. Who I am is unimportant. What matters is the power within this girl, and I will take it, the mysterious man said with a cold smile, extending his hand towards Xianglin, his eyes filled with greed and desire. You want? Ningxi roared, charging forward once more. However, the mysterious man merely waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force sent Ningxi flying, crashing heavily to the ground. You overestimate yourself. The mysterious man coldly snorted as he walked step by step towards Xianglin, his eyes glinting with evil light. Xianglin! Ningxi shouted in despair. At the moment the mysterious man was about to touch Xianglin, her body suddenly erupted with an even more powerful chakra, even more violent than before, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. Ah! Xianglin let out a piercing scream as her body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Her skin turned blood-red, her hair became white, and strange black runes appeared on her face, looking terrifying like a demon from hell. What? What is happening? Ningxi and the mysterious man were both stunned by the scene before them, their eyes wide in shock and disbelief. Xianglin slowly stood up, her crimson eyes sweeping over Ningxi, and the mysterious man, a strange smile curling at her lips as she spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. You all will die. Karen's transformation brought the mysterious figure to an abrupt halt. His crimson eyes, now brimming with a volatile mix of wariness and greed, fixed upon her as he retreated several paces, like a wild beast sniffing danger, studying her with meticulous caution. This chakra, it bears no resemblance to ordinary tail beast energy. He murmured under his breath, disbelief edging his tone. Could it possibly be? He seemed to recall something, but swiftly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Impossible. Such power could never manifest within a mere child. Niji strained to rise from the ground, yet Karen's surging chakra pressed down upon him like an invisible tidal wave, pinning him helplessly in place. He could only watch, heart pounding, as Karen advanced step by step toward the stranger. With each step she took, her chakra swelled exponentially, cracking the surrounding trees with eerie groans as if they might splinter at any moment. Her scarlet eyes locked onto him with unblinking intensity, a mocking lethal smile curled at the corners of her lips. What do you intend to do? The stranger recoiled, inwardly sensing the peril radiating from her, his voice finally betraying a tremor of alarm. Karen said nothing. She simply drew nearer. With every stride her blood-red chakra coalesced further, until behind her a colossal spectral fox emerged, vast crimson and seething with primordial fury. The beast bared fangs and claws, unleashing a silent world-rending roar. Damn it! This power! Alarm screamed through his mind. He knew hesitation was no longer an option. He instantly abandoned his plan to seize her power and turned to flee. Thinking of escaping. Far too late. Karen's hoarse voice echoed, cold infernal, sending shivers down his spine. She thrust out her hand, and from it erupted a titanic razor-sharp claw forged of blood-colored chakra, slashing toward him with lethal intent. Though swift to evade, the stranger barely dodged. The claw grazed his side, tearing through his black cloak and laying bare a gory wound. Cursed wretch. Clutching the wound, his eyes flared with vicious resolve. Brat, you truly believe this will be enough to defeat me? His hands blurred through hand seals, incantations spilled from his lips. Summoning technique. A plume of white smoke erupted, and before him loomed a monstrous three-headed hound intercepting Karen's assault. Humph. You think a summoned beast can shield you? How utterly deluded. Karen sneered, commanding the Crimson Claw to strike again, this time at the hound. Despite its immense size, the hound crumpled beneath the claw's onslaught, wailing in agony before being torn limb from limb. What? Stunned, he stared at the carnage. This was his strongest summon, yet it had fallen with terrifying ease. Now, it is your turn. Her voice, glacial and merciless, rang out as she wove her crimson chakra into a tightening vortex around him. His face drained of color. He realized with chilling certainty that today would be his end. You insolent brat, mark my words, I will return. Gritting his teeth, he hurled a black orb from his sleeve straight onto the ground. With a thunderous boom, the orb detonated, releasing a thick choking fog that swallowed the entire clearing. When the mist finally dissipated, he had vanished without a trace. Karen stood motionless as the crimson chakra receded, and her scarlet eyes faded back to clarity. Yet her face was deathly pale, her body trembling violently, on the verge of collapse. Karen. Niji staggered to her side and caught her just in time. I'm fine, she whispered, forcing a fragile smile, her voice thin and faint as a dying insect's hum. Then, deep and resonant, a voice cut through the silence behind them. Well now, seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Niji and Karen whirled around in shock, to find a cloaked figure standing silently behind them, masked, hooded, with only a pair of piercing crimson eyes visible. Who are you? Niji demanded, wary and tense. The stranger offered no reply, only slowly lifted his mask, revealing a face both striking and sinister. Beneath the mask lay features achingly familiar, sharp aristocratic lines, eyes as keen and ruthless as a hawk's. None other than Uchiha Itachi. Itachi. Niji gasped, nearly dropping his kunai. For years he had searched relentlessly for this man, never imagining their reunion would unfold here like this. Long time, Niji Itachi said, his voice low and steady, laced with a quiet bone-deep weariness. He knelt beside Karen, examining her condition, his brow furrowing. She has catastrophically overextended her chakra. Immediate medical intervention is imperative. Niji suppressed his burning questions and asked instead, Itachi, where have you been all these years? Itachi raised his gaze. A flicker of profound complexity passed through his crimson eyes. Some truths are not yet ready to be spoken. You need only know this: I have never betrayed Konoha. Every act I committed, every sacrifice I made, was for the village. For the village. Niji gave a bitter, hollow laugh. Does for the village justify sacrificing everything, even yourself? Itachi did not answer. Instead, he lifted Karen gently into his arms. This is not the time for such talk. We must leave, now. Niji opened his mouth to protest, but one glance at Itachi's unwavering, resolute expression silenced him. They sped away, Itachi moving with supernatural speed, Niji straining to keep pace. A chill ran through him. What trials had Itachi endured? What crucibles had forged this terrifying godlike power? Itachi, what have you done these past years? Niji pressed, desperate to understand how the prodigy he once knew had walked so far down this thorn-strewn path. I joined Akatsuki. Itachi replied, calm and detached, as if discussing a trivial errand. Akatsuki? Niji's pupils contracted sharply. That infamous organization, its name alone evoked dread. Why? Why join them? To investigate a secret. Itachi paused, his crimson eyes flashing with glacial intensity. A secret capable of annihilating the entire shinobi world. What secret? Niji demanded. Not yet, Itachi answered, voice cold and final. When the time is right, I will tell you everything. Niji tried again, but Itachi surged ahead, leaving him far behind. Jaw clenched, he pushed forward, his heart heavy with doubt and foreboding. Itachi, what precisely are you orchestrating? Back in Konoha, Karen was rushed immediately to the hospital. Tsunade stood beside her bed staring at the girl's ashen face, her brow deeply furrowed. Such catastrophic chakra depletion, who could have inflicted this upon her? A mysterious individual possessing a unique dojutsu, Itachi replied gravely. He seeks those bearing anomalous chakra, intent on stealing their power. Stealing power. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly. Yes, Itachi confirmed, eyes hardening with icy resolve. I suspect his ties to Akatsuki run deep, and I believe his true target is the Nine Tails. Tsunade's face hardened. The Nine Tails was Konoha's most sacred tailed beast, and among the most formidable forces in the shinobi world. Should it fall into enemy hands, devastation would be absolute. Itachi, what is your plan? I will continue infiltrating Akatsuki, uncovering their motives, dismantling their schemes. I will not allow them to succeed. Yet Itachi remained unaware a far greater crisis was already stirring in the shadows. Konoha basked peacefully beneath the afternoon sun, tranquil, serene. Children darted through the streets, merchants called out cheerfully. Peace reigned as though the specter of war had never touched this land. But beneath that placid surface flowed a hidden current, dark, deep, and potent enough to shatter the very foundations of the shinobi world. Uchiha Itachi, the man branded a traitor for slaughtering his own clan, stood now amid the ruins of the Uchiha compound. His crimson eyes reflected shattered walls and scorched earth, silently bearing witness to that long-ago massacre. He had returned to Konoha some time ago. On the surface, life resumed as before, missions executed, Sasuke cared for, silence maintained. No one suspected the storm raging within. Yet only he knew the truth. Of fire still burned fiercely in his soul, not of destruction but of vengeance. Akatsuki was the key, the crucible in which his retribution would be forged. Itachi, what are you thinking? A cool voice broke the silence. Itachi turned. Mikoto stood nearby, her dark eyes filled with quiet concern. Nothing, he replied softly, veiling his inner tempest. Mikoto stepped beside him and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. I know what weighs upon you. But remember, you have me. You have Tsunadesima. You have all of Konoha. We stand with you. Itachi remained silent. Her words warmed him, but the burden he bore was not one easily shared. I've received intelligence Akatsuki is preparing a covert operation near the Fire Country border. I believe he may appear there as well. Itachi's voice dropped low and grave. What? Mikoto's face paled. You intend to go? It's far too dangerous. Itachi nodded. I must. Only by uncovering their purpose can I stop them. But, Mikoto began, only to be cut off. Mikoto, my decision is final. Do not persuade me further. While I am gone, Konoha rests in your hands, especially Naruto. Watch over him for me. Mikoto met Itachi's unwavering gaze, and understood. With a sigh heavy with resignation, she nodded. Very well. Be careful. I'll await your return. Itachi inclined his head once, then dissolved into the night, vanishing without sound. Mikoto remained alone, gazing after him, her eyes clouded with worry. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade listened intently to the latest intelligence from Anbu, her expression grim, her brow drawn tight. Akatsuki, the mysterious figure, the Nine Tails, she murmured, a flash of steel in her eyes. A storm is gathering over Konoha. Issue my command, mobilize every elite Anbu operative. Conduct full-spectrum surveillance on Akatsuki and the stranger, at all costs prevent their success. She slammed her palm onto the desk, her voice ringing with sovereign authority. Yes, Hokage. The Anbu operative bowed and departed. Alone in the chamber, Tsunade lifted her gaze to the starless night beyond the window, her eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. Whoever dares threaten Konoha, I will obliterate them. Meanwhile, Itachi had already reached a dense forest along the Fire Country border, and located Akatsuki's hidden sanctuary. It was an ancient shrine encircled by towering shadow-draped trees, eerie, desolate, steeped in dread. Concealed among the foliage, Itachi extended his chakra to scan the area. A sudden overwhelming surge of chakra struck him, sinister, glacial, sending a jolt of primal dread through his veins. It's him. Itachi's pulse quickened. The stranger had arrived. He moved with feline precision, slipping through thick undergrowth until he reached the shrine's inner sanctum, an ancient stone altar. Around the altar stood several figures, cloaked in black robes adorned with crimson clouds, faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats, chakra pulsing with terrifying potency, members of Akatsuki. At the altar's center stood a solitary figure clad in flowing white robes and a featureless mask, his back turned, his identity concealed, yet from him emanated that same suffocating abyssal chakra. So, you've finally come. His voice rolled forth, deep, guttural, echoing with the resonance of the netherworld itself. Itachi held his breath and the darkness muscles coiled, knowing with absolute certainty that battle was imminent. Then, the figure slowly turned. Beneath the mask gleamed a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes, radiating an unnatural omniscient light as if peering into the soul itself. Itachi recoiled inwardly. Those eyes, he knew them better than his own reflection. And then, "Long time, Itachi," the stranger spoke, tone laced with cruel amusement, as if greeting an old friend. Itachi's pupils contracted violently, his heart seized, gripped by an invisible crushing fist. Those crimson Sharingan, this voice, this overwhelming unmistakable chakra, could mean only one thing. The figure before him was none other than Uchiha Madara, the legendary warrior presumed dead for decades. Who are you?" Itachi suppressed his inner shock with great effort, his voice low and grave. Though the answer had already formed in his mind, he clung to a sliver of hope that he might be mistaken. Heh. So you don't even recognize your own ancestor? Uchiha Madara let out a light chuckle, then slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing an aged yet imposing visage. Itachi's mind erupted with a thunderous roar. The elder before him truly was Uchiha Madara. Yet how could this be possible? Was he not long dead? "I know what you're thinking, boy," Madara said, as if reading Itachi's thoughts, a wry-knowing curve lifting the corner of his lips. "Yes, I was dead. But now I live again." Itachi remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon Madara, while his mind churned with turbulent thoughts. He knew well if Madara stood before him like this, he bore purpose, no mere chance encounter. Wordless, Itachi watched Madara's aged face reflected in his own crimson Sharingan, like the countenance of a demon risen from the depths of hell. Madara chuckled softly, a laugh steeped in boundless weariness and mockery, as though he had seen through all illusions of this world. "You're puzzled, aren't you, boy? Why did I return? Why gather these people?" As he spoke, Madara gestured toward the cloaked figures surrounding them, members of the Akatsuki clad in black robes embroidered with crimson clouds, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats. Itachi gave no reply, but his clenched fists and subtly trembling frame betrayed the storm raging within. "This world is saturated with war and suffering," Madara continued, his voice deep and hoarse, as if echoing from some distant, forgotten epoch. "What I endured was a chronicle written in blood and tears, a history steeped in betrayal and despair." He walked slowly to the edge of the altar, gazing upon its ancient engraved patterns, his eyes flickering with a complex, unreadable emotion. "For ages I sought a way, a means to end it all, until I met him." His voice trailed off, and Itachi's heart lurched sharply. He knew the name about to follow would be inextricably tied to Madara's resurrection, and to the Akatsuki's true design. "Black Zetsu, emerge!" Madara's command rang low and sharp, and an eerie chakra ripple surged outward from beneath his feet. The ancient carvings on the altar stirred, twisted, writhed, and coalesced into a grotesque humanoid figure. Pitch black from head to toe, featureless save for a gaping, ever-opening maw that emitted a bone-chilling hollow laughter. "So this is your solution, to end all things?" Itachi stared at the creature, his expression icy with revulsion and vigilance. "Precisely. This is my grand design, the Eye of the Moon plan." Madara's voice brimmed with fervent conviction. "Harnessing the power of the Ten-Tails, we shall reflect the infinite Tsukuyomi onto the moon itself, ensnaring all humanity in an unbreakable genjutsu, forging a world free of war, free of pain, a realm of eternal peace." A tempest of revelation crashed over Itachi's soul. At last he grasped the Akatsuki's true aim. They sought to subjugate the entire shinobi world using the Ten-Tails' might. "Have you lost your mind, Uchiha Madara?" Itachi roared. "Your plan will only unleash greater calamity upon this world." "Calamity?" Madara sneered. "No, it is redemption. Only thus can true peace be attained." "Nonsense." Fury blazing in his eyes, Itachi knew he could never allow Madara's scheme to succeed, or the shinobi world would fall into irrevocable ruin. "So, you wish to stop me, boy?" Madara turned fully, his crimson Sharingan locking onto Itachi with unnerving intensity, as if peeling back every layer of his being. "With your current strength, you're still immeasurably far from that." Itachi fell silent. He knew Madara spoke truth. His present power stood no chance against such overwhelming might. "Yet you possess extraordinary potential, boy," Madara added, his tone shifting unexpectedly, a strange enigmatic smile curling his lips. "I offer you a chance. Join the Akatsuki. Stand beside me. Together we shall forge a new world." Itachi's heart stirred. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not merely to survive but to grow stronger, to bide his time, and ultimately to thwart Madara's ambition. "Very well. I accept." Itachi drew a slow, steady breath and spoke calmly. Madara nodded in quiet satisfaction. He knew this choice would reshape Itachi's destiny, and with it the fate of the entire shinobi world. Yet deep within, Itachi swore silently, "I will stop you, Uchiha Madara, no matter the cost. After joining the Akatsuki, Itachi was paired with Kisame Hashigaki, a formidable eccentric shinobi whose curiosity toward Itachi was matched only by his awe. Itachi, do you truly believe Madara's lies? Kisame asked one moonless windswept night, gnawing thoughtfully on a strip of shark jerky. Kisame, some matters need not concern you. Itachi replied coolly, his gaze drifting far into the distance, as if piercing the veil of time itself. Humph. How utterly dull. Kisame curled his lip in mild disdain and fell silent, but his suspicion of Itachi only deepened. The Akatsuki's operations grew increasingly frequent and ruthless. Itachi gradually came to grasp the organization's terrifying scope. Each member wielded extraordinary power, and unique jutsu. More chilling still, each carried profound darkness and despair within, ready to sacrifice anything without hesitation to realize Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan. While carrying out missions, Itachi worked in secret, gathering intelligence, honing his abilities, and preparing meticulously for the final confrontation, all while safeguarding his own survival. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was observed by Madara himself. In the dim subterranean chamber of the Akatsuki's hidden base, Itachi and Kisame stood side by side before a massive screen upon which loomed Madara's spectral visage. Your next target is... Madara's voice resonated low and gravelly, as if rising from the abyss. The fifth Mizukage Meitarumi. Itachi stiffened inwardly. Kirigakure, the so-called village hidden in the mist, renowned as the Bloody Mist, had become their objective. Instinctively he tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand, a chill of foreboding creeping up his spine. Meitarumi possesses the rare Kekkei Genkai of lava release and boil release. Her strength is formidable. Madara continued. Itachi, this mission falls to you and Kisame. Understood. Itachi murmured, yet doubt swirled thickly in his thoughts. The Akatsuki had always pursued tailed beasts, why now target a Kage? And Kirigakure, long isolated and fiercely guarded, would never yield its leader easily. Itachi, what's wrong? Kisame noticed his partner's unease and rumbled voice rough with concern. You seem preoccupied. Nothing. Itachi shook his head, suppressing his doubts. Merely considering how best to complete this mission. Kisame grinned, flashing sharp teeth. Heh. Don't fret. With me at your side, I'll overturn Kirigakure itself to drag that Mizukage before you. Itachi paid no heed to Kisame's bravado. Closing his eyes, he recalled every whispered legend of Kirigakure. The bloody mist, a land drenched in slaughter and intrigue. What secrets lay buried there? En route to Kirigakure, Itachi studied Kisame closely, seeking in this mercurial comrade any fragment of truth about the Akatsuki's hidden nature. Kisame, how long have you been with the Akatsuki? Itachi asked casually. Why ask that now? Kisame mumbled around another bite of shark jerky. Oh, 7 or 8 years maybe. And how much do you truly know of the Akatsuki? Kisame paused, then burst into booming laughter. Itachi, are you doubting something? We're partners after all. Just idle curiosity. Itachi replied evenly, but his eyes sharpened, keen and unblinking. Kisame's expression faltered slightly. He shoved the rest of the jerky into his mouth and muttered. Best not pry too deeply into Akatsuki affairs. Itachi asked no further questions, but his conclusion was firm. Every Akatsuki member bore a hidden past, and Madara deliberately concealed truths far deeper than any surface loyalty suggested. The coastline of Kirigakure lies ahead. Kisame pointed into the distance. Ready, Itachi? Itachi nodded. They leapt from the branch and slipped forward, silent as shadows, toward the mist-shrouded village. Yet before they neared the gates, a colossal surge of chakra locked onto them. Who goes there? A furious shout split the air, and dozens of Kirigakure shinobi emerged from every direction, encircling them. It seems we've been discovered. Itachi murmured, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Heh. Perfect, time to stretch my limbs. Kisame licked his lips with grim excitement. From his back, Samahata detached and transformed into a massive serrated blade aimed squarely at the encircling shinobi. A battle hung on the knife's edge, when suddenly... Wait! Itachi's voice cut through the tension like steel. His gaze swept across the massed figures before him. If I'm not mistaken, you are Kirigakure's Anbu. The shinobi hesitated, eyes narrowing with wary surprise. How do you know our identity? One demanded, voice edged with astonishment. Itachi offered no reply. Instead he continued, voice calm and precise. If I'm correct, your target isn't us, but him. His gaze slid past the Anbu, settling upon a lone figure at the rear, cloaked in black, face veiled behind a porcelain mask. Uchiha Madara. His words struck like a stone cast into still water, ripples of shock spreading instantly across the Anbu ranks. Disciplined and stoic, the Kirigakure Anbu now murmured among themselves, exchanging bewildered, suspicious glances between Itachi and the masked figure. "Since when did you start playing these cryptic games, Itachi?" Kisame grumbled, voice thick with mock irritation, yet his grip on Samahada's hilt tightened imperceptibly. "So, what's so special about this masked fellow?" Itachi ignored him, his deep obsidian eyes locked unwaveringly upon the figure, drawing steadily closer. The mask concealed all expression, but the sheer immovable presence radiating from him was mountainous, oppressive, absolute. "Itachi, you are perceptive. To deduce my presence so swiftly." A low, amused voice emerged from behind the mask. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply, the final piece clicked into place. Though the voice was deliberately lowered, Itachi recognized it instantly. The masked figure was none other than Uchiha Madara, the unseen architect of the Akatsuki. With Madara's identity confirmed, Itachi's vigilance intensified tenfold. He knew Madara's power, his boundless ambition, and remembered with chilling clarity the night of the clan massacre how Madara had manipulated the Nine Tails to plunge Konoha into chaos. Now Madara stood openly in Kirigakure, allying with its Anbu. Such a convergence could only serve a purpose of staggering consequence. "Madara, what precisely do you intend?" Itachi demanded, voice low, steady, and laced with faint unspoken tremor. "What do I intend?" Madara chuckled softly, lacing his tone with quiet scorn. "Itachi, you know full well. I seek to build a world without war. Without suffering. To achieve that I must harness the tailed beast's power. So you manipulate Kirigakure to capture the three tails." Itachi's gaze burned with incisive clarity, striking straight to the core. "Wrong, Itachi," Madara countered, shaking his head with a faint teasing smile. "My ambition extends far beyond a single three-tailed beast." A wave of dread washed over Itachi. Before he could speak, Madara shifted focus, turning his gaze toward Kisame, voice laced with sly amusement. "Kisame, your partner has kept quite a few secrets from you, hasn't he?" Kisame blinked, turning toward Itachi in genuine confusion. "Itachi, what does he mean? What have you hidden?" "Nothing," Itachi replied flatly, his eyes growing colder still. "Trivial matters, of no consequence." "Trivial?" Madara threw back his head and laughed, a sound rich with derision and contempt. "Itachi, do you truly believe you can deceive me? You carry many secrets." Itachi clenched his fist, fury and anxiety warring in his chest. He understood perfectly Madara was deliberately driving a wedge between him and Kisame. And Kisame, though boisterous, was no fool. That seed of doubt had already taken root. "Itachi." Kisame turned, his eyes searching Itachi's face, filled with uncertainty and probing inquiry. "Is what he says true?" Itachi remained silent. He knew no words could erase the fissure now opened. Madara's words had pierced their fragile trust like a razor-thin blade, slicing cleanly through the bond they'd painstakingly forged. "Kisame." Madara's voice returned, soft serpentine dripping with temptation. "Do you wish to know the truth? To learn what Itachi has concealed from you all this time? I can tell you!" Kisame's gaze flickered, wavering. He glanced from Itachi to Madara, caught in a fierce internal struggle. "Kisame." Itachi broke in, voice edged with quiet urgency. "Don't believe him, he seeks only to divide us." "Enough, Itachi." Madara cut him off, voice laced with impatience and a sudden dangerous edge. "Kisame, one final chance. Will you trust a liar who speaks only half-truths, or stand with me to forge true peace?" Kisame's breath quickened. His eyes darted between Itachi, Madara, and finally lingering on the Kusanagi sword resting in Itachi's hand, where a flash of resolve hardened in his gaze. In Kisame's eyes, Itachi's figure gradually became blurred, replaced by the mocking smile of Obito. He seemed to hear Obito whispering in his ear. "Itachi has been deceiving you all along. He is not worthy of your trust." Kisame tightened his grip on Samahada, the veins on his arms bulging. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze towards Itachi devoid of its usual innocence, replaced instead by coldness and suspicion. "Itachi, what else do you have to say?" Kisame's voice was deep and hoarse, resembling the growl of a beast. Kisame calmed down. Itachi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He knew Obito's provocation had taken effect. However, Itachi's words did not calm Kisame. Instead, they ignited even greater fury within him. "Calm down? How can you ask me to calm down? You've been lying to me," Kisame shouted. "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in getting close to me?" "Kisame, let me explain." Itachi tried to clarify, but Kisame had already lost his patience. "Die!" Kisame roared, swinging Samahada and charging at Itachi. Samahada exuded a chilling, murderous intent, as if it intended to shred Itachi to pieces. Itachi had been prepared. He swiftly dodged Kisame's attack. He understood that no words would suffice at this moment. He had to subdue Kisame first before explaining everything. Kisame, I do not wish to fight you, stand down. Itachi evaded Kisame's onslaught while attempting to awaken his reason. Enough talking. Kisame paid no heed to Itachi's explanations, his attacks growing increasingly fierce and lethal. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kisame clasped his hands together and slammed them onto the ground. A torrent of water surged from beneath him, transforming into a colossal wave that swept towards Itachi. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi took a deep breath, unleashing a gigantic fireball that collided with the wave, producing a deafening explosion. The clash of water and fire triggered a dense mist enveloping both their figures. Kisame, wake up. Obito is using you. His goal is not to create peace but to harness the power of the tailed beast to dominate the entire ninja world. In the mist, Itachi's voice sounded somewhat ethereal, yet he continued to strive to awaken Kisame's reason. Ha ha! Kisame suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with mockery and despair. Itachi, do you really think I would believe your nonsense? In this world there is no such thing as peace. Only power is the ultimate truth. Kisame's words caused Itachi's heart to sink completely. He knew that Kisame's eyes were blinded by hatred and doubt, rendering him incapable of hearing any explanation. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. A glint of resolve flashed in Itachi's eyes as he slowly drew the Kusanagi sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light. Come on, Kisame. Let me see just how strong you really are. Kisame's eyes burned with fierce anger as he swung Samehada, charging at Itachi once more. A great battle was imminent. Both were shadow-level powers with comparable strengths, and the fight was exceptionally intense. Itachi's sword techniques were exquisite, each strike aimed to kill. Kisame's attacks were ferocious and domineering, unstoppable. Throughout the battle, Itachi continuously sought an opportunity to utilize the power of his Sharingan to control Kisame. However, Kisame's combat experience was also extensive, and he maintained a safe distance, giving Itachi no chance to cast Genjutsu. Time passed. Second by second, both had exhausted a significant amount of chakra, yet no signs of the battle ending were in sight. Damn it! Itachi cursed inwardly. If this continued, even if he managed to defeat Kisame, the cost would be devastating. Just then Kisame suddenly exposed an opening. Now's the time. Itachi's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity, and swiftly formed hand seals. Sharingan Tsukuyami. Kisame felt a flash before his eyes and plunged into an eerie space. This space was a blood-red world with a crimson sky, crimson earth, and even the air was thick with the stench of blood. Kisame stood in this blood-red world filled with fear and unease. Where is this place? Kisame asked in terror. Welcome to my world, Kisame. A cold voice echoed in his ear. Kisame abruptly turned around to see Itachi standing not far behind him, wearing a chilling smile. Itachi, what have you done to me? Kisame asked in fright. Nothing, just letting you experience what true despair feels like. Itachi replied coldly. Despair. Kisame paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Itachi, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I am a strong warrior who has faced countless life and death trials. Is that so? Itachi's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly raised his right hand, pointing at Kisame. Then let me see if you can withstand this fear that comes from the depths of your soul. A cold light flickered in Itachi's eyes. The scenery before Kisame twisted, the blood-red sky oppressive and low, and the air was filled with a nauseating metallic smell. He staggered back only to realize he was in a small cage surrounded by cold iron bars. What the hell is this place? Kisame cursed, gripping Samehada, yet it brought him no sense of safety. Welcome to my world, Kisame. Itachi's voice seemed to come from all directions, cold and devoid of emotion. Kisame suddenly looked up only to see Itachi standing above the cage, looking down at him, his scarlet Sharingan resembling two blood moons emitting an eerie glow. Tsukuyami. Kisame gritted his teeth. He realized he had fallen into Itachi's Genjutsu, but this bizarre space filled him with unprecedented fear. Don't you desire power? Itachi's voice echoed in Kisame's ears. Then I will show you what true power is. As soon as his words fell, the ground beneath Kisame's feet suddenly cracked open. He screamed in terror, plummeting into an endless abyss. As he felt, countless images flashed before his eyes, memories he wished he could forget. He saw himself mercilessly killing his comrades. He saw himself blinded by hatred, joining the Akatsuki, becoming a rogue ninja with blood-soaked hands. He saw himself being used time and again, ultimately reduced to a pathetic pawn. Kisame clutched his head in agony, trying to stop the onslaught of memories, but it was futile. Does it hurt? Are you in despair? Itachi's voice whispered like a ghost in his ear. This is the path you chose, one filled with blood and sin. Shut up. What right do you have to judge me? Kisame roared, struggling to rise only to find himself being pulled down by countless arms into a deeper darkness. Me. Itachi's voice held a hint of mockery. I am a sinner who bore the name of a rogue ninja to protect my village, to protect my brother. And what about you? What have you done everything for? For peace. To create a world without war. Kisame howled, swinging Samahata, wanting to tear apart everything before him. Peace? Itachi scoffed. Is it still called peace when it is obtained through slaughter and terror? Kisame's movements abruptly halted as he looked at his blood-soaked hands, a glimmer of confusion flashing in his eyes. No, You are merely blinded by hatred, deceived by false promises. Itachi's voice thundered in Kisame's ears. The peace you pursue is just an everlasting lie that can never be realized. Kisame collapsed to the ground helplessly, his inner defenses completely shattered. He clutched his head, letting out a pained wail. Enough, Itachi, stop talking. No, I haven't finished yet. Itachi's voice became deep and resolute. Kisame, look at me. Kisame slowly raised his head to see Itachi jump down from above the cage, standing before him, his scarlet Sharingan directly meeting Kisame's eyes. Look into my eyes, Kisame. I want you to see clearly what you have always believed in. Kisame's pupils constricted sharply as he felt a powerful mental force invade his consciousness, dragging him into an even deeper illusion. In the illusion, Kisame saw scenes he had never witnessed before. He saw the truth behind Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha clan, saw Itachi silently protecting Konoha in the shadows, and saw Itachi's pain and helplessness as he bore all the sins for his brother. Itachi. Kisame murmured to himself, finally understanding that everything Itachi did was for the heavy responsibility and love in his heart. Kisame, you still have a chance to turn back. Itachi's voice rang in his ears. Let go of your hatred and seek true peace. A tear slid down Kisame's cheek as he looked at the man before him who bore so much pain, feeling a deep sense of admiration and guilt. Itachi. Just then the illusion suddenly crumbled and Kisame lost consciousness as darkness enveloped him. When the darkness receded, Kisame felt as if he was being pulled up from the depths of the sea, the suffocating sensation gradually dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue. He struggled to open his eyes, and through his blurred vision he saw that familiar figure standing silently before him. Itachi. He croaked, but found he barely had the strength to call out his name. The scenes he had seen in the illusion were etched in his mind like a brand, constantly reminding him of his past sins. Itachi said nothing, merely gazing at him. His pitch-black eyes showed no ripples, yet seemed to harbor an endless abyss capable of swallowing all light and hope. Kisame struggled to support his body, trying to stand, but collapsed back to the ground due to exhaustion. He painfully clutched his head as images of slaughter and memories of betrayal surged like a tide, drowning him in endless regret and despair. Why? Why did you make me see these? He murmured, his voice filled with pain and confusion. Itachi still did not answer his questions, simply saying, You should be grateful to me, Kisame. Grateful to you. Kisame suddenly looked up, his scarlet eyes filled with bloodshot anger. Grateful that you made me see just how foolish and ridiculous I once was. No. Itachi shook his head, his tone calm and firm. I let you see these things so that you could understand that you still have a choice. Choice? Kisame laughed bitterly. I no longer have a choice, Itachi. My hands are stained with blood. I am a sinner, an irredeemable sinner. No, you still have a chance. Itachi's voice cut through the darkness within Kisame's heart like a flash of lightning. Let go of your hatred, Kisame. The peace you seek is not built upon slaughter and terror. Kisame stood frozen, watching the man before him who bore the name of a clan destroyer yet still harbored compassion, waves of emotion crashing within him. He had always thought Itachi was a cold-blooded killing machine, a demon who would do anything for his goals. But now he realized that everything Itachi did was for the heavy responsibility and love in his heart. He sacrificed everything to protect his village and his brother, even at the cost of his own life. Itachi. Kisame's voice trembled as he struggled to find the words to express the shock and admiration deep within him. Itachi stepped forward, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. For the first time, warmth and care shone in his pitch-black eyes. Kisame, you are a powerful ninja with strength that surpasses ordinary people's. But this power should not be consumed by hatred, it should be used to protect what you truly want to safeguard. Kisame fell silent, lowering his head to stare at his blood-soaked hands, a medley of emotions swelling within him. The beliefs he had always clung to collapsed in that moment, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confusion and emptiness. I don't know. He closed his eyes, and pain tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. I have lost my direction, I don't know where to go. Then come with me. Itachi's voice resonated in his ears like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating his confused heart. I will show you what true peace really is. Kisame suddenly looked up at the man before him who resembled a deity, his eyes filled with hope and desire. Itachi. Do you really want to believe in me? I believe in you, Kisame. Itachi interrupted his words, his tone firm and powerful. I believe you can find your own path. Kisame took a deep breath, looking into Itachi's trusting eyes, a surge of warmth he had never felt before filling him. He knew that his life would change completely from that moment on. Alright, I will follow you. Kisame silently followed behind Itachi, still unable to fully digest the scenes he had just witnessed. The hellish illusion, the bloody and cruel truth, and Itachi's unyielding resolve all profoundly shook his soul. Itachi, do you really think I can still find my own path? Kisame's voice was hoarse and low, as if a sound was squeezed from his dry throat after walking for a long time in the desert. Itachi paused, the moonlight illuminating his profile, reflecting his calm demeanor. He did not turn back, merely stating, "Everyone has the right to choose, Kisame. Your past choices do not define your future." Kisame smiled bitterly, shaking his head as he raised his rough, large hands covered in calluses and scars stained with the blood of countless innocents. My hands are already stained with sins. I am no longer qualified to talk about the future. No, Kisame. Itachi finally turned around, his deep black eyes seeming to see through to Kisame's heart. Everything you've done was in pursuit of the peace in your heart. In this, you and I are not so different. You are simply lost. Lost. Kisame murmured. Itachi's words struck like lightning, illuminating the vast wilderness of confusion within him. Had the beliefs he had always held been wrong? Was the peace he sought truly only achievable through slaughter and destruction? Come with me, Kisame. Itachi said no more, simply turning to walk deeper into the forest. His silhouette appeared particularly lonely under the moonlight, yet filled with unwavering strength. Kisame took a deep breath, gripping Samahata tighter, his gaze gradually growing determined. He knew there was no turning back. Perhaps following Itachi was his only chance to find answers. The two walked one after the other through the silent forest. The towering trees surrounded them, their branches lush and thick, blocking out the sun. Only bits of moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Itachi, why do you bear all of this? Kisame finally could not help but ask, wanting to know what kind of belief could support Itachi through those dark years that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Itachi's footsteps paused slightly. He remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "To protect what I want to safeguard." Protect what I want to protect. Kisame repeated Itachi's words, a hint of bitterness rising within him. He had once had things he wanted to protect, but in the end those things had all left him, leaving only endless pain and regret. Kisame. Itachi suddenly stopped, turning to look at Kisame with piercing eyes. Are you willing to give everything, even your life, for what you want to protect? Kisame was taken aback, having never considered this question, or rather he had always been avoiding it. He was afraid to face his own heart, afraid to confront those precious memories he had once lost. Look into my eyes, Kisame. Itachi's voice became deep and powerful. Tell me the true answer in your heart. Kisame looked up, meeting Itachi's profound black gaze. In that instant he seemed to see an endless abyss, raging flames, and those scenes that had once pierced his heart. Kisame's lips trembled slightly. He wanted to speak but found himself unable to make a sound. A powerful force within him seemed to be blocking him, preventing him from uttering the answer. Kisame, what are you hesitating for? At that moment a cold voice suddenly rang in their ears. Do you really believe this clan destroyer? Everything he has done is for himself, for his ridiculous ambition. Kisame and Itachi were both startled, quickly turning around to see a mysterious figure in a black cloak and mask who had appeared behind them without their notice. The mysterious figure slowly removed the mask, revealing a pale and twisted face marred by numerous grotesque scars, as if it had been torn apart by countless venomous snakes. In those chilling eyes flickered an indelible hatred and madness. Is it you? Hashigaki. Kisame's pupils suddenly contracted, veins bulging in his hand that gripped the Samahata. Kisame. You're not already dead? Kakuzu's hoarse voice was like a sound from the depths of hell, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Thanks to your and Itachi's care, I've had to walk through hell several times. But it doesn't matter now, it's your turn. Before the words fell, Kakuzu formed a hand seal and a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from his body. The surrounding trees seemed to be under immense pressure, groaning under the burden, their branches trembling violently, and leaves falling like rain. Earth grudge, fear. Black tendrils shot out from Kakuzu's back like venomous snakes, carrying a chilling aura, sweeping towards Itachi and Kisame. Each tendril exuded a heart-pounding power fluctuation, as if it could easily shred everything in its path. Itachi's expression was grave, showing no hesitation as he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, transforming into a sea of fire, colliding fiercely with the black tendrils. The flames blazed fiercely, igniting the surrounding trees, turning the entire forest into a fiery inferno. Kisame wielded the Samahata, moving like a phantom among the tendrils, each swing creating a gust of wind that severed the tendrils. However, Kakuzu's earth grudge fear seemed inexhaustible. The severed tendrils quickly regrouped, continuing their relentless assault. "Don't forget about me, Kisame," Itachi said in a deep voice while fending off the tendrils' attacks. "My target is him." Before the words fell, Itachi's figure flickered, turning into an afterimage as he charged towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu sneered, controlling the earth grudge fear to surround Itachi like a net of heaven and earth. Amaterasu! Black flames ignited on Kakuzu as if hellfire had descended, instantly engulfing him. However, Kakuzu let out a maniacal laugh. "Useless, Itachi. My body is composed of earth grudge fear. Amaterasu has no effect on me." Before the words fell, the body engulfed by black flames reassembled unharmed. "Is that so?" A cold arc appeared at the corner of Itachi's mouth. "Then let's try this." Tsukuyomi! Itachi's Sharingan rapidly spun, unleashing a terrifying illusion. Kakuzu only felt a flash before he was trapped in a blood-red world. In this world, time seemed to lose its meaning, filled only with endless suffering and torment. Kakuzu's body was bitten by countless venomous snakes, his soul burned by raging flames. Each second felt like an eternity. However, just as Itachi thought victory was in his grasp, Kakuzu suddenly let out a roar, forcefully breaking free from the Tsukuyomi's grasp. "Damn it!" He cursed quietly, the Tsukuyomi draining immense mental energy, and in his current state he could not maintain it for long. Cough, cough. Kakuzu coughed violently, a trickle of blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with fear and anger. "You bastard! How could you have such power? But it's all over!" Kakuzu roared, hands clasped together, and a wave of malevolent chakra erupted from his body. Forbidden technique, earth grudge fear heart extraction. Black tendrils shot out from Kakuzu's chest like venomous snakes, aiming directly for Itachi's heart. This sudden attack left Itachi no way to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the lethal tendril approached. "Itachi!" Kisame roared, but it was too late. The speed of earth grudge fear was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye it had reached Itachi's chest. In that critical moment, a blue figure burst forth like lightning from the side, swinging the massive Samahata and striking the black tendril fiercely. Bang! A loud crash resounded as the Samahata collided with earth grudge fear, triggering a violent chakra fluctuation. The surrounding trees trembled under the force as if they could snap at any moment. Kakuzu was caught off guard by the sudden attack, his heart extraction forbidden technique interrupted. He looked at Kisame in disbelief, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Kisame, what are you doing? Do you really think I would just stand by and watch Itachi get killed by you?" Kisame snorted coldly, the Samahata glowing fiercely in his hands, swinging it to unleash a massive water blade that swept towards Kakuzu. "Damn it!" Kakuzu cursed under his breath, having to abandon his assault on Itachi and instead control earth grudge fear to fend off Kisame's attack. Seizing this opportunity, Itachi quickly retreated, forming hand seals at a rapid pace, his Sharingan reflecting Kakuzu's disheveled form. "Now is the time, Izanami." Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, releasing a powerful illusion that pulled Kakuzu into its depths. Kakuzu felt a flash before plunging into a realm of darkness. He attempted to struggle, only to find himself unable to move, helplessly being consumed by the darkness. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Kakuzu roared, but no one responded. He could only keep groping in the darkness, unable to find an exit, as if trapped in an endless abyss. "Give up, Kakuzu!" Itachi's voice echoed in the darkness. "You have been trapped by Izanami. Unless you confront your sins, you will remain forever ensnared in this infinite illusion." "Sins? Ha ha ha, I, Kakuzu, have lived my life with no need to repent to anyone." Kakuzu laughed madly, his voice filled with resentment and anger. Itachi ignored Kakuzu's ranting, as sustaining Izanami required immense chakra and he had reached his limit. "Kisame, we need to go," Itachi said in a low voice, his form swaying slightly as he almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Kisame hurriedly stepped forward to support Itachi, asking with concern, "Itachi, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just low on chakra, I just need to rest a bit." Itachi shook his head, signaling that he was not seriously injured. Kisame carried Itachi on his back and quickly left the troublesome area. Damn it all! Kakuzu, trapped in Izanami, continued to curse, but it no longer concerned Itachi and Kisame. They traversed through the forest for a long time before finally finding a concealed cave. "Itachi, you rest here and I will keep watch outside." Kisame gently placed Itachi on the ground and said, Itachi nodded, closing his eyes to begin regaining his chakra. Kisame stepped out of the cave, finding a hidden spot to conceal himself, vigilantly observing the surroundings. As night fell, the forest fell into silence, with only the occasional chirping of insects. Leaning against a large tree, Kisame gazed up at the bright moon, but his heart was filled with worry. Itachi's injuries were worse than he had imagined. If he hadn't acted in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. I wonder how long it will take for Itachi to recover. I hope we don't encounter any more trouble, Kisame muttered to himself. Suddenly he felt a powerful chakra fluctuation coming from afar. This chakra was evil and cold, sending a chill down his spine. Not good, it's the Akatsuki. Kisame's expression changed and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. How could the Akatsuki have tracked them down here? Could it be that Itachi's whereabouts have been exposed? Without time to think, he turned and ran towards the cave. Damn it, of all times, Itachi is still recovering chakra. Itachi! Wake up! There's trouble! Kisame's voice was hoarse and urgent, filled with undeniable anxiety. Itachi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flickering in his crimson Sharingan, which soon regained clarity. Before he could speak, Kisame quickly recounted the situation. The Akatsuki? It seems we've been discovered after all. Itachi's expression grew serious as he struggled to stand, but due to his chakra not yet restored, he stumbled. Damn it! Why now of all times? Kisame cursed quietly, hoisting Itachi on his back and rushing out. I'll hold them off, you find a chance to escape. No, you alone can't. Itachi's words were cut off abruptly as Kisame interrupted him roughly. Stop talking nonsense. If you die, who will carry out that plan? Before Itachi could retort, Kisame had already charged out of the cave with him on his back. Hey, can you escape now? The cold voice seemed to come from hell, carrying an undeniable pressure. Itachi and Kisame looked up to see two figures standing not far away in the sky, Akatsuki's leader Pain and member Konan. Pain, Konan. Itachi's pupils constricted slightly, realizing the dire situation. He had not expected these two to arrive, and it seemed they were doomed today. Itachi, you have betrayed the Akatsuki. Today is your day of reckoning. Pain's voice was devoid of emotion but carried a suffocating, oppressive force. If it's a fight, then let's fight, no need for more words. Kisame gently set Itachi down, drawing the Samahata and assuming a battle stance. Kisame, are you also going to betray the Akatsuki? Konan asked coldly, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Itachi is my comrade, I won't let him face danger alone. Kisame's voice was resolute, showing no hesitation. In that case, let's set out together. Pain said, the Rinnegan glowing with eerie light, and 6 figures emerged behind him, the 6 paths of pain. Susanoo. Itachi realized they were in dire straits and immediately activated his complete Susanoo, a massive chakra warrior enveloping him, and Kisame wielding the Totsuka blade and Yata mirror bracing for battle. Kisame was equally unyielding, chakra swirling around the Samahata, transforming into a gigantic blade, creating gusts of wind as he clashed with Pain's 6 paths. In an instant, the forest shook violently, trees were utterly destroyed, and the powerful chakra fluctuations made the very space seem as if it would collapse. Shinra Tensei. Pain grunted coldly, and a powerful repulsion burst forth, forcibly interrupting Kisame and Itachi's attacks, sending Susanoo reeling back, nearly on the verge of collapse. Damn it! This guy's strength! Itachi's face turned pale, a trickle of blood spilling from his mouth, as he realized Pain's power was greater than he had anticipated, far beyond what he could counter. Water-style great exploding water shockwave. Kisame seized the opportunity, hands clasped together, chakra bursting forth, transforming into a massive wave that surged towards Pain. Insignificant tricks. Pain snorted disdainfully, the Rinnegan flashing, and the huge wave was instantly deflected by the repulsion, scattering into countless droplets of water. Damn it! This guy's ability is truly troublesome. Kisame cursed under his breath, his heart racing with anxiety. If this continued, both he and Itachi would perish here. Shinra Tensei. Pain launched another attack, this time targeting Itachi, the overwhelming repulsion crashing down on Susanoo like a mountain. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as Susanoo could no longer withstand the force crashing down and sending Itachi flying, landing heavily on the ground, spitting blood, his breath waning. Itachi! Kisame's eyes widened with rage, rushing towards Itachi without a second thought, wanting to check his injuries. Don't come over! Kisame! Itachi raised his hand with great difficulty, preventing Kisame from getting closer. He knew the situation had become extremely urgent. If this continued, they would both die here. Kisame's movement abruptly halted, looking at Itachi lying in a pool of blood, a deep sense of helplessness surging in his heart. Was he really going to die here today? Ha! Itachi! You have your day too! Just then a flamboyant voice rang out from afar, causing Kisame's expression to change. This voice belonged to Obito. Long time no see, Pain and Lady Angel. With this carefree voice, a figure wearing a spiral mask that only revealed a crimson Sharingan appeared before everyone. He waved his right hand casually, as if just brushing past the breeze, effortlessly deflecting the attack that Pain was about to unleash on Itachi. Obito! Kisame exclaimed in surprise. This suddenly appeared man was the most mysterious figure in the Akatsuki, and had been Itachi's secret partner all along. You're still alive? Pain's voice finally showed a hint of fluctuation, clearly surprised by Obito's appearance. What? You seem disappointed to see me alive, Pain. Obito spoke casually, but there was a chilling aura in his tone. Or should I call you Nagato? Pain ignored Obito's provocation, his gaze fixed on him, the Rinnegan flashing with dangerous light. You dare to betray God? God? Obito laughed as if he had heard a funny joke, unable to hold back his laughter. He's not worthy of that title. Conan, look at you now like a dog kept in the dark. It's truly pathetic. Conan's expression changed as Obito's words stabbed her heart like a knife. She had always believed in Pain's ideals, thinking he was the god who would save the world, but now Obito's words had shaken her conviction. Enough, Obito. Itachi struggled to stand, but due to his severe injuries he fell back to the ground. Now is not the time for this, we must leave quickly. Don't worry, Itachi, I'm not here to reminisce with them. Obito said, his single eye narrowing, and overwhelming power erupting, forcing Pain and Conan back. Seeing this, Kisame immediately moved to support Itachi, quickly retreating. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Pain grunted coldly as the six paths launched their attacks simultaneously. A torrent of ninjutsu surged towards Obito and Kisame. Insignificant tricks. Obito snorted disdainfully, his Sharingan spinning rapidly and his figure vanishing from sight. Pain's attacks missed their target, but showed no signs of panic, his Rinnegan scanning the surroundings for Obito's trace. Space ninjutsu. It's indeed troublesome. Pain thought to himself, knowing capturing Obito would not be easy. Nagato, do you think hiding behind your puppets will save you from me? Obito's voice suddenly came from behind Pain, filled with mockery. Pain's heart tightened, and just as he was about to command his puppets to turn and defend, it was already too late. Kamui! Obito's Sharingan emitted a strange light, and Pain's body was pulled uncontrollably towards Obito by an invisible force. Damn it! Pain cursed inwardly but couldn't escape the powerful pull. Goodbye, Pain, or should I say, Nagato. Obito sneered, slowly extending his right hand towards Pain's head. Stop! Conan rushed up without hesitation, trying to stop Obito. Get away! Obito didn't even glance at Conan, backhanding her away. Pfft! Conan spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly on the ground. You! Conan looked at Obito in disbelief, unable to comprehend why a former comrade who had fought alongside her would suddenly turn into this. Obito paid no heed to Conan's shock, his eyes were solely focused on Pain. Now let me tell you the true purpose of the Akatsuki, Obito said, the light in his Sharingan growing even more radiant. Just then a sudden change occurred. Just as Obito's fingertips were about to touch Pain's pale cheek, a powerful chakra terrifying enough to make one shudder descended like divine punishment from the heavens, carrying an unmatched might. Obito let out a muffled grunt, forcefully thrown back by this power, crashing heavily onto the ruins. He clutched his chest, his single eye fixated on the source of that chakra, the Sharingan spinning rapidly as he attempted to pierce through the opponent's illusions and realities. As the dust settled, a figure clad in a black trench coat and wearing a terrifying mask slowly appeared before everyone. His stature was as imposing as a mountain, exuding an oppressive aura that suffocated the air, as if a demon awakened from ancient slumber had descended upon the world, bringing with it the momentum to annihilate all. Who are you? Obito asked in shock, his voice laced with an unusual hint of panic. The mysterious figure ignored Obito, slowly raising his head. Beneath the mask, a pair of extraordinary eyes emitted a soul-stirring glow. Those were indeed a pair of crimson Rinnegan, and beside them there flickered another crimson Sharingan. The Rinnegan and the Sharingan, these two legendary ultimate bloodline limits, appeared simultaneously on one person. How is this possible? Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene before him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Itachi struggled to rise but fell to the ground again due to his severe injuries. He looked at the mysterious figure who descended like a god, filled with confusion and unease. The mysterious figure paid no mind to the astonishment of Obito and Kisame. He simply walked slowly towards Pain, each step seemingly pressing on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. Are you alright, Nagato? The mysterious figure asked softly, his voice deep and magnetic, contrasting sharply with his overwhelming aura. Pain looked at the mysterious figure, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, yet he remained silent. An eerie silence enveloped the air, and both Obito and Kisame dared not make a move. They could sense that this mysterious figure would be their greatest enemy. Who are you? Why are you interfering with Akatsuki? Obito broke the silence, his tone filled with vigilance. The mysterious figure slowly turned around the Rinnegan beneath the mask, coldly gazing at Obito, as if able to see through all his disguises and secrets. Akatsuki? A bunch of clowns, how dare they call themselves Akatsuki? The mysterious figure spoke with disdain and mockery. Everything you do is merely a path to your own demise. You. Obito was enraged by the mysterious figure's contemptuous tone and was about to retort when he was interrupted by a wave of the figure's hand. You are not qualified to know my identity. The mysterious figure coldly stated, now get out of my sight or die. Arrogant. Obito roared, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as a powerful ocular force erupted, instantly warping the surrounding space. Shinra Tensei. Obito's figure vanished from the spot and reappeared behind the mysterious figure, his right hand gathering terrifying chakra as he struck fiercely towards the figure's back. You overestimate yourself. The mysterious figure snorted coldly, not even looking back as he countered with a palm strike. Boom. The two powerful forces collided, producing a deafening roar, instantly reducing the surrounding ruins to dust under this power. Obito let out a muffled grunt, his body once again sent flying back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Your power. Obito looked at the mysterious figure in disbelief, unable to imagine that there was someone in this world who could so easily withstand his attack. The mysterious figure ignored Obito's shock, slowly raising his right hand, the Sharingan beneath the mask emitting an eerie glow. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited out of thin air, instantly engulfing Obito. The black flames burned fiercely as Obito struggled and twisted within them, unable to escape this hellish inferno. He looked at the masked man in terror, as if gazing at a god descending from the heavens, filled with helplessness and fear. Your purpose. The mysterious figure spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion, as if he were not inquiring but declaring. Cough cough. Obito was scorched by the flames, coughing painfully, his Sharingan spinning wildly within its socket, yet unable to extinguish the eerie black flames. Who are you? You are not qualified to know. The mysterious figure's tone was icy. Tell me your purpose and who is behind you? Obito gritted his teeth, filled with humiliation and anger. As Uchiha Obito, he had never expected to be forced into such a position by an unknown individual. Obito struggled, trying to concoct a lie, but under the mysterious figure's cold gaze he gave up resisting. He knew clearly that any lie would be meaningless before this man. I am executing Madara's plan. Ultimately, Obito chose to compromise, shifting all responsibility onto Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. The mysterious figure repeated this name softly, the Rinnegan beneath the mask flashing with an inexplicable light. What does he want? To collect the tailed beasts, resurrect the Ten-Tails, and then... Obito took a deep breath and slowly revealed Madara's plan: use infinite Tsukuyami to control the entire world and create an ideal world without war, without pain. The mysterious figure fell silent, seemingly contemplating something, while the air around them felt as if it had solidified. Obito anxiously watched him, uncertain of how this mysterious figure would deal with him. After a long time, the mysterious figure finally spoke again, his tone tinged with amusement. Interesting, truly interesting. He slowly walked in front of Obito, looking down at him as if he were an ant. Tell me, if I kill you, then take your place to complete this so-called Eye of the Moon plan, what do you think he would think? Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the man before him. He actually wants to replace him. You are insane. Obito shouted in terror. Madara will not spare you. Madara. The mysterious figure chuckled lightly, his tone filled with disdain. A pitiful worm struggling to survive, how could he warrant my attention? He slowly raised his hand, the black flames igniting once again, surrounding Obito. No, don't. Obito struggled in terror, but it was futile. Wait. At that moment, a weak voice suddenly rang out. Itachi struggled to rise from the ground, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet he paid no mind, his gaze firmly fixed on the mysterious figure, filled with determination. Let him go. Itachi's voice was hoarse and weak, yet carried an undeniable tone. I can help you complete the Eye of the Moon plan. The mysterious figure paused, looking at Itachi with great interest. Oh. What makes you think you can replace him? Just based on... Itachi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a terrifying chakra erupted from within him, sweeping through the entire space like a volcanic eruption. This chakra. Obito looked at the scene before him in shocked disbelief, filling his eyes. How is this possible? The mysterious figure was also slightly taken aback, but soon a playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Interesting, this is becoming more and more interesting. The black flames trembled violently under the impact of Itachi's chakra, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Obito stared at the weak boy before him in terror, a chill running up his spine. He had never seen such a powerful chakra. Even Uchiha Madara, known as the pinnacle of the ninja world, had never imposed such overwhelming pressure on him. The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment, the Rinnegan beneath the mask flashing continuously, seemingly analyzing the situation before him. After a long while he suddenly let out a low joyless laugh, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Interesting, truly fascinating. The mysterious figure slowly said, his tone laced with amusement. I never expected that Konoha still harbored someone like you. Uchiha Itachi, you have successfully piqued my interest. He waved his hand, the black flames receding like a tide, revealing Obito's disheveled figure. Obito struggled to get up, but due to his severe injuries collapsed helplessly back to the ground. What do you want? Itachi coldly stared at the mysterious figure, his voice hoarse yet filled with strength. I advise you not to act recklessly or what? The mysterious figure interrupted Itachi, a hint of provocation in his tone. Given your current state, what can you possibly do to me? Itachi said nothing, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment an even more terrifying chakra erupted from within him, sweeping through the entire space like a raging storm. Obito felt as if he were caught in a tempest, about to be torn apart by this force at any moment. The mysterious figure's eyes flashed with surprise but quickly returned to calm. He looked at Itachi with great interest, a hint of admiration in his tone. Not bad, truly impressive. Your power has far exceeded my expectations. Who are you really? Itachi opened his eyes, the crimson Sharingan fixated on the mysterious figure, as if trying to see through him. What is your purpose? You are not yet qualified to know my name, the mysterious figure replied lightly. As for my purpose, you should have guessed some of it by now. The Eye of the Moon plan. You want to use me? Itachi's tone was icy, his gaze filled with vigilance. No, it's a partnership. The mysterious figure clarified. I can give you everything you desire, power, status, and even the chance for revenge. Itachi's body trembled slightly, a hint of struggle flashing in his eyes. He knew that the mysterious figure was exploiting his ambition, but he also had to admit that the conditions offered were dangerously tempting. Tell me your plan. Itachi took a deep breath and slowly said. He needed to know more to make a final decision. Very well. The mysterious figure seemed pleased with Itachi's response and began to elaborate on his plan in detail, including how to collect the tailed beast, how to resurrect the 10 tails, and how to initiate infinite Tsukuyomi. As Itachi listened, he calmly analyzed the feasibility of the plan and its potential risks. He found that while the plan sounded insane, it was not entirely without possibility. Moreover, the mysterious figure seemed to understand him while knowing his greatest weaknesses and desires. So what do you think? Have you thought it over? The mysterious figure asked as he noticed Itachi's silence. Itachi did not respond immediately and instead countered, why should I trust you? What makes you think I would help you accomplish this so-called Eye of the Moon plan? Just this. The mysterious figure said, pointing to his own eyes. Rinnegan. Itachi's pupils constricted slightly, a storm of emotions rising within him. He finally understood the terrifying power the mysterious figure possessed. Indeed, this is my sincerity. The mysterious figure spoke calmly but confidently. As long as you agree to collaborate with me, I can help you realize all your wishes. Itachi fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. He knew this was a dangerous gamble, but he had no retreat left. Very well, I accept. Ultimately, Itachi made his decision. Itachi followed the mysterious figure into a hidden cave. Inside it was dark and damp, and a nauseating stench of decay pervaded the air. With a casual wave of the mysterious figure's hand, several clusters of ghostly blue flames appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the cave. This is the Rinnegan, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. As the mysterious figure spoke, he handed a bloodshot eye to Itachi. The eye radiated an eerie glow as if it possessed a life of its own, sending chills down his spine. Itachi said nothing, merely gazing at the eye in silence. He understood that accepting this power meant embarking on a path from which there would be no return. Yet for the sake of revenge and to change the fate of the Uchiha clan, he had no other choice. Relax your mind and feel its power. The mysterious figure instructed. Itachi took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and pressed the eye into his right eye socket. A fierce pain surged through him as if a burning sharp knife were stirring within his eye. Itachi gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He felt his consciousness being pulled by a powerful force, as if he were being dragged into an endless abyss. Focus. Do not let it control you. The mysterious figure commanded sharply upon seeing Itachi's struggle. Itachi bore the intense pain, striving to maintain control of his consciousness. He recalled the pain he had endured, remembering the tragic deaths of his clan members, igniting a blazing fire of vengeance within him. After what felt like an eternity, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented surge of power. Itachi opened his eyes, and the crimson Sharingan had transformed into a pale purple Rinnegan, exuding a cold and powerful aura. Good, you have initially grasped its power. The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction. Next, I will teach you how to control it. In the days that followed, Itachi began his hellish training. The forbidden techniques imparted by the mysterious figure were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Controlling gravity, manipulating souls, even distorting space and time. These formidable powers instilled both fear and an unprecedented sense of strength in Itachi. Your progress is rapid, far exceeding my expectations. The mysterious figure gazed at the stoic black-haired youth before him, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. But merely possessing power is not enough, you must also learn how to wield it. To test Itachi's strength, the mysterious figure arranged a series of grueling training sessions. Fighting powerful summoning beasts, cracking complex illusion traps, and even facing tests posed by the mysterious figure himself. Every battle was a life-and-death struggle, with the slightest misstep leading to irrevocable doom. Yet Itachi overcame these challenges one by one, relying on his extraordinary talent and determination. His strength surged rapidly through these life-and-death trials. You are already strong enough. One day the mysterious figure looked at the battered Itachi and said slowly, "It is time to reveal the full details of the Eye of the Moon plan." In a dark cave, the mysterious figure elaborated on his plan in detail. Utilizing the power of the 10 tails to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, connecting the consciousness of all humanity to create an ideal world free of war and suffering. Is this really what you want? After hearing the mysterious figure's plan, Itachi fell silent for a long while before slowly asking, "Of course." The mysterious figure's tone was firm. "Only in this way can we completely end this world filled with hatred and war." Itachi said nothing, merely gazing silently at the mysterious figure, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He did not know whether the mysterious figure spoke the truth, or if the Eye of the Moon plan was right or wrong. The mysterious figure gently waved his sleeve, and the scenery before Itachi suddenly shifted. The originally dark cave vanished, replaced by a peaceful and tranquil world. Fluffy white clouds drifted across the azure sky, warm sunlight bathed the verdant grass, a clear stream flowed gently, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, resembling a paradise. Children chased and played on the grass, their faces beaming with innocent smiles. Adults gathered in groups, chatting and laughing with no traces of worry on their faces. Even the once fearsome ninjas laid down their defenses, enjoying this rare moment of peace and tranquility. This is the world that the Eye of the Moon plan ultimately aims to create. The mysterious figure stood beside Itachi, his tone laced with an unmistakable fervor. A utopian world without war, suffering, and hatred. Itachi gazed at this scene that seemed almost unreal, yet his heart remained untouched. He knew that this was merely a false illusion created by Genjutsu. Once the Eye of the Moon plan was initiated, everyone's consciousness would be imprisoned in this illusory world, never to escape. Don't you think this world is beautiful? Seeing Itachi silent, the mysterious figure turned to ask. It is beautiful, but too false. Itachi replied indifferently. I do not wish for people to live like puppets in a false dream. False. The mysterious figure seemed to have heard something unbelievable, his tone filled with scorn. Do you not think the current ninja world is false? War, slaughter, betrayal. These darkness and evil are the truth of this world. The mysterious figure waved his sleeve again, and Itachi's view shifted once more. This time he witnessed scenes of human tragedy. Blood stained the earth, countless ninjas fell in pools of blood, their eyes never closing. Even in death, young children lost their parents, crying helplessly amidst the ruins. Once prosperous villages were reduced to rubble, with only broken walls and remnants telling tales of war's brutality. Is this the world you wish to protect? The mysterious figure pointed at the scene before them, his tone icy and piercing. A hell filled with pain and despair. Itachi clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood seeping slowly between his fingers. He could not refute the mysterious figure's words, for this was the cruel reality he had witnessed firsthand. Only the Eye of the Moon plan can end all of this. The mysterious figure continued as he sensed Itachi wavering. Only by connecting everyone's consciousness can we eliminate hatred and create true peace. Do you really believe the Eye of the Moon plan can succeed? Itachi raised his head, looking directly into the mysterious figure's eyes, and asked word by word. Do you not fear that it will ultimately become a greater disaster? The mysterious figure fell silent, his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky, a hint of struggle and confusion flashing in his eyes. I have no other choice. After a long while, the mysterious figure finally spoke slowly, his tone tinged with helplessness. This is the only way to save the ninja world. Itachi said nothing, recognizing that the mysterious figure's near-obsessive dedication to the Eye of the Moon plan stemmed not solely from a desire for peace, but rather from a sense of helplessness in escaping reality. I will seriously consider your proposal. Ultimately, Itachi chose to compromise, knowing that now was not the time to sever ties with the mysterious figure. I hope you will give me an answer soon. The mysterious figure seemed to see through Itachi's disguise, but did not expose it. He merely left a casual remark before turning to leave. Wait. Itachi suddenly called out to the mysterious figure. I want to return to Konoha for a visit. The mysterious figure paused, looking back at Itachi with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Fine. The mysterious figure agreed readily but still left a safeguard, placing a restriction on Itachi. I will wait for you in Konoha. I hope you do not disappoint me. Itachi said nothing, merely nodding silently and turned to walk in the direction of Konoha. Watching Itachi's departing figure, the mysterious figure revealed a meaningful smile, murmuring to himself, Uchiha Itachi, you are still too young. Do you really think you can stop me? When Itachi returned to Konoha, it was already late at night. He stealthily infiltrated the village, avoiding all patrolling Anbu ninjas, and arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Standing at the door of his once familiar home, Itachi felt a mix of emotions. Since that night he had never returned, and now stepping onto this land again, a wave of sadness and guilt surged within him. Who's there? Just then a cold voice suddenly rang out, and a shadow flashed from the darkness, blocking Itachi's path. Sure sway. Shizuki. Itachi softly repeated this name, a warm current surging within his heart. Upon seeing his dear friend once again, the tension in his body unexpectedly relaxed a little. Shizuki clearly did not expect the visitor to be Itachi. He was momentarily taken aback, then his brows furrowed tightly, his tone carrying a trace of subtle reproach. Itachi, is it you? What are you doing here so late? Itachi, I have something very important to tell you regarding the Uchiha and the entire ninja world. Itachi's expression grew serious, his tone deep and solemn, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Shizuki keenly sensed Itachi's unusual behavior. He retracted his questioning tone and nodded, follow me. The two moved swiftly, arriving at a secluded grove after a few quick leaps. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a patchwork of shadows on the ground. Speak, what exactly happened? Shizuki asked, leaning against a large tree, his tone serious. Itachi took a deep breath and slowly revealed the truth about his joining the Akatsuki organization, as well as what the mysterious person had said about the Eye of the Moon plan. What? Shizuki suddenly stood up, looking at Itachi in disbelief. You actually believe that man's nonsense? The Eye of the Moon plan is nothing but a ridiculous delusion. It will only bring greater disaster. I know what you are thinking, Shizuki. Itachi calmly met Shizuki's furious gaze. But have you considered that aside from the Eye of the Moon plan, what other way is there to stop the war and bring true peace to the ninja world? Peace. Peace obtained by depriving everyone of their freedom. Can that still be called peace? Shizuki retorted angrily. Itachi, when did you become so naive? Do you really believe that mysterious person genuinely wants to save the ninja world? I am not naive, Shizuki, I simply... Itachi attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Shizuki's anger. Enough, Itachi. I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. Shizuki's eyes were filled with disappointment and heartbreak. I once thought you were the person who understood me best in this world, the one who could comprehend me, yet you actually... Shizuki's words abruptly stopped. He painfully closed his eyes and 2 lines of tears slowly slid down his cheeks. He could not accept that his most admired friend would choose such a dark and desperate path. Shizuki, Itachi wanted to reach out to comfort Shizuki but was pushed away. Don't touch me. Shizuki suddenly opened his eyes, the crimson Sharingan spinning wildly in its sockets, exuding a chilling murderous intent. Itachi, I warn you, if you remain obstinate and continue on this path, I will not stand by idly. I will personally stop you, even if it means opposing the entire Uchiha clan. With that, Shizuki's figure transformed into an afterimage, vanishing into the vast night, leaving Itachi standing alone, allowing the night wind to tousle his hair, yet it could not disperse the heavy pain and confusion within his heart. Shizuki. Itachi softly whispered the name of his dear friend, a trace of resolution flashing in his eyes. He knew that he and Shizuki had ultimately reached a crossroads of fate, and what awaited them would be an unavoidable, fateful battle. The night was deep, the streets of Konoha were silent and deserted. Only Itachi's solitary figure cast a long shadow under the moonlight. Returning home, the empty room left him all alone, and the warm scenes of spending time with his family now pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Brother, will you still practice shuriken throwing with me tomorrow? Sasuke's innocent smile seemed to linger in front of him, yet now it had become an unhealable scar in his heart. Itachi closed his eyes. Shizuki's words echoed in his ears like a curse. Do you really believe that mysterious person genuinely wants to save the ninja world? Believe. Ha! Itachi chuckled self-deprecatingly. He never believed in any savior, nor in any illusory peace. He simply had no other choice. Uchiha Itachi, you bear the fate of your clan, carry the future of your village. You have no right to be weak. Itachi shouted at his reflection in the mirror, the crimson Sharingan blazing fiercely in its sockets as if it intended to burn away all suffering and struggles. From that day on, Itachi seemed to have transformed into a different person. He no longer wasted time on meaningless matters. Apart from necessary missions and time spent with family, he devoted almost all his time to training. He became like a parched sponge, frantically absorbing any knowledge and skills that could enhance his strength. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Itachi's chakra seemed inexhaustible as one powerful fireball after another erupted from his mouth, blasting the targets in the training ground into pieces. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. A surging torrent of water transformed under Itachi's control into a roaring water dragon charging towards a distant boulder, creating a deafening roar. With the soul of an adult and knowledge of the world of Naruto, Itachi's training speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He skillfully mastered various ninjutsu, even secretly attempting to practice some forbidden techniques. He was no longer that talented youth who relied solely on his innate gifts. He had become a ruthless ninja who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Itachi, your chakra control has improved again. You truly are a training fanatic. Kakashi observed Itachi drenched in sweat on the training field, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He did not know what had driven Itachi to undergo such a significant change, but he could feel the heavy pressure and responsibility weighing on Itachi. However, Itachi's abnormalities also drew attention from the shadows. Danzo-sama, Uchiha, Itachi's recent behavior has become increasingly unusual and his rate of strength increase is too rapid, I fear. A member of the root organization knelt before Danzo, his tone tinged with unease. The genius of the Uchiha clan is indeed not to be underestimated. Danzo's cold voice echoed in the room. Continue to monitor him and take measures when necessary. Understood. Danger quietly brewed in the shadows while Itachi remained completely unaware that he was stepping into the whirlpool of fate. Thick fog enveloped the dense forest of the land of water, the damp mist mingling with the earthy smell making one feel nauseous. Itachi and his team members, including Raito and Uchiha Izumi, cautiously navigated through this eerie forest. Damn those mist ninja, they actually led us to this cursed place. Raito mumbled angrily, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead soaking his rugged face. Raito calmed down. Itachi shot him a cold glance. Our mission is to investigate the recent unusual movements of the mist village, not to complain here. But Itachi, we've been wandering in this cursed place for 3 days, and we haven't even seen a ghost. Raito grumbled discontentedly. I bet this is just another trick by those mist guys. Before he could finish, the surrounding fog suddenly began to churn violently. A powerful chakra fluctuation surged from all directions, tightly surrounding them. Not good, it's a trap. Itachi's expression changed. The Sharingan activated instantly, and the crimson pupils reflected several blurred figures rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. Water-style water prison technique. Accompanied by a cold laugh, several columns of water erupted from the ground, trapping Itachi and his companions inside. Uchiha, Itachi, your movements have long been exposed. A tall mist ninja slowly emerged from the mist, a cruel smile on his face. Submit obediently, and we might consider giving you a quick death. Dream on. Raito roared, unleashing lightning chakra in an attempt to shatter the water prison that confined them. However, his attack was like a cow sinking into the sea, causing not a ripple. Useless in the face of my bloodline limit, your struggles are futile. The mist ninja laughed triumphantly. Become my puppet and fight for me. Bloodline limit. Could it be? Itachi's heart sank as he recognized the technique the opponent was using. It was a terrifying power that could control people's minds. What should we do, Itachi? Uchiha Izumi's voice trembled slightly, clearly affected by the opponent's power. Don't be afraid, Izumi. Itachi was about to say something when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Fragments of past life memories surged in like a tide, crashing against his consciousness. Damn it, what is this? Itachi clutched his head in agony, everything in front of him becoming blurry. Haha, this is your destiny, Uchiha Itachi. The mist ninja, seeing Itachi in pain, revealed an even more sinister smile. Become my puppet and fight for me. At that moment, a strange energy erupted from within Itachi, and his once crimson Sharingan transformed into a bizarre purple color, radiating an eerie glow. What? What is this power? The mist ninja stared in horror, feeling an unprecedented sense of fear rising from the depths of his heart. I don't know. But... Itachi slowly raised his head, the purple light shooting from his eyes illuminating the surrounding mist, his voice cold and unfamiliar. I will kill you. Powerful chakra erupted from Itachi's body like a shockwave, shattering the water prison that bound them. Water splashed everywhere, and the once indestructible prison crumbled like paper under the purple light. Under the purple light, Itachi seemed to have transformed into a different person. He slowly straightened his body, his gaze cold, sweeping over each person present like they were lifeless objects, an intimidating murderous aura emanating from him, enveloping the misty forest. What? What is this power? The leading mist ninja stared wide-eyed in fear. He had never seen such an eerie chakra which sent chills down his spine, making him forget to react. A monster. He is a monster. The other mist ninjas also retreated, their faces filled with terror. They had never seen such a terrifying Sharingan. The purple light seemed to devour everything, chilling them to the bone. Itachi paid no heed to their fear. He slowly raised his head, the purple light shooting from his eyes illuminating the surrounding mist. His gaze finally locked onto the leading mist ninja, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What? What do you want? The mist ninja felt a chill from Itachi's gaze, questioning with a trembling voice. To kill you. Itachi's voice was cold and unfamiliar, as if it came from the depths of hell. Before he finished speaking, Itachi's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing right in front of the mist ninja. His speed was so fast that the opponent didn't even have time to react. So fast. The mist ninja was greatly startled, trying to form seals for defense, but it was already too late. Pfft. With a soft sound, Itachi's palm had pierced through his chest, the purple light flooding into his body through the wound, wildly destroying his vitality. Ugh. Ah. The mist ninja let out a piercing scream, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend how this young Uchiha boy could possess such terrifying strength. Itachi expressionlessly withdrew his hand, allowing the mist ninja's lifeless body to collapse to the ground. Blood stained the ground in his pale hands, yet he showed no concern, as if he had merely done something trivial. A monster. He is a monster. The other mist ninjas witnessing this were instantly terrified and turned to flee. Want to escape? Too late. Itachi coldly smiled, his figure vanishing once more from the spot. Pfft. 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 The continuous sounds of bodies being pierced echoed, accompanied by cries of agony, as those fleeing mist ninjas fell one after another into pools of blood, with none escaping. In just a few breaths, the once formidable mist ninja team had been completely slaughtered by Itachi, leaving only a ground full of corpses and the stench of blood. This is power. Itachi looked at his hands, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. The original strength of this body combined with the power brought by these eyes seemed to harbor something else that was continuously awakening. At that moment, Itachi suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis approaching from behind. He abruptly turned around, only to see a kunai aimed at his back. Itachi quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the cold gleam. The kunai grazed past his hair, creating a chilly breeze. He raised his head, the crimson Sharingan flickering in the purple light, clearly capturing the figure of the attacker. It was a tall man, his silver hair billowing in the night wind, and his chiseled face bore a hint of severity. It was Konoha's white fang, Hatake Tsukumo. Who are you? Itachi asked coldly, his voice devoid of fear, instead carrying a hint of excitement. He craved battle, craved power, and this man before him was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Hatake Tsukumo did not answer, merely gazing silently at Itachi, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He did not expect this young Uchiha boy to be able to evade his attack. It should be known that his speed ranked among the top in the entire ninja world. Even shadow-level powerhouses might not easily avoid his ambush. Your strength is impressive, Hatake Tsukumo finally spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, but you rely too much on the power of the Sharingan. What of it? Itachi sneered disdainfully. Power is power, as long as it can kill the enemy, that is good power. Hatake Tsukumo frowned slightly, sensing a coldness and indifference in Itachi's tone that made him uneasy. This child seemed to have been consumed by something, leaving only a desire for power and a disregard for life. Come with me, Hatake Tsukumo said solemnly. I already know about your situation. Knowing what of it? Do you want to stop me? Itachi's lips curled into a cold arc. Just you. I won't stop you. Hatake Tsukumo shook his head, but I also won't let you continue down this wrong path. Before he finished speaking, Hatake Tsukumo vanished from the spot. Swish. A cold gleam flashed by as Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted and his body instinctively leaned back. Hatake Tsukumo's blade nearly grazed his nose, leaving a white wave of air in its wake. So fast. Itachi was shocked, the Sharingan spinning wildly, trying to capture Hatake Tsukumo's movements. However, Hatake Tsukumo's speed was simply too fast, so fast that even his Sharingan could not fully capture it. Each attack came from unexpected angles, forcing him to concentrate fully to respond. Itachi darted through the forest like a ghost, evading Hatake Tsukumo's attacks. His Sharingan was activated to its utmost, each dodge precise, as if he could foresee Hatake Tsukumo's attack trajectory. Your Sharingan is quite impressive, Hatake Tsukumo's voice rang in Itachi's ears, but it's still not enough. With that, Hatake Tsukumo's figure vanished once more. This time Itachi's Sharingan finally caught a trace. He suddenly turned his kunai, stabbing backward. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Itachi felt a tremendous force coming from the kunai, numbing his hands. What? Itachi was greatly shocked. He did not expect Hatake Tsukumo's strength to be so terrifying. Just a single strike nearly sent his kunai flying. Hatake Tsukumo's figure slowly appeared behind Itachi, the white fang short sword in his hand gleaming ominously. Your talent is high, Hatake Tsukumo said flatly, but you are still too young to understand the value of life. Shut up. Itachi roared, a hint of madness flashing in his crimson Sharingan. You know nothing. Before he finished speaking, Itachi's figure vanished from the spot, charging towards Hatake Tsukumo. Then let me teach you. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes flashed with a sharp light, the white Fang short sword transforming into a beam of white light meeting Itachi's attack. The two figures intertwined in the forest, blades clashing, stirring up waves of air. Itachi's Sharingan spun wildly, attempting to find a flaw in Hatake Tsukumo's technique. However, Hatake Tsukumo's swordsmanship was exquisite, both offensive and defensive, with not a single flaw to be found. Damn it! Itachi felt restless. He realized he was completely suppressed by Hatake Tsukumo. Your Sharingan is powerful, but you rely too much on it. Hatake Tsukumo's voice echoed in Itachi's ears. Forget about your Sharingan. Use your heart to feel the battle, to feel your opponent's breath, heartbeat. And Hatake Tsukumo's voice suddenly ceased as he swiftly retreated, his gaze alertly fixed on Itachi. And what? Itachi was momentarily stunned, instinctively asking. And Hatake Tsukumo took a deep breath. The terrifying darkness within your heart. Kamikaze Tsukumo's words were like a stone thrown into the heart lake of Itachi, stirring up countless waves. He stood there, a hint of confusion flashing in his crimson Sharingan. That phrase, terrifying darkness, pierced deeply into his heart like a thorn. The bloody scenes of the night of clan extermination resurfaced before his eyes. Parents, clan members, friends. Familiar faces fell into pools of blood, their wails, despair, and hatred entwined with Itachi, gnawing at his sanity. Itachi clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. He yearned for revenge, wanting to make those who destroyed his family pay the price, willing to sacrifice everything, even his soul. But in that moment, Kamikaze Tsukumo's words made him waver. Terrifying darkness. Itachi murmured to himself, memories of everything he had done over the years flooding his mind. He executed his missions coldly and ruthlessly, each swing of his kunai pulling him deeper into an icy abyss. Could it be that I was truly wrong? This thought flashed through Itachi's mind like lightning, filling him with an unprecedented fear. He raised his head, his gaze toward Kamikaze Tsukumo brimming with complex emotions. This man was Konoha's white fawn, a hero in the hearts of countless people, radiating an aura of light and justice that starkly contrasted with the darkness burgeoning within Itachi. What do you mean? Itachi's voice was hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Kamikaze Tsukumo said nothing, merely gazing at Itachi with eyes full of compassion and concern. He could see that this young man bore a heavy burden, consumed by hatred and pain, nearly losing himself. I can understand your desire for revenge, Kamikaze Tsukumo finally spoke, his voice deep and powerful, but hatred will only bring more hatred. It will blind your eyes, rob you of your ability to discern right from wrong, ultimately turning you into a machine that knows nothing but slaughter. Then, what should I do? Itachi's voice carried a hint of confusion. He had never considered that his life could hold any meaning beyond revenge. Kamikaze Tsukumo approached Itachi, patting his shoulder and saying, "Come with me, I will show you the answer." Itachi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. He followed Kamikaze Tsukumo deep into the forest, his heart filled with confusion and anticipation for the future. He did not know what awaited him, but he had a faint feeling that this might be a turning point in his life. After walking for a while, they arrived at a meadow blooming with white wildflowers. Kamikaze Tsukumo sat down on the ground, gesturing for Itachi to do the same. Do you know? This meadow is my wife's favorite place. Kamikaze Tsukumo's voice held a hint of nostalgia. She once said that the flowers here are like her soul, pure and beautiful. Itachi said nothing, quietly listening. He did not understand why Kamikaze Tsukumo wanted to tell him this, but he could feel the deep affection and sorrow behind his words. My wife died because of the war. Kamikaze Tsukumo's voice grew somber. At that time I was blinded by hatred, only wanting to avenge her, but in doing so I harmed more people. He fell silent, seemingly lost in painful memories. Itachi held his breath, waiting for what came next. Later I finally understood a truth. Kamikaze Tsukumo raised his head, looking at Itachi with unwavering determination. Hatred can never solve problems, it will only bring more suffering. Only by letting go of hatred can one find true redemption. Letting go of hatred. Itachi murmured, the echoes of Kamikaze Tsukumo's words resonating in his mind. He lifted his head, wanting to say something, when suddenly he sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation coming from afar. Not good. Kamikaze Tsukumo's expression changed, and he sprang to his feet. It's a root ninja. A chilling chakra coiled around Itachi's heart like a venomous snake, and instinctively he tightened his grip on his kunai, his gaze fixed on the black shadow emerging from the dense forest. Those shadows moved swiftly and silently like phantoms, and in the blink of an eye they surrounded them. Root. Itachi's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He recognized the standard uniforms worn by those shadows. They were the insignia of Konoha's Anbu. Kamikaze Tsukumo suddenly stood up, blocking Itachi's path, his aged face etched with seriousness, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his short blade, his tone low and threatening. Who are you? Why are you here? Under Lord Danzō's orders, we've come to clean up the house. The leading root ninja spoke coldly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. He slowly raised his hand, making an attacking gesture, and in an instant the surrounding root ninjas lunged at the two like arrows released from a bow. Itachi, run! Kamikaze Sakumo shouted fiercely, drawing his short blade, its cold gleam flashing as he forced back the two leading root ninjas. He moved like a wraith through the crowd, each swing of his blade leaving a trail of blood. Damn it! Itachi gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't sit still and must escape quickly. He quickly formed seals, his crimson Sharingan spinning in his eyes, two tomos swirling wildly as if wanting to devour everything before him. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Itachi's mouth, roaring forth like a dragon of flame towards the root ninjas. The scorching wave of heat charred the surrounding trees black, and several root ninjas caught off guard were instantly engulfed in flames, letting out chilling cries. Damn brat! The leading root ninja roared, quickly forming seals as a wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the flames' onslaught. Run! I'll hold them off. Kamikaze Sakumo shouted, cleaving a root ninja in half, blood splattering on his face, making him look like a horrific hellish figure. Itachi knew this was not the time to hesitate. He took one last deep look at Kamikaze Sakumo and turned to flee into the depths of the forest. Want to leave? It's not that easy. The leading root ninja snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he pursued. Your opponent is me. Kamikaze Sakumo shouted, blocking the root ninja like a flash of lightning. He was already gravely injured, yet he remained fearless, for he knew he must protect Itachi. This was his final mission. Overestimating yourself. The root ninja sneered, his kunai transforming into a flash of cold light aimed directly at Kamikaze Sakumo's throat. Pfft. Blood splattered as Kamikaze Sakumo's body slowly fell, but he wore a hint of a gratified smile. Hurry. Escape. He used his last ounce of strength to reach toward the direction Itachi had vanished, but ultimately his hand fell weakly. Itachi raced through the forest, the echoes of Kamikaze Sakumo's dying cries resonating in his ears, his heart aching as if being torn apart. He did not know how long he had run until he could no longer go on, collapsing weakly to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Why? Why did this happen to me? He clutched his head, letting out a tortured howl. He once thought Konoha was his home, his sanctuary, but reality dealt him a heavy blow, making him realize that in this world of the survival of the fittest, only strength was his true reliance. Konoha. One day I will make you pay the price. Itachi slowly stood up, the crimson in his Sharingan reflecting the raging flames of revenge illuminating the dark path ahead. He clenched his fists, resolutely embarking on the path of escape, knowing that only by growing stronger could he take control of his destiny and protect those he wished to safeguard. Thus Itachi returned to the Akatsuki organization. He dragged his weary body back to the Akatsuki base, the heavy scent of blood still lingering on him like an inescapable nightmare. Oh, isn't this our clan extermination genius? What's the matter? Did those old folks from Konoha finally let you out? A mocking voice echoed in the empty base, laced with sarcasm and disdain. Itachi ignored the cutting tones, striding straight to a corner, leaning against the wall, eyes closed as if gathering something. Why so quiet? Heartbroken by those hypocrites in Konoha. Obito, wearing his spiral mask, emerged from the shadows, stepping in front of Itachi. His tone had less mockery and more inquiry. Are you planning to completely sever ties with Konoha this time? Itachi suddenly opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan appearing particularly sinister under the dim light. He coldly stared at Obito, speaking each word deliberately. There is nothing left in Konoha that I care about. Oh. It seems you've been through a lot. Obito looked at Itachi with interest, seemingly wanting to glean something from his expression. The upper echelons of Konoha are corrupt. They would sacrifice anyone for their own interests. Itachi's voice was deep and hoarse, filled with profound hatred. My clansmen, my parents were all buried by their own hands. So what do you plan to do? Obito pressed a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his tone. Revenge. I will make those hypocritical bastards pay the price. Itachi's voice was like the cold ice from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Good, I like ambitious people like you. Obito clapped Itachi on the shoulder, his tone filled with admiration. I will arrange new tasks for you, giving you the chance to take revenge on Konoha. That night the Akatsuki base was shrouded in an eerie silence. Itachi quietly slipped into Kisame's room. Under the dim candlelight, Kisame was sitting at the table polishing his samehada, the sharp blade reflecting a chilling glint. Itachi, what brings you to find me so late? Kisame looked up, noticing the serious expression on his comrade's face, sensing an underlying unease. Kisame, I need your help. Itachi stated directly, his crimson Sharingan fixed on Kisame, his tone resolute. What exactly happened? Kisame set down his samehada, his brow furrowing slightly. He felt that Itachi's return this time was different, though he couldn't quite pinpoint how. I have completely severed ties with Konoha. Itachi took a deep breath and said slowly, I want revenge on Konoha for my clansmen, for my parents. Kisame looked at Itachi in shock. He had always thought Itachi still held some hope for Konoha, never expecting him to say such words. Itachi, do you realize what you're saying? Opposing Konoha means you'll face the entire ninja world's pursuit. Kisame said solemnly, his tone filled with concern. I know, but I have no other choice. Itachi's tone was unwavering, as if he had made a significant decision. He unreservedly recounted the truth of his break with Konoha and how the higher-ups had forced him to destroy his clan. Those damned bastards. After listening to Itachi's story, Kisame was filled with rage. He suddenly stood up, slamming his fist on the table, shattering it into pieces. Itachi, I told you long ago that those guys from Konoha are no good. You shouldn't have agreed to them in the first place. It's too late to say that now. Itachi shook his head with a bitter smile. Kisame, will you help me? Help me take revenge on Konoha. Kisame looked at the once genius youth before him, now burdened with such a heavy fate, filled with sympathy and anger. Itachi, you saved my life, don't say you'll help me take revenge. Even if you want my life, I wouldn't even frown. Kisame spoke solemnly, his tone resolute. Good brother. Itachi patted Kisame's shoulder, tears brimming in his crimson Sharingan. He knew that from this moment on he was no longer alone. He would fight alongside Kisame and take revenge on Konoha. Outside, the night was deep, and the stars dotted the dark sky as if witnessing all of this. Under the pitch-black night, the village of Konoha was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, as tranquil as a slumbering giant. Itachi and Kisame silently infiltrated the village like two wraiths without disturbing any of the guards. Itachi, are you sure you want to do this? Wouldn't it be more gratifying to just destroy this damned laboratory? Kisame whispered, his tone laced with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. He hefted Samehada, his stout fingers impatiently tapping against the scabbard. Kisame, you're still the same, showing no signs of change. Itachi cast a glance at Kisame, a trace of helplessness in his tone. We know nothing about this research. Acting rashly will only alert the snake. His crimson Sharingan flickered with cold light in the darkness. I want to see what those fools in Konoha are up to. Based on the intelligence collected earlier, they found the mysterious laboratory in a dense forest near Konoha Hospital. The entrance to the laboratory was concealed by intricate sealing techniques. If it weren't for Itachi's deep understanding of Konoha's barriers, it would have been difficult to discover. These Konoha bastards only know how to play these tricks. Kisame scoffed disdainfully, swinging his muscular arm, sharp chakra shooting from his fingertips to silently cut open a small gap. Itachi was the first to dart into the laboratory, with Kisame closely following. The laboratory was filled with a pungent odor of potions, and various bizarre experimental instruments were neatly arranged, glinting with a cold sheen. In the center of the room, a massive incubation chamber contained a vaguely humanoid creature suspended in a pale blue liquid connected by countless tubes, looking eerie and terrifying. What the hell is this thing? Kisame looked at the monster in the incubation chamber, unable to suppress his frown. It can't possibly be some kind of biochemical weapon, can it? Itachi remained silent, carefully observing the data and symbols on the incubation chamber, his expression gradually becoming grave. These symbols, are they related to Jinchuriki? Itachi's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with disbelief. They're actually researching how to control the power of Jinchuriki. Just then, the laboratory door suddenly swung open and a figure clad in a white lab coat entered. He adjusted his glasses, perched on his nose, his gaze cold and sharp. It was Orochimaru, one of the higher-ups of Konoha. Ah, isn't this Itachi-kun? Long time no see. Orochimaru looked at Itachi, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So you've decided to visit Konoha after all? Kisame tightened his grip on Samehada, glaring at Orochimaru with murderous intent, ready to strike. Orochimaru, so you are involved in this experiment as well? Itachi coldly regarded him, his crimson Sharingan ablaze with fury. What exactly are you planning? Itachi-kun, you've truly disappointed me. Orochimaru ignored Kisame's hostility, slowly walking to the front of the incubation chamber, his eyes fervently fixed on the humanoid creature inside. Do you know? The most powerful force in this world is the power of the Jinchuriki. And I will be the first to control this power. As soon as he finished speaking, the liquid in the incubation chamber suddenly began to churn violently, and the humanoid creature abruptly opened its eyes, letting out a deafening roar. The glass of the incubation chamber shattered with a piercing scream, and the pale blue liquid poured out like a waterfall. The test subject leaped out of the incubation chamber completely naked, with bulging muscles and a sickly gray-white skin tone. Its pupilless eyes emitted a crimson glow, and its mouth was filled with sharp fangs resembling a demon that had crawled out of hell. Is this what you call controlled power? While dodging the frenzied attacks of the test subject, Itachi frowned at Orochimaru. It looks more like a monster that has lost control. Control. Once power can be controlled, what kind of power is that? Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with madness. Only this unpredictable wild power is the ultimate pursuit I seek. The test subject let out a deafening roar, swinging its fist as large as a cauldron, aiming to smash Itachi with overwhelming force. Itachi quickly formed seals using the Great Fireball technique, but the flames were devoured in an instant upon contact with the test subject's bizarre chakra, causing no damage whatsoever. This guy's chakra is problematic. Itachi's expression changed, swiftly retreating to narrowly avoid the next attack from the test subject. My masterpiece is not so easily dealt with. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, forming hand seals swiftly. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, more test subjects emerged from various corners of the laboratory. They were of different shapes, but all exuded a nauseating stench, clearly products fused from various biological genes by Orochimaru. Damn it! Is this guy trying to wear us down here? Kisame swung Samehada, cleaving an approaching test subject in half, but soon more test subjects surged forward, surrounding him. Itachi, we can't keep this up. These monsters are endless. Kisame's voice came from the encircled group, laced with urgency. Itachi said nothing, surveying the surroundings as his crimson Sharingan quickly spun, analyzing the situation at hand. He knew that if this continued, both he and Kisame would eventually exhaust their strength and become the prey of these monsters. We must find a way to break the deadlock. Kisame, buy me some time. Itachi took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. What do you plan to do? Kisame was taken aback, but quickly realized Itachi's intention as he sensed that familiar chilling chakra fluctuation. No. That technique is too taxing on your body. Kisame shouted, knowing what Itachi intended to use. It was a forbidden technique that could only be used after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, immensely powerful yet equally burdensome. There are no choices left now. Itachi growled lowly, his crimson Sharingan locking onto the densely packed test subjects before him, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Itachi gritted his teeth, the pattern of his crimson Sharingan spinning wildly before finally locking into a pair of eerie tomo, radiating a sinister glow. An overwhelming chakra exploded from within him, sweeping through the entire laboratory like a raging wind. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kisame felt this power and couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew Itachi possessed this power, but witnessing it firsthand was a first for him. As Itachi's chakra surged, a massive red skeletal figure slowly emerged behind him, gradually covered in muscles and armor, ultimately transforming into a towering red giant, the legendary ultimate defense of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Roar! Susanoo let out a thunderous roar, swinging its enormous fists and swatting the surrounding test subjects away as if they were flies. Those test subjects appeared as fragile as paper in front of Susanoo, easily crushed. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful force. Even his proud test subjects seemed so insignificant in the face of this power. Hurry up. I can't hold on for long. Itachi's voice came from within Susanoo, laced with pain. Forcibly activating the Mangekyo Sharingan was an immense burden for him. With every second he maintained Susanoo, he was enduring tremendous agony. Kisame also knew he couldn't linger. He swung Samehada, slaying the test subjects that attempted to approach, carving a bloody path for Itachi. Let's go. Kisame grabbed Itachi's shoulder and charged out of the laboratory. Orochimaru did not pursue. He stood in place, watching the direction in which Itachi had left, a strange smile creeping across his lips. What an interesting power. Uchiha Itachi, you have successfully piqued my interest. Itachi and Kisame ran at full speed until they were far away from Orochimaru's base. Itachi could no longer hold on, releasing Susanoo, and knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, large beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead. Damn. This body is still too weak. Itachi muttered under his breath. Forcibly activating the Mangekyo Sharingan had placed immense strain on his body. He now felt sore all over, his chakra nearly depleted. Are you alright? Kisame asked worriedly, knowing that although the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was formidable, the cost was equally great, and each use would inflict irreversible damage on the body. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. Itachi waved his hand, signaling that he was okay. Kisame said nothing, merely standing guard beside Itachi, knowing that what Itachi needed now was rest. As night fell and the stars twinkled, the two found a secluded cave to rest. Kisame lit a fire, roasting a wild rabbit caught from the forest, while Itachi leaned against the cave wall, closing his eyes to recuperate. Itachi, what are you planning to do next? Kisame asked while turning the roasted meat. Itachi was about to speak when suddenly his expression changed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly. Itachi. Kisame exclaimed in shock, quickly dropping the roasted meat and supporting Itachi's fallen body. Cough cough. Don't worry, it's just an old injury flaring up. Itachi weakly said, his voice intermittent. Old injury? What old injury? Kisame asked anxiously. Itachi did not respond. His consciousness gradually grew hazy, and he finally fell into unconsciousness. Kisame looked at the unconscious Itachi, filled with worry and confusion. He knew that Itachi harbored many secrets, but he had never asked for. He believed that one day Itachi would tell him. Itachi, what are you hiding? Kisame muttered softly, looking at Itachi's pale face, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Ghost Shark looked at Itachi's pale face, feeling a heaviness in his heart. This kid once again trying to be strong. He violently tore open Itachi's clothing, revealing a ghastly wound in front of his eyes, the wound exhibiting an abnormal dark blue hue, clearly indicating poisoning. Damn you, Orochimaru, despicable scoundrel! Ghost Shark muttered under his breath, realizing it was clearly a hidden wound from their earlier battle. That guy Orochimaru loves to play these insidious tricks. He pulled out a small scroll from his ninja tool pouch, bit his finger, quickly formed hand signs and shouted, "Summoning technique!" As the white smoke dissipated, a gigantic dark green slug appeared before Ghost Shark, the summoning beast of Lady Tsunade, Slug Sage. "It's Ghost Shark, is there something I can help you with?" The gentle voice of Slug Sage came through. "Please, Slug Sage, help me check on Itachi's injuries," Ghost Shark said anxiously. Slug Sage extended a tentacle and gently touched Itachi's wound. After a moment it retracted its tentacle and said gravely, "The situation is not good. This is a very potent toxin that has invaded his internal organs, and on top of that he forcibly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, putting too much strain on his body. What should we do? Slug Sage, please save him," Ghost Shark asked urgently, knowing that Slug Sage possessed powerful medical ninjutsu and was one of the top medical ninjas in the ninja world. "Don't worry, Ghost Shark, I will do my best," Slug Sage replied. "However, for now I can only temporarily suppress the spread of the toxin. To completely eradicate it, we need to find a special medicinal herb." "What kind of herb?" "I'll go find it," Ghost Shark said without hesitation. "No need to rush, Ghost Shark. I will send my clone with you, and once you find that herb I will notify you immediately," Slug Sage said, splitting off a small slug that crawled onto Itachi's body. "Then I will leave it to you, Slug Sage." "Thank you, Ghost Shark," he said gratefully. He carried the unconscious Itachi and quickly moved through the dense forest, searching for a safe place. He knew that the most important thing was to find a safe place for Itachi to rest before he could figure out how to find the antidote. Relying on his familiarity with the surroundings, Ghost Shark quickly found a hidden cave. The entrance of the cave was covered by dense vines, making it nearly impossible to detect without a careful look. Ghost Shark entered the cave, gently placed Itachi on the ground and set up a defensive barrier at the entrance, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He sat cross-legged beside Itachi, channeling chakra into him to help stabilize his injuries. Outside the cave the night deepened and the sounds of insects filled the air. Ghost Shark looked up at the sky, filled with worry and unease. He did not know when Itachi would wake up, nor if he would be able to find the antidote. Suddenly he felt a faint chakra fluctuation coming from Itachi, followed by Itachi's brow furrowing slightly as if he had fallen into a painful dream. Dark, boundless darkness enveloped Itachi like thick ink. He felt as if he were in an unfathomable abyss, suffocated by fear and despair. Various negative emotions surged forth, drowning him. "Brother, let's play together." A childish voice rang in his ears, and Itachi suddenly raised his head, seeing his younger self standing not far away, smiling innocently. He wanted to agree, wanted to run over and embrace his younger self, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. The scene abruptly changed, and Itachi saw Shursui in black clothes, still smiling gently, yet his eyes were filled with sorrow and helplessness. "Itachi, you must remember, no matter what happens you must." Shijui's words were abruptly cut off, his figure shattering like a bubble, disappearing into the air. "No. Shursui," Itachi cried out in pain, yet could not emit any sound. The cold night enveloped Konoha village, and a strong smell of blood lingered in the air. Itachi saw his parents standing in front of him, their faces filled with sadness and despair. "Itachi." His father opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but the next second a sharp kunai pierced through his chest. "Father! Mother!" Itachi screamed heart-wrenchingly, but it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as his parents fell into a pool of blood, the crimson blood staining his eyes. "Why? Why do this?" Itachi fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Because you are the sinner of the Uchiha clan," a cold voice echoed in his ears. Itachi suddenly looked up, seeing a man in a black cloak and mask standing before him, a bloodied kunai in his hand, signifying everything that had just happened. "Who are you?" "I am The masked man's voice was low and hoarse. A person who executes justice. Itachi wanted to refute to question, but his throat felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, unable to produce any sound. He could only watch as the masked man turned and walked away, vanishing into the darkness. This painful memory replayed over and over in Itachi's mind like a sharp blade torturing him. He wanted to escape, wanted to wake up, but found himself powerless. Itachi painfully clutched his head, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly in his eyes, a powerful chakra erupting from his body, shattering everything around him. Itachi! What happened to you? Ghost Shark sensed the abnormality and rushed into the cave, but froze in place. He saw Itachi slowly standing up, his crimson Sharingan spinning wildly, ultimately merging into a single bizarre and eerie pattern. A terrifying chakra emanated from him, exuding a tremendous sense of oppression. Ghost Shark had never seen Itachi in such a state of collapse, and a hint of fear arose in his heart. He instinctively took a step back, gripping the sword in his hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Itachi, you? I'm fine. Itachi's voice was icy and piercing like a deathly sound from hell. He slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes locking onto Ghost Shark. From this day forth I will personally destroy Konoha. Itachi enunciated each word coldly, as if from the depths of hell. The chaotic pattern in his crimson Sharingan seemed ready to absorb the very souls of those who gazed upon it. Ghost Shark was stunned, nearly dropping his sword. He had envisioned countless possibilities, but had never imagined that Itachi would say such words. Itachi, who bore the pain of his clan's extinction, who willingly took on all the blame to protect the village and infiltrated the Akatsuki organization as a spy, actually wanted to destroy the Konoha he had fought so hard to protect. Itachi, you? Ghost Shark opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He could neither understand nor accept. You don't need to persuade me, I have already made up my mind. Itachi's voice remained icy, devoid of warmth. Everything I've done is for this moment. Ghost Shark fell silent. Though he had not spent much time with Itachi, he felt an inexplicable trust in this man. He knew that Itachi was not someone who would easily change his mind, nor would he make such a decision out of a moment's impulse. Tell me your plan. Ghost Shark took a deep breath and asked solemnly. He understood that since he could not change Itachi's decision, he could only choose to support him. A cold arc appeared at the corners of Itachi's mouth, his crimson Sharingan flickering with eerie light in the darkness. I want those high-ranking Konoha officials to pay the price for their actions. In the following days, Itachi laid out his plan in detail. The more Ghost Shark listened, the more alarmed he became, never having imagined Itachi would conceive such a bold and insane plan. Are you sure you want to do this? This is a life-or-death plan. Ghost Shark couldn't help but ask. I have no choice. Itachi's voice was eerily calm. Only by doing this can those who have died find peace. Ghost Shark ceased his persuasion, knowing Itachi had made up his mind. Any attempts to dissuade him would be futile. He patted Itachi on the shoulder and said solemnly, Since you have decided, I will fully support you. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. Thank you, Ghost Shark. A complex expression briefly flashed in Itachi's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. To ensure the plan went smoothly, Itachi and Ghost Shark infiltrated Konoha village in advance. The night in Konoha was serene and tranquil, with empty streets illuminated only by the dim light of street lamps casting long shadows of the two. They avoided patrolling Anbu ninjas and silently entered an abandoned warehouse. This warehouse was located on the outskirts of Konoha village, long neglected and an excellent hiding spot. We will wait for the right moment here. Itachi glanced around and said lightly, The Konoha higher-ups hold a secret meeting here once a month, and when that happens... He had not finished speaking when the warehouse door was suddenly kicked open and two figures flashed in, wearing animal masks and holding kunai exuding a murderous aura. Itachi, you are indeed here. One of them sneered. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Itachi and Ghost Shark exchanged glances, both revealing a glimmer of cold light. It seems our movements have been exposed. Itachi slowly stood up, his crimson Sharingan flashing with dangerous light in the darkness. In that case, let's fight. In the warehouse, dust danced in the moonlight, and Itachi's crimson Sharingan shone in the darkness like two burning coals. He saw through the disguises of the intruders at a glance. Kakashi Dado, why are you here instead of properly guarding Konoha? Kakashi's tone was cold. That's a question we should be asking you, Itachi. You betrayed the village and joined the Akatsuki, now stealthily returning to Konoha. What is your true intention? Betrayal, Itachi sneered. Who pushed the Uchiha clan into the abyss? Who forced me to bury my own kin? You hypocritical scum, what right do you have to talk about betrayal? Dado said solemnly. Itachi, let's not dwell on the past. You can still turn back. Konoha will always be your home. Home. Itachi seemed to hear a joke, his tone filled with mockery and sorrow. Can a place stained with the blood of my clan still be called home? Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. Kakashi wasted no more words as his Sharingan activated, rushing towards Itachi like a ghost. Raikiri. The piercing sound of thunder echoed in the warehouse, the blue lightning illuminating Kakashi's face filled with anger and killing intent. Itachi stood still, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as Raikiri was about to strike him, a wall of black flames appeared out of nowhere, forming a barrier that devoured the lightning. Amaterasu. Kakashi's pupils constricted in horror as he stumbled back a few steps. When did this guy? Daito was also startled by Itachi's sudden attack, not expecting him to possess such powerful ocular abilities. Seeing this, Kisame laughed wickedly. Leave Kakashi to Itachi. Daito, your opponent is me. Before his words fell, Kisame's form grew larger, turning into a half-man half-shark monster wielding his massive Samahata blade, charging towards Daito with overwhelming force. Daito did not dare to be careless, quickly forming hand seals. Would release, would shield. Several massive wooden walls rose from the ground, blocking Kisame's path. Humph, a mere parlor trick. Kisame snorted coldly, swinging his Samahata, easily tearing through the wooden walls as if they were made of paper. Would release, birth of the tree world. Daito shouted, and the warehouse floor cracked open with countless thick trees bursting forth, transforming the entire warehouse into a dense forest. Water release, great water burst. Kisame was not to be outdone, opening his mouth wide to spray a torrent of water that swept through the trees, causing them to sway precariously. In an instant, the warehouse was engulfed in flames. Torrents of water ravaged the space, wood chips flew everywhere, and the sound of battle filled the air. The battle between Itachi and Kakashi grew more perilous, with Amaterasu's black flames burning everything in their path. Kakashi could only rely on his Sharingan to predict and evade, not daring to let his guard down. Kamui. Kakashi seized an opportunity during Itachi's attack and activated the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular technique, intending to warp Itachi's space. However, at that moment a strange light flashed in Itachi's eyes, and Kakashi suddenly felt his consciousness plunging into darkness. Genjutsu. Kakashi's pupils widened as the scene before him twisted and shattered, replaced by a blood-red sky with cracked earth and bubbling magma, the air thick with a nauseating burnt smell. He found himself bound to a cross, unable to move, while Itachi stood in front of him, his crimson Sharingan resembling hellfire coldly gazing at him. Welcome to the world of Tsukuyomi, Kakashi. Itachi's voice was as chilling as the depths of the underworld. Here time and space are under my control. You will experience pain more terrifying than death. Kakashi wanted to struggle, but found himself completely immobilized, watching helplessly as Itachi drew closer. No! Kakashi screamed in despair, but his voice seemed to be choked by something, unable to escape. A cruel smile curled at Itachi's lips as the three tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, and Kakashi felt his consciousness being pulled into an endless abyss. In the real world, Kakashi's body stood stiffly in place, his eyes vacant and hollow beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Success! Itachi thought to himself, taking advantage of Kakashi's moment of being trapped in Tsukuyomi. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot towards Kakashi, but just as it was about to hit him, Kakashi's body inexplicably twisted, allowing the fireball to pass by him, blasting a large hole in the warehouse wall. What? Itachi was startled. He did not expect Kakashi to retain a semblance of consciousness within Tsukuyomi. Humph, as expected of the copy ninja Kakashi, his willpower is quite resilient. Humph. Itachi coldly snorted, quickly forming hand seals. Heavenly Spiral Meteor. A black iron rod shot out from Itachi's sleeve, piercing through the air and instantly pinning Kakashi's body to the warehouse wall. Ugh! Kakashi let out a painful groan as blood flowed slowly down the wall. Meanwhile, Daito and Kisame's battle also reached a fever pitch. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Daito pressed his hands to the ground and a gigantic wooden dragon burst forth, lunging at Kisame with claws bared. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kisame was not to be outdone, forming hand seals as a water dragon surged forth from his mouth, engaging in a fierce struggle with the wooden dragon. Boom! 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 The water dragon and wooden dragon clashed repeatedly, the explosions deafening, as if the entire warehouse was about to be ripped apart by their formidable power. Damn, why does this guy's chakra seem infinite? Daito internally lamented. Although his wood release was powerful, it consumed a lot of chakra, while Kisame's Samahata could continuously absorb his chakra, gradually putting him at a disadvantage. Haha, give up, Daito, your wood release is utterly useless against me. Kisame laughed maniacally, raising his Samahata high. Die. Just as Kisame was about to deliver a fatal blow to Daito, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Daito, a kunai pressed against his throat. Stop, Kisame. A cold voice rang in Kisame's ear, causing him to halt immediately. Itachi. Kisame looked at the black-clad man in disbelief. What do you mean by this? Itachi ignored Kisame, coldly staring at Daito, his crimson Sharingan flashing with dangerous light as if ready to consume Daito's life at any moment. Itachi, have you lost your mind? Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that his usually calm and silent partner would do something like this. The Samahata blade remained raised, yet it did not fall as Kisame struggled internally. Itachi said nothing, only pressing the kunai harder against the already unconscious Daito's neck, a trickle of blood appearing, and the crimson Sharingan seemed so strange to Kisame. Why are you doing this? Why betray the Akatsuki? Kisame's voice was hoarse, filled with uncontainable pain and rage. We've completed so many missions together, were they all a lie? Itachi remained silent, coldly gazing at Kisame, his expression devoid of any emotion, as if looking at a stranger. Itachi, tell me what happened. Kisame's tone carried a hint of pleading. Is someone forcing you? Tell me and I will help you. Silence, suffocating silence. Itachi's gaze finally shifted slightly, but it was not a sign of wavering, rather it was a deeper sorrow, as if mourning something or reminiscing about the past. Kisame, you should leave. Itachi finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. I have made my choice, this path I will walk alone. Choice? What choice? Kisame's emotions flared up. Do you realize what you are doing? By betraying the Akatsuki you will become a rogue ninja hunted by the entire ninja world. So what? Itachi's lips curled into a cold smile. I have borne too much, what difference does one more burden make? Itachi. Kisame wanted to say more but was interrupted by Itachi. Enough, Kisame, no more talking. Itachi's tone carried an undeniable authority. My resolution is set, you should leave, as if we have never known each other. Itachi. Kisame closed his eyes in pain, the veins in his hand gripping Samahata bulging. He could not accept this reality, but he also knew that once Itachi made a decision it would never change. The atmosphere in the warehouse had reached a breaking point, with Itachi and Kisame facing each other, their powerful chakra surging between them as if a monumental battle was about to erupt at any moment. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the warehouse, followed by a flippant voice breaking the silence within. Yo, isn't this Itachi and Kisame? What a coincidence to see you two reminiscing here. Itachi and Kisame turned their heads towards the entrance, where a man dressed in Akatsuki attire with long silver hair and a playful smirk on his face looked at them with great interest. Deidara. Kisame gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. Aya, Kisame, you seem really angry. Deidara said with a grin. But I advise you to calm down, the situation isn't very optimistic for you right now. Well, let's cut the small talk. Deidara said, his expression turning serious as he quickly formed hand seals. Today let me experience just how strong you known as God Itachi really are. As soon as he finished speaking, Deidara's figure disappeared from the spot, signaling the onset of an even more dangerous battle in the warehouse. The sudden appearance of Deidara made the already tense atmosphere even more enigmatic. A glint of cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes. Deidara's arrival undoubtedly added an unpredictable element to the confrontation. Kisame, you leave first. Itachi's voice was low and firm with no hint of hesitation. But Itachi... Kisame wanted to say something, but Itachi's gaze silenced him. This is an order. Itachi's voice carried an undeniable authority. Kisame tightly gripped the Samahata in his hands, knowing that staying would only be a burden to Itachi. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Itachi, be careful, I'll wait for you. After finishing his words, Kisame no longer hesitated, turning and rushing out of the warehouse, disappearing into the night. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Deidara sneered, quickly forming hand seals. Several white clay birds flew out from his sleeves, chasing after the direction Kisame had fled. Your opponent is me. Itachi's voice was as cold as frost, his crimson Sharingan fixated on Deidara as if attempting to see right through him. Itachi, I've been wanting to challenge you for a long time. Deidara laughed arrogantly. Today I will let you witness my art, which is explosive art. As soon as he finished speaking, Deidara's hands moved quickly, launching various clay bombs from his fingertips, raining down upon Itachi like a tempest. Itachi's expression was calm, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as everything around him seemed to slow down. He dodged with a ghostly grace, and the clay bombs could not come close. Useless, Itachi, all your struggles are futile in the face of my art. Deidara cackled, pressing his palms together. Ha! With Deidara's furious shout, the clay bombs fused in midair, forming a giant clay bird that dove down toward Itachi. Amaterasu! A flash of cold light appeared in Itachi's eyes as black flames surged from his Sharingan, instantly consuming the giant clay bird. What? Deidara's expression changed. He did not expect Itachi to so easily neutralize his attack. Deidara, your art is not that impressive. Itachi said coldly as the black flames burned around him, resembling a hellish azura. Damn. Deidara gritted his teeth knowing that ordinary clay bombs were ineffective against Itachi. He needed to use a stronger technique. Itachi, you need to be careful with this next move. Deidara took a deep breath, forming a complex hand sign. C4 Karura. A micro-clay doll emerged from Deidara's mouth, rapidly expanding into a gigantic monster that had no facial features, just a massive mouth exuding an eerie aura. What is this? A sense of foreboding rose within Itachi. This is my ultimate art, C4 Karura. It can decompose into countless tiny bombs that enter your body and then... Before Deidara could finish, the giant C4 Karura opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, exploding into countless tiny bombs that swept toward Itachi. Itachi had nowhere to evade, helplessly watching as those tiny bombs entered his body. Ha ha ha, Itachi, you're done for. Deidara laughed maniacally. My C4 Karura can obliterate even your cells. Intense pain surged from within Itachi. He felt as though his body was being torn apart. Damn. Itachi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain while attempting to mobilize the chakra within to suppress the explosion of C4 Karura. Useless, Itachi, just accept death. Deidara laughed triumphantly. My art is invincible. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within Itachi, devouring all the tiny bombs of C4 Karura. Itachi's body trembled violently as a torrent of chakra surged from him, shattering all the miniature bombs that tried to burrow into his meridians. He slowly opened his eyes, the crimson Sharingan spinning wildly before finally settling into an eerie yet beautiful pattern, the mark of the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Deidara's laughter halted abruptly as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How is this possible? How could you still possess such power? Deidara, you are too arrogant. Itachi's voice was devoid of emotion, as if it were from the depths of hell. Do you really think that with your ostentatious art you can defeat me? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive red chakra giant rose from the ground, enveloping Itachi within. This giant, clad in samurai armor and wielding the Tatsuka blade and Yata mirror, emanated an overwhelming pressure. This was the strongest defense of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo. Susanoo. Deidara's pupils constricted as he gazed in terror at the divine-like giant before him. This is impossible. How could you? There is nothing impossible. Itachi coldly interrupted. Deidara, your art ends here. Damn it! Deidara screamed in madness. He was unwilling to accept defeat at Itachi's hands. Itachi! Even if you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, what does it matter? Deidara roared frantically. I still have my final art. I will show you what true art is. What true explosion is. He shouted with all his might. Deidara's body began to swell, chakra erupting like a volcanic explosion, distorting the air around him. Not good. He's about to. Itachi's expression changed. He sensed an unprecedented danger from Deidara. Itachi. Let's die together. C0. Self-detonation. With a final roar, Deidara's entire body transformed into a massive white sphere, and the blinding white light instantly engulfed the world. Although Itachi's Susanoo was powerful, it struggled against the indiscriminate attack of C0. He exerted all his strength to maintain Susanoo's defense, bracing against the earth-shattering shockwave. The explosion lasted a full 5 minutes, leveling everything within a 10-mile radius, leaving only a massive crater silently telling the tale of this brutal battle. As the dust settled, Itachi's figure slowly rose from the pit. His Susanoo had disappeared, his body covered in wounds, blood dripping from his fingertips and staining the ground beneath him. Cough. Cough. Itachi coughed violently. The power of C0 as self-detonation exceeded his expectations, and even he had nearly succumbed to it. Deidara. Itachi gazed at the devastation around him, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Though Deidara was arrogant, his pursuit of art was incredibly pure. He was willing to sacrifice his life for it. Is this your art, Deidara? Itachi murmured softly, a sense of sadness flashing in his eyes. Tick-tock. Suddenly a faint sound came from behind Itachi. He turned sharply, only to see a white clay spider stealthily crawling to his feet. On the spider's abdomen, a red countdown was steadily ticking down. 0005. 0004. 0003. Damn. It's explosive clay. Itachi cursed inwardly, his heart sinking. This white spider was clearly Deidara's final killing move, stealthily hidden amidst the dust of the explosion. And now he had only 5 seconds left. In 5 seconds, even with Itachi's speed, he wouldn't be able to escape this area. The aftershocks of the C0 explosion had yet to dissipate. His chakra was nearly spent, and Susanoo could not be activated again. Could it be over? The shadow of death loomed over him, yet Itachi surprisingly remained calm. No, it wasn't over yet. There was still something he had to do. He could not fall here. In a flash, a frenzied thought surged in his mind. Izanagi. That was the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, capable of turning all disadvantages faced by the user into illusions, but the price was the permanent blindness of the Sharingan. In going for it, time allowed no hesitation. Itachi decisively formed hand seals his left eye's crimson Sharingan, spinning wildly, its power pouring forth like a flood breaching a dam. Izanagi. The world plunged into darkness. The deafening explosion rang in his ears, the shockwave sweeping towards him like an enraged beast. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Itachi's consciousness remained clear, but everything before him was a pitch-black void with nothing in sight. Did I succeed? Without time to think, Itachi endured the searing pain in his left eye and leaped to the side with all his strength, predicting the explosion's direction with his Sharingan. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion brushed past his body, sending him crashing to the ground. Pfft. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Itachi's body fell heavily to the ground like a tattered doll, his consciousness gradually fading. But he knew he was still alive. Deidara's final killing move had been blocked. Cough, cough. Itachi struggled to prop himself up, the intense pain causing him to involuntarily gasp. Every part of him ached, and his chakra was almost exhausted, but he knew he could not fall here. There were still things he needed to accomplish for that promise, for that truth he had to survive. Sasuke. Itachi whispered his brother's name, dragging his weary body and slowly standing up. He looked around. The area had been flattened by Deidara's art, leaving a scene of destruction. Only a few shattered tree trunks could be faintly seen swaying in the night wind. I must leave here quickly. Itachi endured the agony of his body staggering as he walked away. He did not know where he would go or what awaited him, but he knew that he could not fall here. He had to survive for revenge and also to protect. As night fell, the heavy darkness enveloped the entire forest like unyielding ink. The air was filled with the damp scent of earth, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood that made one feel nauseous. Itachi stumbled through the dense woods, each step feeling like treading on the edges of blades, sharp pain radiating from all over his body, causing him to stifle a groan. His left eye, once a crimson Sharingan, had now lost its brilliance, and was reduced to a dull gray. Damn it, this body is still too weak, Itachi cursed under his breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and energy within him. Although Izanagi had saved his life, the cost was tremendous. Not only was his left eye permanently blind, but his chakra was nearly depleted as well. Now he was no different from an ordinary person. I must find a safe place quickly. Itachi gritted his teeth against the pain in his body and, relying on his faint senses, trudged deeper into the forest. Suddenly a faint sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. Someone is coming. Itachi's heart tightened and he stopped abruptly, holding his breath to conceal his presence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shadows swiftly darted past from a distance, landing on a large tree not far from Itachi. That idiot Deidara is truly useless. He can't even deal with a mere Uchiha brat. A rough voice laced with discontent rang out in the silent forest, sounding particularly jarring. Sasori, don't say that. Although Deidara's personality is erratic, he still has some strength. Perhaps he encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Another deep voice attempted to defuse the tension. Humph. Unforeseen circumstances. What unforeseen circumstances could there be? I've always said that when dealing with the Uchiha clan, it should be a swift resolution. The longer it drags on, the more variables arise. Alright, enough arguing. Let's find Deidara first. Kakuzu, you go that way, hide and follow me. With the sound of rustling branches, the shadows vanished once more into the darkness. Itachi remained hidden in the shadows, not daring to move until their presences completely faded away. Akatsuki, a glint of cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes. He knew that these people were here to capture him. It seems my movements have been exposed, Itachi thought to himself, becoming even more cautious in concealing his presence as he continued deeper into the forest. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, he finally discovered a concealed cave. The entrance was obscured by thick vines, making it nearly impossible to spot unless one looked closely. Itachi cautiously entered the cave, ensuring there were no dangers nearby before he slowly sat against the stone wall. Ha! He let out a long sigh and began to assess his injuries. His body was in tatters, especially his chest, which had been directly hit by Deidara's explosive shockwave. Several ribs were broken and his internal organs had suffered severe trauma. Fortunately, it didn't threaten my life. Itachi forced a bitter smile as he shook his head and retrieved a scroll from his pocket. Inside were some healing medicines he had prepared in advance upon sensing danger. After taking the medicine, Itachi began to channel the remnants of chakra within him, slowly repairing his damaged body. Time passed second by second, and the sky outside the cave gradually lightened with the first light of dawn. Itachi slowly opened his eyes. After a night of recuperation, his injuries had stabilized, and his chakra had recovered somewhat. Although he was still unable to use large-scale ninjutsu, he could at least move simply. I must leave here as soon as possible. Itachi stood up preparing to exit the cave when suddenly his brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on a stone in the corner of the cave. The stone appeared no different from the others, but Itachi keenly sensed a faint residual chakra fluctuation on it. Who is it? Itachi's heart raced as he cautiously approached the stone. At that moment the stone suddenly moved. No, it should be said that the stone was not a stone at all. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply as his Sharingan spun rapidly, perceiving everything before him. The stone indeed moved, twisting and transforming like molten wax, and in the blink of an eye it morphed into a strange humanoid creature. Hee Uchiha sprat, your perception is quite sharp. White Setsu cackled, his voice shrill and grating like nails scraping against the chalkboard, sending chills down one's spine. Itachi ignored White Setsu's taunts. He had long anticipated that Akatsuki would not easily let him go. This sudden appearance was merely their vanguard. Since you want to buy time, Itachi's lips curled into a cold arc, I shall end this swiftly. Without a moment's delay, Itachi's figure transformed into a flash of black lightning, instantly closing in on White Setsu. The kunai in his hand sliced through the air, aimed directly at White Setsu's vitals. White Setsu clearly did not expect Itachi to move so fast. In a panic, he could only contort his body into an odd angle to barely evade this lethal strike. Quick reflexes, but unfortunately, Itachi sneered, flicking his wrist as several shuriken shot towards White Setsu like a flurry of flowers. Trivial skills. White Setsu screeched, his body glowing with a strange white light. Before the shuriken could reach him, they were deflected by an invisible barrier. The spore technique, is it? Itachi discerned White Setsu's defense method at a glance, but it's nothing. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi formed hand seals, spitting out a torrent of blazing flames that surged towards White Setsu like a roaring fire dragon. Damn it! White Setsu's face changed drastically. He did not expect that the heavily injured Itachi could unleash such powerful ninjutsu. In a hurry, he could only curl up into a ball, trying to use his hard shell to shield against the flame's scorching heat. However, Itachi's great fireball was not so easily defended against. The flames wrapped around White Setsu like a relentless curse, the intense heat instantly melting his shell, and he let out a horrifying scream of pain. With such little ability, you dare to come and die? Itachi coldly watched White Setsu struggle, and the flames, not a trace of pity in his eyes. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by a chilling voice, Itachi, you can't escape. Itachi's heart sank as he looked up to see several familiar figures appearing at the entrance of the cave. His gaze swept over the three figures emerging at the cave's mouth, and his pupils slightly contracted. The three were none other than members of Akatsuki, Sasori, Konan, and... He had deliberately concealed his presence, but he did not expect to be tracked down by Akatsuki to this place. Itachi, you can't escape. Sasori's voice was as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. He manipulated the tail of his Hiriko, its crimson tip glimmering with dangerous light. TCH, what a hassle. Itachi muttered a curse under his breath. A dull pain throbbed in his chest, and the depletion of chakra made his complexion even paler. Itachi, did you think about what would happen today when you betrayed Akatsuki? Konan asked coldly, her tone carrying a hint of accusation. Betrayal. Heh, Itachi scoffed, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, a glint of determination flashing in his crimson eyes. I merely did what I believed was right. Before the words left his mouth, Itachi quickly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. Several images of Itachi appeared within the cave, indistinguishable from the real one. Trivial skills. Sasori sneered. The tail of Hiriko shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing one of the clones. However, before Sasori could rejoice, the pierced clone transformed into a puff of smoke. Substitution technique. Konan frowned, her gaze warily scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Itachi seized the opportunity, suddenly throwing the kunai in his hand towards the cave entrance while shouting Susanoo. A massive chakra gathered behind Itachi, forming a gigantic skeletal frame, the crimson chakra flowing like blood over the skeleton, swiftly manifesting into a majestic warrior apparition. What? Sasori and Konan's faces changed drastically. They did not expect the severely injured Itachi to still be able to utilize Susanoo. Susanoo swung its colossal chakra blade, tearing a gaping hole in the cave wall. Without hesitation, Itachi dashed out, disappearing into the dense jungle. Chase. Sasori roared, controlling Hiriko to pursue closely, while Konan quickly followed. In the dense forest, an intense chase ensued. Itachi darted between the trees, with Susanoo shielding him from attacks coming from behind. Damn, how does this kid still have so much chakra? Sasori cursed while maneuvering Hiriko to attack. Don't underestimate him. Itachi's strength is not to be trifled with, Konan calmly reminded. Suddenly, Itachi's figure halted. He turned around, his crimson Sharingan fixated on Sasori, and Konan, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. What's wrong? Not escaping. Sasori chuckled, thinking Itachi had reached his limit. However, Itachi ignored Sasori's taunts, as he slowly raised his hand, gathering a dazzling orb of blue chakra in his palm. The blue chakra in Itachi's hand surged wildly, restless like boiling lava. This power was entirely different from the fire release he often used, exuding a chilling aura while harboring a more terrifying destructive force. What the hell is this kid doing? Scorpion, controlling the crimson flow, hurriedly retreated. He had never seen Itachi use such chakra, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Conan's expression was equally grave as her paper clones quickly constructed thick paper walls in front of her. Be careful. This chakra is extraordinary. Can you dodge the black flames of Amaterasu? A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Itachi's mouth as the blue chakra ball spun rapidly in his hand, which was a spiraling sphere fused with the black flames of Amaterasu. The chakra ball, imbued with an earth-shattering momentum, smashed towards Scorpion and Conan. In an instant it was as if a blue comet had fallen to the earth. The intense explosion echoed throughout the forest, and the ground trembled violently, uprooting towering trees and turning them into clouds of debris. The shockwave from the explosion sent Itachi flying. He crashed heavily onto the muddy ground, a metallic sweetness surging in his throat, but he paid no heed as he struggled to rise, his scarlet Sharingan fixed intently on the center of the explosion. As the dust settled, a massive crater appeared at the explosion's center, the earth charred and trees reduced to ashes, the air thick with a nauseating burnt smell. Cough. Cough. Scorpion's battered form crawled out from the rubble. The crimson flow was mostly destroyed, leaving only a broken shell. He was charred all over, bloodied, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Where's Conan? Scorpion looked around but found no trace of her, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Looking for me? A cold voice echoed from behind Scorpion. He turned sharply only to see Conan had appeared behind him, her pale face devoid of color, her once exquisite clothing in tatters revealing large patches of snow-white skin. You. Scorpion began to speak but suddenly saw Conan spit out a mouthful of blood, her body swaying as her originally ethereal voice weakened significantly. I'm fine. Just. Before she could finish, her vision darkened and she collapsed. Itachi staggered to his feet, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he scanned the surroundings. Scorpion's body was mangled, the crimson flow shattered, and Conan lay unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It seems I've temporarily shaken them off, Itachi murmured softly, a hint of fatigue evident in his voice. The power of the Amaterasu-infused spiraling sphere was formidable, but the consumption of chakra was immense. He needed to find a safe place to recover quickly. Turning, Itachi disappeared deep into the dense forest and found a secluded cave. After setting up a simple barrier, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate and heal. As the chakra circulated, a strange power surged within him, cold and domineering yet tinged with a sense of familiarity. What is this power? Itachi furrowed his brow, trying to recall the circumstances of this power's emergence. Since crossing into this world and becoming Uchiha Itachi, he felt as if something extra had awakened within him. And this strange power had begun to awaken since the first time he used his Sharingan. Could this be the golden finger brought by my transmigration? Itachi speculated silently, but where does this power come from? And why has it chosen me? A series of questions swirled in his mind, yet none yielded answers. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers away at the Akatsuki base, a heavy silence reigned. What did you say? That brat Itachi actually blocked your attack. Pain's low voice carried a hint of incredulous anger, shaking the entire room. Scorpion knelt on the ground, his body wrapped in bandages, his face pale, as he weakly replied, Yes, leader. Itachi's strength far exceeded our expectations, especially that blue chakra. I have never seen such an eerie power. Remembering that battle, Scorpion still felt a lingering terror. The oppressive feeling brought by the blue chakra was something he had never experienced, even when facing Kyo's poison and the puppet army of father and mother. It was a fear that stemmed from the depths of his soul, as if facing a reaper from hell. Blue chakra. Conan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. I think I've seen it somewhere. What do you know? Pain turned his head, his Rinnegan fixating on Conan as if trying to see through her completely. Conan coughed lightly a few times, pain evident on her pale face. I'm not sure, but I remember back when Yahiko, he. She suddenly paused, her face growing even paler, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. What happened to Yahiko? Pain grabbed Conan's shoulders, a flash of panic and fear in his Rinnegan. Quickly tell me what happened to Yahiko. Conan clutched her chest painfully, as if trying to suppress the piercing pain. She spoke in a broken voice. Yahiko. He was swallowed by a ball of blue flames. Nothing was left. Blue flames. Pain abruptly released his grip on Conan's shoulders, stepping back, the purple light in his Rinnegan fluctuating violently. How could this be? How could this be? Memories of Yahiko, that sunny and dream-filled youth, the dear friend who aspired to bring peace to the ninja world, the one he vowed to protect for life, had died under such a brutal flame. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Pain snarled through gritted teeth, his fists clenching tightly. It was you. You must have killed Yahiko. I will make you pay in blood. The entire base seemed to tremble under Pain's fury, a suffocating oppressive aura spreading throughout. The members of Akatsuki had never seen Pain so unhinged. Even when faced with formidable foes, he maintained absolute calm and rationality. But this time the news of Yahiko's death shattered him, unleashing all the pain and anger he had long suppressed. Zetsun, notify everyone to spare no effort in hunting down Uchiha Itachi. Pain's voice was as cold as ice. A decree from hell. I want him torn to shreds. Yes, leader. The figures of black and white Zetsu vanished into the shadows, leaving the entire base once again in silence, only Pain's suppressed roar echoing in the empty room. In the dim cave, Itachi slowly opened his eyes, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning slowly, radiating an eerie glow. After some meditation, he had basically recovered his strength, but the blue chakra within him remained restless like a wild horse out of control. What is this power? Itachi furrowed his brows, attempting to sense and understand the nature of this power. As his consciousness delved deeper, fragments of unfamiliar memories flashed through his mind. It was a world of advanced technology, skyscrapers reaching into the clouds, various bizarre vehicles darting through the air, and people's lives filled with convenience and comfort. Is this my original world? Itachi was filled with confusion and shock. He clearly remembered crossing over to the world of Naruto and becoming Uchiha Itachi, so why was he seeing these memories? Suddenly a scene caught his attention. In the image, a young man was conducting a mysterious experiment in a laboratory, various instruments flashing with blinding lights, and the air was thick with tension and unease. What is he researching? Itachi's curiosity piqued his consciousness, involuntarily drew closer to the image, wanting to see more clearly. At that moment, the experimental apparatus suddenly exploded violently. The entire laboratory was engulfed by blinding light, and the young man's figure vanished in a burst of flames. Ah! Itachi clutched his head in pain, the memory fragment imprinted deeply in his mind, a tearing pain sweeping through his entire being. Could this be the reason for my transmigration? Itachi bore the intense pain, filled with doubts and unease. Is this power a gift from another world? He did not know the answer, but he understood that only by mastering this power could he survive in this cruel ninja world and seek revenge against Konoha and the Uchiha clan. At that moment, faint footsteps approached from outside the cave. Itachi's Sharingan activated instantly, a glint of sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. Who is it? Itachi took a deep breath, the blue chakra leaping at his fingertips. In the next moment, a clone identical to him silently slipped into the cave's shadows, creeping toward the entrance. Outside, the faint footsteps grew closer, the newcomer evidently carrying an aura of murderous intent. It seems the Akatsuki's hounds have arrived quite quickly, Itachi sneered inwardly. I'll see who it is. The clone lurked at the cave's mouth, peering through the rocky crevices to see a figure in a black cloak adorned with red clouds slowly approaching. The newcomer was tall, with striking orange hair, wearing a mask etched with strange patterns that revealed only one red Sharingan, radiating an icy aura. Pain. Itachi's heart tightened. Even without the clone confirming, he knew who the visitor was. Since Yahiko's death, Pain had transformed into a different person, exuding a chilling murderous intent like a beast hunting its prey. Itachi, come out. Pain's voice was low and hoarse, grating like sandpaper on glass. I know you're in there, stop hiding. His voice bore a trace of unmasked anger and sorrow, clearly indicating that Yahiko's death had dealt him a significant blow. But Itachi felt no pity, only endless coldness and hatred. Pain. Itachi's voice emanated from the depths of the cave, cold and devoid of emotion. You and I have ultimately reached this point. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi slowly walked out of the cave, his scarlet Sharingan meeting Pain's gaze, devoid of fear, filled only with chilling, killing intent. Itachi, do you have anything to say? Pain roared, a powerful chakra erupting from his body, causing the surrounding trees to creak under the pressure. Say what? Itachi scoffed. What do you want to hear? Do you want to hear me say that all of this is Konoha's conspiracy, that it's that old man Danzō manipulating everything behind the scenes? Or do you want to hear me say that everything I did was for the Uchiha clan, for the so-called family honor? Itachi's tone was filled with mockery and disdain as he stepped towards Pain, the killing intent around him intensifying with each step. Pain, you and I are both pitiful creatures blinded by hatred. Itachi's voice was cold as ice, like that from the depths of hell. You fight for Yahiko, I fight for the Uchiha. In the end, we have both become the very people we once despised. Shut up. Pain shouted, his figure vanishing in an instant, appearing before Itachi in the next second, a fist imbued with terrifying power crashing toward Itachi's face. You have no right to speak Yahiko's name. Itachi did not evade throwing a punch of his own. The blue chakra clashed with Pain's chakra, creating a deafening explosion. Then let me see just how strong you really are. Itachi's figure darted around Pain like a wraith, the blue chakra forming sharp kunai that relentlessly targeted Pain's vital points. This power. Pain was filled with shock, clearly sensing that Itachi's strength had multiplied several times compared to before, especially that eerie blue chakra which made his heart race. The two fought faster and faster, their figures intertwining, only blue and red lights colliding, creating waves of air as the surrounding trees were torn to shreds by this power, making the entire valley tremble. In the midst of the fierce battle, Itachi's lips suddenly curled into a cold arc, a glint of cunning light flashing in his eyes. Now is the time. In the moment when Itachi caught Pain off guard, his hands moved like butterflies flitting through flowers, swiftly forming seals. Chakra surged wildly within him and a powerful force was about to erupt. Izanagi. Itachi growled softly, his left eye's pupil pattern changing rapidly, ultimately settling into a strange design emanating an eerie light that sent chills down the spine. At the same time, Pain's attack came crashing down, striking Itachi's body fiercely. However, the anticipated sound of bones shattering did not occur. Itachi's body shattered like foam, vanishing without a trace. What? Pain exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at the scene before him. He looked around but saw no sign of Itachi, and an inexplicable unease rose in his heart. Are you looking for me? Itachi's cold voice suddenly came from behind Pain like a grim curse from the depths of hell, sending a shiver down Pain's spine. Before Pain could react, Itachi's kunai had unhesitatingly plunged into his heart. You. Pain struggled to utter a single word, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment before finally collapsing to the ground breathless. Itachi cast a cold glance at Pain's corpse, devoid of any pity or sorrow. This farce should come to an end. Itachi returned to Konoha. The once bustling streets were now desolate, the air thick with the nauseating stench of blood, and the familiar sights of the past had turned into a hell on earth. Is this the result you wanted? Rage burned fiercely within Itachi, and to the higher-ups of Konoha, the blood debt you owe shall be repaid with your lives. Itachi's figure moved like a ghost through the streets of Konoha, leaving behind a trail of corpses and the acrid smell of blood. He struck ruthlessly, showing no mercy, driven by hatred, determined to wash away the injustices suffered by the Uchiha clan with blood. Atop Hokage Rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzō, Shimura, and Koharu Uchiha looked upon the hellish scene before them with terrifyingly grim expressions. Itachi, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you are doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, his voice filled with disbelief and fury. Lost my mind? I was already mad. From the moment you decided to eradicate the Uchiha clan, I was already insane. Itachi's crimson Sharingan fixed coldly on Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone piercing cold. You self-righteous hypocrites, today I shall make you pay for your blood debts. Itachi, you are mistaken. All of this is for Konoha, for the peace of the village. This is for Konoha. The Uchiha clan has embarked on an irreversible path. They sought reform, aiming to destroy Konoha. We had no choice. No choice. Nonsense. Itachi roared, his eyes filled with derision and disdain. You sacrificed the Uchiha clan solely for your own interests to maintain your power. You despicable cowards are not worthy of even mentioning Konoha, not worthy of mentioning peace. Shut up. Itachi, you are too presumptuous. Koharu shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to accuse us? Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, stopping Koharu. He looked at Itachi, his eyes filled with pain and disappointment. Itachi, leave Konoha, never return. Leave? Why should I leave? Itachi sneered. I came today to resolve everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi's figure instantaneously vanished from sight, reappearing before Sarutobi Hiruzen, the kunai pointed directly at his throat. The kunai drew closer and closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat, yet the elder's face showed no fear but rather a hint of relief. Itachi, you ultimately still. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were interrupted by Itachi's cold voice. Enough with the nonsense, let's fight. The crimson Sharingan flared brightly, a powerful mental force instantly enveloping Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fire, release Great Fire Annihilation. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, expelling a massive column of fire from his mouth, attempting to push back Itachi's onslaught. However, Itachi's figure passed through the sea of flames like a phantom, appearing unharmed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are getting old man. Itachi said coldly as the kunai unhesitatingly pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. Your speed. How is it possible? There is nothing impossible, Itachi said coldly. From the moment you decided to eradicate the Uchiha clan, I was no longer that naive child. Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to lift his head, looking at Itachi's crimson Sharingan filled with pain and regret. I know. We owe the Uchiha clan. Far too much. As long as you know. Itachi roared, yanking the kunai out, blood gushing forth, splattering all over him. Stop. Itachi. Lord Hokage. The surrounding Konoha ninjas rushed forward, attempting to stop Itachi. Get away. Itachi roared, his crimson Sharingan sweeping over the crowd, a powerful killing intent instantly spread, forcing everyone back. You all are accomplices. Itachi coldly looked at the crowd, his eyes filled with hatred and anger. You all deserve to die. Itachi. Calm down. Kakashi rushed out from the crowd, standing in front of Itachi. I know you are in pain, but this is not your fault. You cannot make another mistake. Mistake. Heh. Itachi looked at Kakashi, suddenly laughing, his laughter full of sarcasm and despair. Kakashi, do you think you understand me? Itachi. Kakashi looked into Itachi's crimson Sharingan, his heart trembling, realizing that the Itachi before him was no longer the companion he once knew. Enough, Kakashi. Itachi coldly interrupted Kakashi's words. You should leave out of respect for our past. I can spare your life. Itachi, you? I said leave. Itachi roared, a powerful chakra wave erupted from him, sending Kakashi flying. Cough, cough. Kakashi struggled to rise from the ground, looking at Itachi with worry and helplessness. You all must die. Itachi's crimson Sharingan fixated on the crowd in front of him, a powerful killing intent erupted from him, sweeping across the entire Konoha village like a raging storm. The crimson Susanoo slowly emerged like the god of death from hell, bringing with it an aura of endless slaughter and destruction descending upon the world. The crimson Susanoo rose from the ground, its massive body overshadowing the skies, resembling a moving mountain casting a suffocating shadow. It swung its massive blade forged from chakra, each swing stirring up a gale that flattened the surrounding buildings. Is this Itachi's power? Kakashi stared in horror at the embodiment of destruction before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Facing the powerful Susanoo unleashed by Itachi, the ninjas of Konoha used all their strength to resist. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Colorful jutsu lights flickered, yet against absolute power their resistance appeared trivial. As Susanoo's giant blade swept through, the earth walls crumbled, the water dragons exploded, and the Konoha ninjas were sent flying like leaves swept away by a storm, blood staining the ground. Cough, cough. Damn it! Is this the ultimate power of the Sharingan? Yugao spat blood, collapsing weakly to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. Itachi controlled Susanoo to rampage, his cold and merciless Sharingan like a judgment from hell, casting a shadow of death over everyone's hearts. Konoha village turned into a sea of flames under Susanoo's assault, the once familiar home now transformed into a hell on earth. Stop! Itachi! Look at what you have done! Kakashi shouted hoarsely, desperately trying to awaken the remnants of reason within Itachi. However, the only response he received was an even fiercer attack from Susanoo. The giant blade swept across, sending Kakashi flying, crashing through wall after wall. Cough, cough. Kakashi struggled to rise from the rubble, looking at Itachi, who appeared like a demon filled with sorrow and despair. Is there really no way out? Even when the people of Konoha worked together, they could not defeat Itachi alone. Even Might Guy unleashing the 8 gates could not breach Susanoo's defenses, and instead was struck down by Susanoo, heavily injured. Guy. Kakashi's eyes widened in horror, feeling powerless. Just then Itachi's movements suddenly paused. He clutched his chest and started coughing violently, the glow of his crimson Sharingan dimming. Itachi! What is wrong with you? Kakashi keenly sensed Itachi's abnormality, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Cough, cough. It's nothing. Itachi gritted his teeth, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It's your illness, isn't it? Kakashi realized Itachi's pain, his heart sinking. He knew that Itachi was gravely ill, relying on medicine to sustain his life. Now, after prolonged intense fighting, his body had begun to overexert itself, and the illness was resurfacing. Damn! Itachi growled, his crimson Sharingan erupting with dazzling light again, attempting to control the deteriorating condition. Itachi, stop. You have already won. Kakashi looked at Itachi, feeling heartbroken, understanding that everything Itachi did was to protect him and Konoha. Won. Heh. Itachi suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with desolation and self-mockery. Did I really win? He slowly raised his head, his crimson Sharingan gazing into the distance where the Uchiha clan's territory lay, now reduced to ruins. What exactly was I fighting for? Itachi's voice was low and hoarse, as if a soul from the depths of hell echoing in everyone's hearts. Suddenly his vision darkened and the colossal Susanoo collapsed like a giant, losing control. Itachi suddenly fell and Kakashi watched as the collapsing Susanoo revealed Itachi's figure within the crimson chakra gradually dissipating. He lay helplessly on the ground like a butterfly with broken wings, the pride and sharpness he once possessed now completely gone, leaving only endless desolation and sorrow. Itachi! Kakashi's heart tightened and ominous premonition surged within him. He quickly formed seals dispelling Raikiri and rushed towards Itachi without hesitation. Cough cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Itachi's mouth, staining his pale lips. He struggled to breathe, each breath seeming to drain all his strength. Kakashi knelt beside Itachi, trembling as he checked for his breath. Thankfully he was still alive, but his breathing was weak like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Itachi, are you okay? Kakashi's voice quavered, unable to believe the reality before him. The once invincible Uchiha Itachi now appeared as frail as an elderly man. Itachi did not respond. He slowly opened his eyes, the glow of his crimson Sharingan dim, his pupils unfocused as if he had already seen another world. He struggled to lift his hand, wanting to touch something, but it fell weakly. Kakashi! Itachi's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, but Kakashi heard it clearly. It was his final words, carrying both relief and a hint of regret. Kakashi's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, pain and despair engulfing him like a tide. He knew that Itachi's life had come to an end. He was powerless to change it, only able to watch him leave. Itachi, do you have anything left to say? Kakashi's voice choked. He desperately wished Itachi could utter something reassuring, even just a single word. Itachi's gaze gradually focused on Kakashi's face, a slight upward turn of his lips forming a bittersweet smile. Kakashi! Help me! Kill! His voice grew fainter, ultimately fading into the air. His eyes slowly closed, his hand falling limply to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kakashi's pupils abruptly constricted, his heart feeling as if it were crushed by an invisible hand, the intense pain making it hard for him to breathe. He had killed him with his own hands, the one he once viewed as a brother, a rival, and a lifelong enemy, Uchiha Itachi. He had ended his suffering and their long-standing feud. He slowly stood up, blood dripping from the kunai in his hand, the blood of Itachi, and his own. He looked up at the sky. The gray clouds obscured the sun, and a light rain began to fall, as if weeping for Itachi's departure. Kakashi closed his eyes, letting the rain wash over his face, feeling a warmth he could not distinguish between rainwater and tears. Itachi, you are finally free! Kakashi murmured, his voice filled with sorrow and relief. He turned away, slowly leaving this sorrowful place, leaving Itachi lying quietly in the rain as if asleep. As the sun set in the west, the sky burned with fiery red clouds. Kakashi stood before the Konoha cemetery holding a bouquet of white flowers. He slowly knelt down, placing the flowers in front of a newly erected gravestone. The gravestone bore no name, only a kunai and a black forehead protector, the last remnants Itachi left in this world. Itachi, rest assured I will protect Sasuke, and I will not allow him to follow your path. Kakashi's voice was low and firm, as if making a promise to Itachi and to himself. He stood up, turning to leave the sunset, casting a long shadow of his solitary figure. The end of the full text.